Over the past few months, I've become a little bit obsessed with Next.js, and for good reason. Now, I really like using React.js as a front-end component. It's a really cool and easy way to just do little user interface elements throughout a project. But one of the things I've always had a challenge with was communicating to the backend in a secure manner. And then on top of that, managing state and doing all these things right in React. So what Next.js does is simplify all of that. Next.js can actually do our backend, and you write it almost identical to React.js, so you actually have a fully integrated project that works backend and frontend. So you can build your own backend API if you need, so third-party services can actually use your project, but then you could also use your backend to communicate to a database, which we're going to be doing using Neon, a serverless database service that actually sponsored this series. But the idea here is to make it really robust, simple, and fast for your project to have reactive components on the front end that go really quickly, but then also very fast components on the back end that integrate super seamlessly to a front-end React.js project. Now, this is hard to fully appreciate if you've never done it before, which is why I want to take you step by step in making this stuff happen. Now, I will say in a moment, I'm going to go through a fairly detailed walkthrough of what we're going to be building, and then we'll talk about the requirements of all of that, of the entire project specifically, so you can actually get started. Now, to me, if you've never used React before, this will give you a little bit of an introduction to React. But the thing is, we don't want to make things too complicated. We want to have something practical and real that we can put in production and real users can use it. We can have them log in. We can have them sign up, all of those things, right? So we're going to be doing all of that. And I'm going to be taking you step by step to make it happen and hopefully make it as simple as it possibly can be to learn Next.js with all of these cutting edge features. Now, my name is Justin Mitchell. I'm really excited to have you here. So thanks so much for checking it out. And let me know if you have any questions. Otherwise, let's take a look at that walkthrough right now. In a moment, we're going to do a detailed walkthrough of what it is that we're going to be building. But before we do the detail, let's do the shortened version. First and foremost, we develop an end-to-end web application with users to shorten URLs, right? That's what happens here. You put a URL in and it shortens it and make sure it's a valid URL with no extra spaces and all that. You shorten it and what you get is a shortened link that you could do whatever you want with. In this case, we just re-render the page itself, and then I also show you the ability to redirect it. I also track every time you go to one of these links as well, so that you have a general idea of what's going on when these links are being used and all that, which is really, really important, I think. So if you wanted to redirect it, it's really simple to do that. I just didn't do it to avoid spam because yes, this is actually deployed on a custom domain. Something else I show you how to do. Now, all of the code itself is available on GitHub. So if you go to github.com/codingforentrepreneurs, you'll be able to copy this project however you see fit. You can fork it, you can clone it, you can import it, however you want to do it, but all of the code is here. So be sure to check out this code as you go forward, and you can also review all of the history of it to see all of the changes that happen and when they happen. So any given lesson, you'll be able to see the changes there as well. So that's where the code is. Next thing, of course, is we actually use a serverless database service called Neon. This serverless database is incredibly fast. We also use their JavaScript package for interacting with Next.js and Vercel and edge functions and all the cool stuff that comes there. And so this is actually a really easy way to store all of our data and to do so in a serverless function, which is fantastic for something like this project, right? So if you shorten all these links, you don't need that application running all of the time. You just need it running some of the time. And that also means that our database only needs to be running some of the time. So that's where Neon comes in and does really well. It's incredible how fast it is. And I really appreciate them working with me on this one to make this project happen for you guys. Next, of course, we actually deploy it to Vercel, and we do this over and over and over again through GitHub, right? So all of it comes through GitHub, which is also pretty cool. So as far as the details are concerned, we actually use Next.js for this, right? So Next.js does our backend and our front end, which is cool. We use App Router, which is the cutting edge version of Next.js, although you could use Page Router too if you wanted to. We just don't cover it. We also deploy on Vercel, like I said. It also builds our application, so we just need to push it to GitHub, and then Vercel does the rest. With that, we use Tailwind CSS to make this look good. Don't worry if you don't know Tailwind. We just copy and paste a bunch of classes here to make it look better. I don't really go into that much detail there because there's also Flowbite that we use that just makes all of that much easier as well, with a bunch of examples to actually run that. And then you will need a database of some kind. Using Neon works really, really well with Vercel. They even have it on their homepage. So it works on Vercel's Edge functions. So one of the cool things about this too is when we look at our project here, what we can see in any given deployment is we've got these functions here. So all of these functions right here work a little bit differently. So if we go to API links, we see that there's this edge runtime, which means that it's going to run as close as possible to your users, the people that are actually going here, and it caches things really, really effectively because of Next.js, which is great. But it also presents a problem using all kinds of databases, which is why Neon has optimized to work really well with these edge functions and their client, which is why we end up using them and stuff like that. So in the code itself, in the actual project itself, we see that this is how you just declare an edge function. You just change the runtime and boom. Now all of these will run on the edge, which is great. Makes things a lot easier. What else is cool about Vercel is that we can declare different routes based off of the page, and we can actually render database-related data. Now, if you're familiar with React.js in the front end, you'll realize that you actually can't do this. You can't call a database function directly. You have to call an API, which then calls a database function. That part's actually not different. The actual client side, the front end React, still calls an API. It just so happens that the API is in the same project because of Next.js. So it actually makes all of this really, really seamless overall. And so what we see in our code here is we see a mixture of front-end and back-end code, server components and client components. And you can actually look at the UI, for example, this nav bar here. At the very top, it just says use client, and then we get all of the React-related things that you might be interested in, which is like use state, use effect, all of those sorts of things can be done inside of this component. And then we can actually bring that component into our layout, and we can just render it out. Look at this is not a client component. This is a server component. It renders the client component really, really effectively, which is so, so cool. Now, of course, we talk about all of this stuff. We go into it in a lot more detail. We show you how to actually use forms, both with React and without React. We show you how to actually do authentication. This is really heavily based off of, well, sure, we implement a form to do the authentication on the user side, but the backend needs to be as database driven as possible with sessions, with schema data, actually having our own design table for the user themselves, password utilities that actually hash the passwords and do all that. And then also that work on the edge functions as well. We also validate our URLs, which is, to make sure that we actually have real URLs going through in there. And then, of course, we store all this data using API routes, which is something we talk about as well. So all the different API routes and the HTTP methods that we can handle. So there's a lot to this project, even though the web application itself might feel simplistic. It actually sets the foundation for you to build pretty much anything, because being able to submit data on any given web application and then submit it and have it stored directly to a user is basically what all web applications do. So this really gives you that fundamental understanding of how to actually build web applications with users, with logging in, with registration, all of those things that you really need to be able to store and associate data as necessary. And it does this incredibly fast. And this is globally. It's CDN, all of that stuff. It works really, 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 really fast, which is like shocking how fast it is. And it might convince me to use Next.js for every project there is out there. And then also, of course, using Vercel and Neon as a host. Yeah, host in the database, of course. Those things are also something we really want to do. Now, the other thing about this is it cost me zero. Everything that I've done here, I haven't spent a dime on. And I can actually do this for some time before I actually need to start accruing charges because of how effectively and efficiently everything works. It's so, so cool. But that's it for the walkthrough. Now we're going to look at the technical requirements to get this thing going, which does take a little bit of installations and maybe some repetitiveness as far as what we're going to be using. But the idea here is this project is meant to give you a solid foundation in Next.js so you can start building your own applications there with users and all of that. Thanks so much for watching the walkthrough. I realized a little bit longer. Let's go ahead and take a look at the requirements now. This project hinges on a few core technologies, and one of those things is Next.js. Now, Next.js makes it so easy to build robust, powerful, fast, and efficient web applications using React.js, as well as using server-side code that kind of replaces a backend service altogether, right? So like you don't need Express.js, you don't need Django, you don't need Fast API. You can do everything right with Next.js, which is really cool. So if you've built web applications with React before, this will be a really nice change for you. It simplifies so much stuff and removes a lot of bloat, as we'll see. Now, the other thing about this, if you've never built a web application before, this will be a great introduction for you on those things. Although you might want to have some experience with JavaScript and using JSX. Of course, if you don't, I'm going to go step by step so you'll understand things as much as possible. Now, the other technologies we'll be using is Tailwind CSS. Now, if you've never used Tailwind before, don't worry. We're also going to be using something called Flowbite, which will basically do the work for us when it comes to Tailwind. But Tailwind's actually integrated into Next.js really, really well, so it makes it nice and easy. But this will make our site look great, or at least look better than just a bare bones HTML with no CSS. And then, of course, we're going to be hosting it on Vercel. Vercel.com is a way to host your applications. And of course, they actually manage Next.js. They have open sources. They run this application, which is great that they make it as efficient as possible to deploy your Next.js applications. Now, one of the other things that all applications hinge on are databases. And of course, Neon is going to be the database we're using, which is a Postgres database. Now, full disclosure, they of course sponsor this series, but this is a fantastic way to store your data in a serverless environment. Now, we'll talk more about serverless, but the idea is it's more efficient. That's one of the key things here is efficiency and simplicity. So much of this to me is efficient and simplistic, or at least simple as it can be. Now, to get all of this stuff working correctly, the first thing that we need to install on our local machine is Node.js, right? So you need to have the LTS 18.16 of Node.js. Now, if you're new to all of this, if this is like brand new stuff, you might want to pause right now and install 18.16 from Node.js.org. Now, this should also work for Windows and Linux directly from the Node.js.org website. There'll be installations for that. However, there is a more advanced way to do it, and that's using NVM. So NVM, if you do a quick search for this of course will be linked as well in the description. But the idea here is NVM is just a command that you can run to install different versions of Node.js, much like the LTS itself, which is just simply NVM install --LTS. That will always install the latest LTS, which is what I do. That's what I use, and that's what I recommend. Now, in order for Next.js to be deployed to Vercel, we also want to use PNPM. This is a requirement to make this whole process more efficient and more effective. Efficiency is the name of the game here. So what we've got is we need to also install PNPM. This is actually fairly easy to do, and there's a number of ways to install it. You can use a script if you want, and of course you can use Homebrew. You can use Cocoa if you're on Windows. You can use the Windows subsystem for Linux, or you could use PowerShell. There's a lot of different ways to get PNPM installed on your machine, much like there's a lot of ways to get Node.js installed. Now, a few other things that we definitely are going to be end up using is VS Code. Visual Studio Code is how I'm going to be writing all the code. I recommend you do the same. It's a fantastic text editor. Of course, if you already have a preference, you're not going to listen to me anyway. But if you're new to this, definitely use VS Code. There are a lot of other ones out there, but VS Code, I think, is the best of the best. And it also integrates with Git version control really well. So if version control is something you're new to, this is something else that VS Code makes really, really easy for us. So you're going to want to make sure that Git is installed on your machine as well, which I'll talk about it when we actually need to use it again. And then, of course, finally, we will be using Flowbite as well to make our Tailwind much, much better. And just a quick overview of that, if you just snap a screenshot of this, these are the things that we'll need for this project. But that's it. Those are the requirements. So install Node.js now. And the way you can check that Node's working is you do node-version, and there's my Node version. I also have NVM in here. And that also means that I have npm. Whenever you install Node, you get npm. And I also have npx installed, which is a way to execute packages. We'll talk about this in just a second when we create our project. And then also I have pnpm, and that is installed as well. Or at least it's not installed. So I think I actually left that for us to actually install it together. But the idea being that we need to have all of these things installed when we actually need to use them. Right now, we're going to be using npx. So let's take a look at how to create our Next.js application. If you're eager to get started, go ahead and run npx create next app at latest in a location that makes sense to store your code. If you are ready to go through this with me, let's do that now. First and foremost, you're going to have to open up Terminal or PowerShell. If you're on Windows and not WSL, you're going to be using PowerShell. If you're using WSL, Linux, or Mac, you're going to be using Terminal. This is your command line. In a little bit, we're going to be using VS Code instead of Terminal or PowerShell. So it's okay that we just do this for now, just so we can get our first app up and going. So I'm going to go ahead and make a new directory in my users root folder, which is what ~/ is doing here. In there, I'm going to make a folder called dev. This is where I store all of my projects, and then I'm going to go ahead and navigate into that folder. And now I'm going to go ahead and run npx create next -app at latest and hit enter. Okay, so I'm actually going to cancel this out real quick because what you also want to do on a regular basis is run npm install -g, and that's npm at latest. We want to run that to make sure that npm is up to date, and also pnpm, just to get in this habit of installing these packages. I do this all the time already, so I didn't really do much here. Yes, it says it changed things, but I've run this like 4 times already, and it didn't actually do much of a difference. So after you do that, then you can go ahead and do the create next application. In my case, I'm going to be naming my application JRef, and I am not going to be using TypeScript. If you're familiar with it, obviously go ahead and use it. Using TypeScript compiles into JavaScript, but it's a little bit more complicated if you're a beginner or you've never used Next.js before. Next up is ESLint. Yes, we'll go ahead and do that. Tailwind CSS, absolutely. We want to use the src directory. Yes, I think that's convention overall for all kinds of programming languages. So let's go ahead and say yes. App router, absolutely. This thing is so cool. I'll show you soon. Next up, we're going to not customize the default import alias, and then we're going to just hit enter. And this, of course, is going to install everything for us. It's also going to create a bunch of configuration files for us and some of our early code for us. So now that we've got this, let's go ahead and navigate into that new folder here, which of course you could always just copy this right here and cd in that way. It's the same thing. But if this path is looking weird to you, then perhaps you ran your create next application in the wrong spot. That's pretty much it, which I definitely have done before too. So no worries if you had. And notice it also initializes a Git repository, which is great. It does a lot of stuff for us. So now that I'm in this folder, I can list things out and I see everything that's going on here. Even if you're not familiar with PostCSS or Tailwind or Next.js or package.json, this is just describing the project with the various tools that it's using, the various dependencies like Tailwind CSS and PostCSS, right? Package.json, on the other hand, is one that is used in pretty much all Node.js projects. Package.json is something that we'll need, and we also need to run pnpm install right here. So this is just so we have the lock for pnpm. Pnpm can be what we manage to install packages going forward. I'm not going to install very many of them, but when I do, we will use pnpm. And so if I list things out now, I see that I have a pnpm lock. So these are just lock files. These are files that are updated automatically when we do installations or major changes. But without all of that out of the way, let's go ahead and run pnpm run and dev and hit enter. Now what this is doing, of course, is it's looking inside of package.json for a script called dev. We'll see this in just a second, but the idea being that we have a server running on port 3000 on our local host. So I can copy this and bring it on over into my browser here, and there you go. Hello world, Next.js is working fantastic. So that's it. That's how you start a Next.js application. Now what we're going to do is actually modify it slightly so you can see what routing is all about in Next.js, and what convinced me that this is an amazing way to handle URL routing. One of my favorite things about Next.js is how it handles URL routes or URL paths. Of course, what I mean by that is like /blog on your URL. In this case, it renders a 404 by default. That is somewhat to be expected, right? So the page is not found. Now, the way Next.js does it harkens back to how websites really used to do it, which was just a bunch of HTML, and you'd have something like blog/index.html, and that would sort of render out that page. Now, of course, new sites, web applications are a lot more dynamic than that, and then we can do a lot with these paths. But this is, I think, where the genesis of this came. Now, a lot of web application development doesn't do it this way. A lot of them do it in a little bit more of a complicated way where maybe there's a single file that has all of the different paths you want to support. However, what Next.js does is so cool, and I want to show you that now. The first thing is we need to close out our server that we have running in our terminal. We're going to clear this out, and we're going to open it up in VS Code. If you have the VS Code command line tool installed, you would just do code period inside of that working directory, or you would open up a new window in VS Code with Control N or Command N, and then you would go into the Explorer here, go into Dev, into your folder, and open that up. Okay, so naturally we're going to be working in this pretty much going forward. I probably won't open up the native terminal like this or PowerShell pretty much ever again throughout this project. I also want to save this folder, save this workspace to this folder. Go ahead and add this up, and we should get a VS Code workspace file in here. So we'll go ahead and save workspace as, and we want it to be in the root of our project. And of course, it's going to be JRef. Cool. Okay, so we now have our project all set up. Let's go ahead and take a look at how it does routing. Now, the first thing you'll notice inside of app, so all of our Next.js source code is inside of app. There are configuration things we'll look at again, but right now, just inside of app here. So if you think of src/app as the root of the application itself, you're on the right track. Okay, so what we want here is we want to have the routing take place. So I had the example of a blog. I love how Next.js does it. Check this out. You just type out blog, and then you create page.js. And then you're going to export a default function, and I'll call this blog page. And then you're just going to return HTML. Look at that. That's it. I mean, it's so cool. So now if we go back in here, oh yeah, I don't have it running again. So I need to run it again, right? So if I kept it running in the terminal, obviously I'd be able to see that page rendered. But I'm going to go ahead and open it up in VS Code. Now, I actually use the terminal application in VS Code pretty much all the time. Now, one way to do it is to open up the terminal, a new one with this command here, or what you can do is toggle it itself. So inside of view, I see the command and then basically tilde, and that's how we can toggle this. So if we get used to toggling the terminal, because it's incredibly handy. In any case, we now have that toggled. I can run npm run dev. Now, of course, if you haven't used VS Code before, you might be like, wait, I didn't navigate anywhere. Well, VS Code by default, the terminal itself, every time you open a new one, it opens in the root of the workspace, right? So that's it right here. So this workspace is exactly where we need to be to run those pnpm or just npm commands from package.json, which of course are all of these right here. All right, great. So with that in mind, we've got the server running. I can now go back into my blog page and I can see hello world. Now, this repeating thing is a bit strange, and it's actually related to the CSS, as you might already know. But the idea here is how simple it was for me to create a brand new page. Now, it's also very simple to solve this issue. If I go to layout.js, I see the standard HTML stuff. What do you know? So in here, I got this inner class name. I can actually change this with some string substitution just slightly. So I'll keep that inner class name that's there. And I'll also add min h screen. This is a Tailwind class for making sure that this element has the minimum height of the screen. So I save it and I refresh in here, and what do you know? There's hello world. And if I come back in here, I've got my Next.js stuff. Pretty neat, right? I now see how to do routing. I also see how to change the layout a little bit, right? In other words, every time I do routing, I don't actually have to write all of the HTML all over again, which we could verify in many different ways. So let's, like, one of the ways was this CSS. Another way we could do, and let's just put the head in here and say title and say hello world, save that, refresh. Notice it says hello world up here on the blog now. And if I go back, it's nothing, but it does say hello world. So that layout allows me to do all sorts of really, really cool things. Now, I actually already have the title up here, and it's not something I need to put manually like this. I would actually put it inside of this metadata right here and say hello world, or more specifically, the name of my project, jref.io. We can refresh in there, and there you go. So now you've got this head thing. Now, there's a lot more stuff we can do in that front. Now that we've seen how to handle a URL route to render an HTML page in the term of blog's hello world, granted it's not a very good HTML page, but it is an HTML page nonetheless, let's take a look at how to do a basic API request. So to do this, we're going to jump back into our app. We're going to create a new route for API. And inside of there, we're going to go ahead and create a file called route.js. Now, what the point of route.js is to actually handle different HTTP methods. So like get or post, for example. You could have other ones in here as well, but these methods are really important when it comes to doing any sort of API call. So to do this, we're going to go ahead and import our next response, and this is from next/server. And what we want to do is actually create functions for the methods we want to handle. So for example, if I do export async function get, all capital, this is where I can return a next response. Let's say, for instance, some JSON, and we'll go ahead and pass in an object here of hello and world. Okay, so this is an object. It's a dictionary, another way to look at it. But the idea being that this will now handle get. If we wanted to handle post, we would change this to post. You know, post is like for form data, or an API JSON post data. Both things are correct. Okay, so what we want to do is we'll say hello post, right? So we're going to have both of these endpoints, and they're really, really easy. I just created them. Granted, we need to do more things with them, but this is how easy it is to make API responses inside of Next.js. Now, everything looks like it compiled successfully, so let's go ahead and take a look at those endpoints. So I just did /API. So in my local host, if I go to /API, I have a plugin for JSON rendering on Chrome, but that is my hello world there. So if I see the raw, you'll probably see something like this if you don't have that plugin, but that's the idea. Now we can also copy this and jump into our command line. So just open up a new terminal window here and run curl, and we'll go ahead and do -X post, do -L. I'll explain this in a second. We'll paste this in and hit enter. It now does that hello post. If I change it to ABC and run that again, same thing. So this is a proper API request, right? This is from my local terminal to my server, right? So if we actually had this deployed, I could, in theory, actually call that same thing. Now, what this -L does, if I put a trailing slash here, it will follow the redirect that ends up happening. If I don't have that trailing slash, if I do curl with the trailing slash, it tells me where it's going to redirect to. That's it. Okay, cool. So very easy to create these API endpoints. Now, we actually use these API endpoints in conjunction with our statically rendered React pages to actually work with like our database, for example. So what we'll end up doing is like our blog page. If our blog page needed to get a bunch of URLs or a bunch of blogs from the database, it would actually call one of these APIs to then get that data, which we will see, of course. But at this point, we need to see one more way of doing URL routing, and that is being a little bit more dynamic inside of the URL itself. So like for blogs, there's different blog URLs. We want to see how we can actually render that out as well. Now that we can actually handle URLs, we need to handle dynamic URLs. And what I mean by that is normally when you have a blog, you get a URL with blog/hello world or blog/ABC or whatever. And that page will change based off of the URL. So that URL is a bit more dynamic. Now we could manually do each one, but that doesn't make any sense. What would make a lot more sense is there's a dynamic one that then does a database lookup, which is exactly what we want to do. So the way this is done is also pretty clever. So what we do is we create another folder wherever we need it nested as far as the segment is concerned. We put brackets around a variable name. In this case, I named it slug, but it can be whatever you'd like. Slug is what's often referred to as the segment or the URL path that is for a blog post. And then in there, we would do page.js. And just like what we've seen before, we would export a default function. And this will be our, blog, let's say blog post detail or dynamic, something like that. And I'll put in params here for a moment, and then we'll return main, and we'll just go ahead and say h1 hello world. Okay, so what we'll get through this page is parameters being passed. Those parameters are based off of this slug here. So if I do console log and params, I should actually see some of those. So to take a look, let's go ahead and jump into our page here on blog/ABC. It says hello world. Let's change this to hello detail view. And there we go. Now I just console logged it. If you're used to using React in the client side, what you would naturally do is go into inspect, into console. And of course you won't actually see anything logged in here. Instead, it's actually logged in our server. On the server side, it will actually log out the parameter itself. So the params are slug ABC. Now we can nest this again, right? So I can actually come in here and say another. Let's put brackets and say another. And once again, I'll copy this page.js and hello detail subview, something like that. And this is blog post subdetail. And then if I go into changing that to ABC, whatever, it will show me that detail view. And we come back in here, we see those two different parameters here. Now in Next.js, these are called segments. So each one is a segment and they come in some sort of logical manner. Now you actually don't have to do it this way. What we could do is we could also put in 3 dots in front of here. So if you do 3 dots with those brackets, this another will never be accessed. So if I refresh in here, it should now just say hello detail view. It might even create an error because I've got 2 things that are basically conflicting with each other. So let's actually get rid of this one right here. We will move that to trash. And then now I'll refresh in here. And I got hello detail view just like that. And now I see those 2 segments. So you can kind of go either way. Now, I think this catch-all or almost catch-all is fine in general for a number of things. But what I would tend to do is really just do the single slug and then have the nested, dynamic segments as I see fit. Now, this also works in an API route. It's not a whole lot different. So I'm going to go ahead and paste this in here. Slug. We're going to change it from page to route. I'm going to go ahead and grab the get route. We'll just do that single one. And we'll paste in here. This does have parameters that come in. It has a request that comes in as well as context. We can log out both of these things. So we'll log the request and the context itself. So we can see what's going on with any given GET request. And I'll actually nest this one further. I'll go ahead and API and posts. And then I'll bring this into that just like that. Okay, great. And we'll come back in here and we'll do API, posts, and ABC. We'll hit enter. It does render it. It says hello world. And we see all of the request stuff first. There's a lot of things related to the request. And then we've got the context that's being passed in here. Very similar to what we just saw. So we've got parameters and slug. So you'd actually be able to handle those things from there, right? So basically you would say const, and this is going to be params, and this is going to be into the context itself, and then const and slug, and that's equal to params itself as well. So now we could just say the slug is equal to the slug, or whatever's coming through, and now we see what that is. And if we change it at any time, what do you know? Now, of course, you could also make it an ID. You can make it individual numbers. You can make it UUID. There's all sorts of things that you could put in here to make this dynamic. But having these dynamic URLs will allow us to actually look things up in our database much, much more effectively and much more efficiently. Now, of course, you might be wondering, like, why are these slightly different, right? So why does this parameter different than this one, right? And that has everything to do with how it's being rendered and how it's running. So this is a lot more like a backend server because we're handling a method, a specific method, whereas this could easily be changed to something different, and it can be changed to a standard React client side by just saying use client as a string at the beginning. And then if we go into the blog and go into /hello world, we now see these parameters being console logged right there, right? So just one slight little change, and it turns from being like a statically rendered one on the server side to being a client side rendered one that just gives us a little bit more more access to things that we could do from a user interface perspective, which is also pretty cool. But as far as the API route, we can't just change this to a client-side thing. That just doesn't work. This will always run on the server. Now we're going to go ahead and do an API endpoint request. So back into this blog here, we're going to go ahead and look at the posts. So inside of the root of the posts, I'm actually going to move this route here just like that. So I've got posts route and then posts slug. So to verify this, we can go ahead and use curl again. So curl, and we'll just leave it at git. So http ://localhost 3000 API posts. Hit enter. It should just say hello world. So I can actually say items and actually pass in some items here. And I'll just go ahead and do something like ID 1 and title being hello world, something like that. So if I run this again, I should now see a little bit more data coming through. The post itself, I'm going to go ahead and comment this out. We probably won't use posts to create data, or this endpoint to create data. In fact, we'll move it towards what we actually want to build. But for now, we're just using this as a good example of seeing how to do a request inside of an actual page. So going back into our blog page here, we've got the blog page itself. We do have a slug itself going on as well. So both of these will work similarly. And what we want to start out with is not using the client. We want to keep it in the backend. We want to keep it as a server-side rendered item, as you'll see in just a moment. So the first things first, I'm going to go ahead and go into the blog page, the Hello World blog page. This is where my list is going to be. So we're going to create a brand new function. This is going to be an asynchronous function, and it's going to be get data, and I'll go ahead and pass in what it is that I want. So number one, I'm going to go ahead and grab my endpoint. So my API endpoint, what is that? And that's going to be a constant. We'll just say const endpoint equals 2. And in this case, I'll go ahead and do http ://localhost 3000 / and we want API /posts. Cool. Next up, we're going to do our response. So we'll do res as in response equals to await fetch of this endpoint. Now, this is why we're using async, is because of fetching. It's going to be an asynchronous request. It will request this endpoint, and once the request is done, it will return back, and then the rest of the function will work correctly. Basically, we also want to check if the response is not okay, which is what's happening with this condition. Then we're going to go ahead and throw an error, and we'll go ahead and say failed to fetch data. We'll talk about handling these errors in a little bit, but we definitely want to do it this way. Otherwise, we'll just return the response of JSON. Now, this actually assumes that the API endpoint does respond JSON data, because it might not. So there are ways to check that as well, but it's just outside the context of what we're doing here. We'll just assume that it's going to return JSON data because, well, that's how we've actually set up our API itself, is it's going to return JSON data. Cool. So back into the main blog page here, we've got this data. So what we want to do is now change this also into an asynchronous function by just putting async here. And I can now say const data equals to await get data. Okay, so this is how Next.js recommends that you organize your requests, is to make a function to handle the request, and then inside of the actual rendered page, you would do something like this. And so to see this data, I would just go ahead and use these curly brackets and then say and data, we'll do json.stringify and of that data. Now what stringify does is just allows you to display this data versus trying to iterate through all of it, which is something we'll do eventually, but just not yet. Okay, so now at this point, we should be able to get data. This is the correct API endpoint. And if we come back into our blog, our main blog page and refresh, we now see that data coming through here, which is great. So another thing we could do is say const items equals to data and data.items, and then data, we could do ... data.items, or we could have a empty list. And then again, same thing, we could just do JSON stringify of those items. And now it's actually showing me all of that data. And of course I can iterate over that as well. So we could do items.map, and this will allow me to do all sorts of things with the mapping function itself. So the first one is going to be the actual item and then the index value. So we return this to do something like this. Now this is all very much React.js on how React.js renders things. So we'll go ahead and say key equals to post dash $IDX. And then we'll just go ahead and render out the item dot title I believe we had. So we save that. And let's make sure we're closing everything off in here with these curly brackets. There we go. And so now I've got the posts coming through. So let's go ahead and do posts. And those are coming through. Granted, they're off to the side in a way that's kind of awkward. So let's go ahead and just change the layout a little bit, and I'll do px 10. That means padding on both sides of 10. And now I can see it a little bit better. Don't worry, we'll fix that in a little bit. But that's how we do a API request, right? There are more things that we could add to our fetch request itself, and we will talk about how to handle forms. So by default, this will be a HTTP GET method, which, not surprisingly, is exactly what a route is. That's actually why I commented it out, so there's no confusion as to how it actually did the request. It did a GET request by default, as fetch does. And this is just how you'll handle it. Now, this is not how you would handle it with use client, right? So let's actually change this to just use client, hit save, and we'll refresh in here. And wait a minute, it still did it. It still worked. Let's do console log items. Let's go ahead and restart the server. It should have restarted on its own, but let's go ahead and do it. Restart, refresh. Whoa, it's working. So there are certain things that actually overlap depending on how you end up doing it. In this case, we don't need to use client, especially when you're doing API endpoint requests. You definitely don't want to do that. You want to do that on the server side. So I'm going to leave it off use client. There are cases where you can use it where it's not on the server side, but in this case, we're going to leave it like this, and you can see all the requests coming through from it. And of course, when I do keep it on server side, the console log changes. It's fantastic. Really, really like Next.js. So let's keep going. As we see now, doing API requests is pretty simple to do. But the thing is, with API requests at any time, the likelihood of causing issues or having errors goes up a lot, right? Because you're kind of depending on something else working correctly. So, for example, our endpoint here, if I change this to ABC, that's already an error. That is not going to work. And if I go back into my page, I get this runtime error, unhandled runtime error more specifically. Now, this is more likely to happen throughout, right? Especially if you're using a third-party service, which you might, right? So a third-party API request, right? So what happens there? There's going to be errors. Servers go down. You do the wrong request. You put the wrong URL in. All of those things. So we need to learn how to handle these errors. So that's what we're going to do now. So I'm going to change this to local hosts, and it's still an error. And we just want to actually handle this. Now to do this, we're going to go in the root of the app, and I'm going to go ahead and say error.js. Okay. So this is going to be a React client-side component. So that means we need to say uses client or use client at the very top of this file. And we're going to go ahead and do export default. And this is going to be a function of error. And we can take it, it actually passes in parameters of error and reset, which we could review, but this is all in the documentation. It's very clear and straightforward. And in here, I'm just going to go ahead and return a div that just says, you know, H2 something went wrong. Okay, great. That's all we'll do so far. And I'll also console log out what the error is. Okay, so we save that. We refresh in here. Now it says blog, something went wrong. Let's go ahead and look at the console. Remember, we're using use client, so we should be able to see potentially something in here, but we're getting fetch failed. That looks like that's what the error is. So let me just say error is, and save that, refresh, and sure enough, error is, type error, fetch failed. Okay, great. So clearly something's wrong. Now, we can actually make this a bit more robust by using things related to React itself. For example, this is directly from the documentation. You can import use effect, which is a React hook that will allow you to respond to if an error is happening. So in here, we would say use effect, and we pass in an arrow function with the error itself. And this is actually where you will want to console log the error right here. Okay. So this use effect method is possible because of use client, and these error handlers have to be in here just like that. Okay. So now we've got our use effect, put the error console log last. This is where you could then send this to some sort of reporting service, or maybe back to your API that then triggers off an email to you or your team or a Slack message or something like that. That's where you could then do this, right? The next thing too would be to maybe reset or retry this, right? So to retry this, what we could do is we could create a button here, and I'll go ahead and say retry request, something like that, right? And I can actually create a click handler, and we'll go ahead and say const retry request handler, right? And this is going to be a function here that we'll just call reset. Okay, so we grab this right here, and we put this on click, and we'll retry the request. We refresh in here. If I click it, of course, the error keeps happening. So that's pretty nice. Now, this right here is related to the development process of Next.js, but the fact that I can do this is pretty cool. So what I'm going to do is actually keep this. I'm going to make a new blog copy, and I'll just call this error. So at some point we could test this out, and I'll remove the slug. I'll just have /error. So if I go in here, /error, there's that error. The actual blog post itself, that page, we'll go ahead and put it back to what it was, which was localhost. So that when we go to blog, it actually works for this example. Okay, great. Now, there is something else that's really cool about errors, is I can actually bring in error.js and write into the path itself, and I can change it in here. So something went wrong on purpose, exclamation mark. Now if we go into error, something went wrong on purpose. Let's go back into blog, and we'll create that error again just to show the differences here. We refresh into blog. Now something went wrong. So it's just another way to handle the request. So you can handle errors at every single endpoint, which is really cool. Or you could just use the general one, which is what we started with anyway. Both are fine. And in some cases, especially like APIs with the errors and stuff like that, you might need to actually look at it from the actual endpoint itself, right? So in this case of this error here, if you actually were using a third-party API service and an error happened, you might say that, like, you know, let's come back in here to this error with it. You could say that something like OpenAI is not working. Try again, right? As many of us would be potentially creating stuff with OpenAI, something like that, right? It's pretty cool. Error handling is very, very simple. Okay, we want to get in the habit of pushing this to GitHub. We haven't done it at all because we never set it up. Now, if you're familiar with this process, by all means, create a new repo, add it to your local project, and push it. I'm not going to be doing it that often, but those of you who are a little bit new to this process, this is for you. So the idea is you go to github.com, create an account, and then we're going to go ahead and click this plus item and new repository. In my case, I'm going to call it jref.io because that's what the URL will be. You should call it something else. You could call it, Next.js jref or something like that, right? But mine's going to be jref.io. So a tutorial on creating a URL shortening service with Next.js, Vercel, and Neon. Something like that. Okay, cool. So we'll leave it in as public because I want it to be open source, but by all means, make yours private if you don't want anyone to see it. You don't need to initialize it with anything because Next.js already did that for us. Perhaps you want to add a license later, which I probably will do. If I haven't yet, please let me know. But anyways, we're going to go ahead and create this repository here and create it. And then we want to grab this right here. Okay. So the important part here is we jump back into VS Code, open up the terminal. I'm going to go ahead and open up a new terminal window and clear everything out, and I'll do git status. What we see in this git status here is all of the files that have not been committed yet. All of the files are pretty much everything. But if I do git remote or git remote -v or lowercase v, I see that there's no remote there. And if I do git log, I see that there is one single commit. Now this was done, I think, automatically when I created this application, right? So it actually did commit all of the files that I needed. It also has something called a git ignore, which is ignoring all the files that I don't want, which is a lot. In my case, I also do not want something called ds store. I'm not actually sure if it's in here. Oh, it looks like it is. Good thinking, Next.js. So ds store is for Mac users, but the idea being that you want to make sure that you ignore as many files as possible. One of the big ones would be node modules. This is something that is done by default with this project, but if you happen to do this manually, you want to make sure you do not commit your node modules because it's a lot. It's all this third-party code that you just don't want to submit. Nevertheless, we have one actual commit. I'll explain what that is in a second. And then we do not have a remote. A remote is really just your repository, your remote repository. On GitHub, you're creating remote repositories. That's what they are. Remote from you. Your local repository is the one we're looking at here. Your remote one is wherever you host this code. GitHub, GitLab, Bitbucket, there's a lot of places to actually host your code. So this URL right here is the location where it's hosted. No surprise there. So we're going to go ahead and do git remote add origin, and then we'll go ahead and put this one in here. Now, of course, this is also right here, right there, right? And we're going to go ahead and hit enter. Now, I will say on your git push, this next aspect, if I hit git push, I can send mine in. Yours might make you authenticate with GitHub. There might be extra steps that you'll have to do here in order for you to push this to GitHub, which is fine. If you're having issues there, let me know. But the idea being that we can actually push this code into GitHub. If I refresh in here, it's everything up to the first commit or the most recent commit, right? So if I look at my code, there's not a whole lot going on. It doesn't actually match here. Now, this is where VS Code comes in and makes using Git really, really easy. This part right here, if I click on this, I can actually add all of these things in and say up to lesson 9 or something like that, error handling, right? So now I can commit that, and it's saying there's no stage changes on here. Would you like to commit all of these? So we're going to stage them and commit them. I'll explain that too. We'll go ahead and say yes, and then I'll go ahead and sync the changes down there and say okay. Okay. Cool. So there's the other thing is we can periodically run git fetch, which would pull the code from our repo, which we don't necessarily need to do. But down at the bottom, right underneath me, there is the way to refresh or synchronize your changes with Git. And now if we go onto GitHub, we can see all of that code is in there now, right? It's all open source, so you can always look at this as well by looking through the commits and all that. I most likely will not use branches for this particular project, but if you go through the history, you can see all of the different commits. So a commit is two things. Okay. So let's say, for instance, I want to change my main homepage. I'm just going to get rid of a bunch of stuff here. So I'm going to get rid of this, this, and this. So that first div, we'll get rid of that. I think my server is still running. Let's just verify. It is. So let's take a look at what I changed. Refresh in here. Looks like nothing changed so far. Next.js is still there. I think I did get rid of one thing, but let's get rid of that. There we go. And I'll go ahead and say h1 and jref.io is coming soon. Cool. So I made a change. Refresh in here. There's the change. Okay, so I changed the title of it. So the process for Git is this simple. First of all, you go in here. You could also do it in the command line, but I'll do it right here on the VS Code. You go in here and you're like, okay, so this changed. Let's take a look at what changed. Cool. I see that I deleted a bunch of stuff. That's what that red indicates. And then if I scroll down a bit, I should see some green, or somewhere in here is green. There we go. There's the green. That's what I added. So I deleted all this and then I added that. So I can go ahead and stage this, which means, hey, get this ready. I want to commit these things. I want to make them permanent changes on the remote branch. And then I'll just go ahead and say changed homepage title on lesson 10. Or rather, I'll go ahead and do lesson 10, changed homepage title. We commit that, then we sync those changes. I'm going to go ahead and say this action will pull and push. So if there were any changes on the remote already from somebody else, it will pull those down, make sure that we're all good with those changes, and then I'll say okay. And now what I'll do, going back into my application here, I can refresh in the commit history and I can see what happened in those changes themselves, right? Which is really nice. So we can see the commit. We can also see what changed, what was removed, what was added, just like I did on VS Code. So using Git is something that you'll definitely want to get used to if you're not already. But the idea here is we want to regularly be updating how our project is working. And you want to do it as small as you possibly can. I will do it after each lesson, although I'm not going to show you me doing it, right? I'm showing you only this one time, other than maybe when we push to Vercel and actually get this into production, which is something we will do next. But the idea being that now we have our application running and everything is working in the sense that it works locally, it is stored on Git, and it's now ready to put a production version in production. So let's see what that looks like next. Now we want to get in the habit of continuously deploying our application. All of the changes we're making, we want to deploy them regularly. Before we actually can deploy our first version, we want to get rid of all of our fetch calls, which we'll talk about more later. But for now, let's go ahead and jump into our VS Code workspace. I'm going to do a quick search for fetch, which would be Command-Shift-F or Control-Shift-F. And then we're going to go ahead and just comment out these get data items. Now, one of the things you could do is just comment this part out and just return a dictionary like that, right? And you could also say items and an empty dictionary. That way, if we need to bring it back, it will still work. But everything else in here, generally speaking, is working okay. And then we'll go ahead and do the same thing here and then comment these out with Command/. Quick way to comment it out. Okay, so now we'll go ahead and do get status. And we see that these are the things that have changed. We'll go into our source control on VS Code. We'll add these two, and we'll go ahead and say removed fetch. We'll commit it. We'll sync those changes. We'll go ahead and say okay. It's pushing them onto GitHub, which we can then go into GitHub and verify. So going into your repo there, you can see that it says removed fetch, and it was now. Okay. With all that done, it's time to integrate our GitHub repo with Vercel. So regardless of how you logged in, this is the process. We go into new project, import Git repository. You're going to scroll down here and you're going to add a GitHub account. You can obviously switch provider. And I think if you logged in with a different provider, it would show you that. In our case, we're going to use GitHub, and then we're going to go ahead and add our GitHub account, right? So by coding for Entrepreneurs profile, the repositories, I don't need all of my repositories in here. I just need the JRef.io repository, which is exactly what I'm going to use, and just that one. I'll show you in a moment how to revoke that as well. So once we have that, we can then, of course, we can add other GitHub accounts into our local account, but there's our project right there. I'll go ahead and import it, and I'll use a lot of the defaults. Now, Vercel created or manages Next.js, so the defaults are probably just fine. You probably don't need to change much here, but there are other framework prefixes that you can use, or presets that you could use. So I'm going to go ahead and hit deploy. It's really almost that simple. But of course, now it's going to build it. It's going to do all sorts of things related to Next.js that could fail. So if you had that fetch still there, there's a good chance that that could fail. Now, while that's running, I'm actually going to go back into GitHub and show you where you could delete this. So inside of your project here, or your profile, go down into settings, and you're going to want to scroll down into applications, and in here, installed GitHub apps right here, right? So on my Coding for Entrepreneurs account, I always remove these after I am no longer using them. And that's true with a few others as well. You can get in that habit also, but it's really up to you. But that's the point, is you can actually come in here and reconfigure this to allow other repositories in here as well. So if for some reason it's not working with Vercel, you could just come in directly on GitHub and do it there. But more than likely, it will be working on Vercel. Okay, so back in here, our project takes about a minute. I would say at a max 2 minutes to build and deploy. So it's doing all sorts of things. Look at, it's checking out all the routes, everything that we've gotten there. It's building all that, creating everything that needs to happen, and then it's going to go ahead and deploy it. So if I go back into my root project here, I see, or the root of Vercel on the dashboard, I see that my project is close probably, and it now finally has a production deployment. And I can open it up by going to visit here. And there it is, right? And let's go ahead and try it out just like that. What do you know? Pretty cool. So it will start to speed up as far as the build unless you change a bunch of things. But let's go ahead and change one simple thing. Going into page.js here, I'm going to go ahead and get rid of this div. I don't need that anymore. And we'll do git status, git add. Oh yeah, I remember I said that I would be using source control on VS Code. So back into VS Code, we'll go ahead and add this one. We're staging it. We're getting ready to be committed. And we'll go and say update homepage commit. And we'll sync the changes, which is pushing and also polling. And now we'll go back into Vercel here and into our project. Under deployments, we now see that a new deployment is going. Granted, I had to redo one. But the idea being is it's going to take, 45 seconds to a minute or so before the new one comes out. And we can take a look at the domain here. And then shortly, this will be an exclamation mark, which is the minor thing that I changed. But the idea being that now we have the ability to continuously integrate and get it right into production, which is really cool. And how quickly it happens is also very cool. So the point here now is we need to figure out a way to send data to a database so it actually is there whenever we need it, so that we can also retrieve that data, and then maybe add user accounts and stuff like that. But all of those things are just stacking on the features that we want our application to end up having. But at this point, we have the ability to at least get it into production, right? And so at about a minute, it's into production, and there's that exclamation mark, and it's working. It'll probably be working on your end as well. So all of those other things are really exciting, and let's go ahead and start looking at how to do them. It's very cool that we have our app in production, but the problem, of course, is that we aren't able to get data, or seemingly able to get it yet. So what we want to do is address the first problem with how we were getting data in this one. And the next one, we'll talk about caching with fetch. So let's go ahead and take a look. First off, the get data function. The biggest glaring weakness, as some of you might have already noticed, is this endpoint right here. This is absolutely not what we want. You can't access localhost from production, or at least there's no easy way to do it. And it's probably not a good idea to even attempt to do it. So we need to solve this one. So when I say production, I also mean the build process. The build process will attempt to build this how it's currently designed with how fetch is currently working. It will attempt to automatically get this data. It will pre-render out this data for us, which is good in some cases. In this case, it's not necessarily going to be good, as we'll see. But the idea here is we need to change this localhost. Really, we need to change the protocol and the domain. We need both of those things to be fixed. Now, Next.js comes out with a really clever way to do this. So inside of our project here, we can use a .env file, but more specifically .env.local. And you already notice that it's grayed out. This is because .env is in the gitignore because Next.js just supports these. So the question, of course, is what env should we use? Well, one thing that you could do is you could say public domain, or like my domain or something like that, is localhost, 3000. And the cool thing about this is by default, I could probably log this out. Let's take a look. So we'll do console log, and it's process.env, always process.env dot whatever environment variable we have, which in this case is public domain. So if we save that and maybe refresh our local page, it might render out, so I might have to refresh the entire thing here. So what it's doing is not rendering out that local. Oh, yeah. So it rendered out localhost. So if I change it to ABC, for example, it shows me ABC. Great. So that's working correctly. So we've got our public domain, and we can now reference this on another file. So this will never be checked into Git. We'll never put this into version control. So presumably, using something like that, we could then take this same environment variable, the key value pair, so the key is public domain, the value is localhost 3000 without the quotes, we could probably even use it without the quotes inside of env local. That should be probably fine. But the idea being now is I could then come into Vercel, into our settings here, scrolling down into environment variables, and I can add it. So public domain, and then, well, what's the public domain? Now, this is where Vercel offers some built-in environment variables. So instead of using public domain, we could use something else. Now, at some point, I will have jref.io, but really, I will probably have HTTPS, jref.io, and all that. So I want it to be able to change based off of whatever domain I actually have. And I don't want to have to hard code it. I don't want to have to remember it. So like I said, Vercel gives us environment variables. It gives us system environment variables. This is true with a lot of production environments. They will give you environment variables for your runtime. And some of these environment variables will work during build time as well. The one we're about to use will work during build time as well. So what we see here is we've got these system environment variables. So there's Vercel, whether or not it's during the build process or continuous integration, the environment it's in, the Vercel URL. These things are all great, but these are more Vercel specific. We want framework specific ones, and more specifically for Next.js, of course. But there's a lot of other ones, and I'm sure there'll be more to come. So the things that we need are the environment that's currently running, which in our case will eventually be production, and then also the URL that we want to use. This does not have the protocol, right? As it says right here, it does not include the protocol. So these are the actual environment variables we want to use locally as well. So instead of public domain, we'll use next public Vercel URL, and then we can render that out in here, and we see that right there. Now, the other thing that we can also think about is the next Vercel env, which I'll put up front as well. And this one is going to be development. Really, personally, I think it's anything but production is the important part here, as we'll see when we actually design the final endpoints that we need. This right here. Okay, so now that we've got those environment variables, let's go ahead and put them into action in some form. So inside of app, we want to make a folder called lib. And inside of here, I'm going to go ahead and call it getDomain.js. So what we want to do is we want to export a default function called getDomain. And all I'm going to do here is I want to return basically this part of the domain. Not the path, just that, right? So localhost. But of course, I don't want localhost. I want this to be based off of those environment variables. So the first thing is grabbing the protocol. And this one I think is fairly simple. It's process.env dot, and it's going to be this right here, the next public Vercel _env, all caps, just like that. And I really want to see if it's equal to production. And if it is, we'll go ahead and use HTTPS. If it's not, we'll go ahead and use HTTP. And this allows me to change this protocol in here to whatever that value might be. Simple enough. The next one, of course, is going to be our domain. So const domain, and it's basically the same thing, except we don't need to set it equal to anything. We are just going to go ahead and grab the URL itself, and then we'll just repeat this process right here. And instead of HTTP, we can just bring in localhost. And then we change this to the domain. Great. So fairly straightforward function that's going to check whether or not it's in production. If it is, it'll use HTTPS. It's also going to check whether or not this environment variable even exists. If it does, just use that one. Otherwise, we'll just default to localhost. You know, maybe in production, you'll eventually just default to the production URL, because if you accidentally make a mistake somewhere, perhaps the default should be the production one, because when you go into production, that'll be something you'll want to do. In other words, change this to something like jref.io at some point. But for now, I'll leave it in as localhost 3000. Okay, great. So to use it, of course, we just come in here and say import get domain, and then it's going to be, this is the autofill one. I like using the @app lib and get domain. I much prefer that method for it. So then I'll just do const domain equals to get domain, and then we'll just do some string substitution here for this value right there. And there we go. Okay, so this still doesn't solve the problem. It helps solve the problem a little bit, but it's not fully solved yet. So let's go ahead and commit this, and we'll see what the error is after it's committed. So we'll do, oh yeah, so I want to go back into this right here, and I'll just go ahead and say updated prod domain fetching. And we'll go ahead and commit this. No stage commits. I'll go ahead and say yes, stage all of those changes, and then I'll go ahead and sync them as well, which looks like it has some syncing issues. So I'll do git push force, or git push -- force. Now, the only reason I'm doing this is because I've been doing a bunch of different testings. You should not have to force it right now. I know exactly what I'm doing. I had to test a bunch of things, and that's why I'm forcing it. Okay, so now with that pushed, what we're going to see here is in our deployments, we should still see an error, right? So what this error will show us is, well, it's going to give us hopefully something related to the JSON data. That's my hope. I mean, it's certainly possible that it actually doesn't give us an error because it is the correct domain, but it's also possible that it will give us an error. And yes, so it gives us an error pre-rendering this page, unexpected token in JSON at position 0. So this error is related to fetch as well, and it's something we'll address in the next part. Right, so in that last part, we saw that our fetching failed. It was something related to JSON data being incorrect. And I also mentioned this when we started building it, but basically you might want to have a check after the response is okay. We want to check if the response.headers.get of content type, we want to basically check if it's not equal to application JSON. And if it's not, we're going to go ahead and return just in the items being empty, what we had before. Right? So we want that content type to be application JSON to call this res.json. That's pretty much it, right? The response.json. So once we have that, let's go ahead and add it into our deployment. So updated, get or fetch response. And then we'll go ahead and commit this and sync it. Okay. So in theory, this will maybe solve the issue for us. Maybe not, but maybe will. Now, it might solve the issue in terms of building it and putting it into production. What it might not solve, what it probably won't solve, is getting the actual data. Now, this is where I think Next.js does something really, really cool, and how it actually caches these requests. So while it's building this, it's actually rendering things, and it will go through and perform a proper fetch for us. So if we wanted data to just store there, cached until the next time we build it, we can do that. We can do that right here in how it currently is set up. And that's because of the fetch caching options. So we've got fetch caching options, not catching, but caching. Now, what that of course means is it's going to go ahead and look up something and just store that in memory, if you will, to the next time it needs to be looked up. In other words, the next time it goes to that page that's trying to render out whatever that fetch data is. So the default is force cache. Now, this is a great default if you just are looking up something once when it's being built, and that's it. Now, another one, now you can use this in other contexts as well, but the way this functionality works is it will happen when it's being rendered. Now, the other one, the one that we'll change it to eventually, is no store. What noStore will do is it'll actually trigger it every time this component is rendered. So it'll actually look it up every single time, which is great. That's what we want. Now, what we'll first attempt to use, though, is another one that's really cool. It's called revalidate. And you can do it after however many number of seconds. Now, in the case of blog posts, revalidate might be something that's worth doing on a blog post, right? So you want to update it every 30 seconds or so for your blog post, or 60 or whatever it might be. That might actually be something you end up doing. Where we're going to be using noStore to make sure that we're getting it every single time, but we'll start off with revalidate. Okay, and we'll see what that ends up looking like. So before I even do that, let's go back into our deployments and see if we have that recent one deployed. And it looks like it was, right? So successfully deployed, which gives us the false hope that it's actually working correctly. And of course, if I go back into that page, it's still not working correctly, right? Because again, it did that forced cache, it did the one-time fetch when it was being built, and that's it. It was not application JSON, so it just returned back an empty list, so it didn't actually render anything. So let's try the revalidate one. Inside of fetch, we'll come in here and we'll pass in a new object with a key of next, and inside of that next key, we'll put the value of a new object for revalidate and however many seconds. So in my case, 10 seconds, right? I'm going to revalidate every 10 seconds this request. So now I'll go ahead and say updated fetch to revalidate every 10 seconds. Okay, we will commit it and we'll sync it and we'll let that go. Now this should be successful. So I'll also go ahead and put my other one as a comment here, and we'll put this in as, get rid of that. And the key is simply, cache, right? And then the string will be no store. Okay, great. So the no store, again, will happen every time the page is requested, or the blog page is requested in this case. So go ahead and say added no store cache to blog page lookup. Great. I'll commit that. I'm not going to sync it just yet because I don't want to trigger off another build just yet. So go into jref.io. Happened really quickly, 32 seconds. That's great. So if I go back into my project now, if I refresh the first time, it's going to be still empty, right? And that's because when it was built, it did the first one, it cached it. So after 10 seconds, which should have already happened, I can refresh and now I see that data. Great. So of course, the final one is actually going to be the no store so that it works every single time. And then we also have the actual get data handling, the build process essentially with this application JSON. So we'll go ahead and do get status, or actually it should be pretty much ready to go. And we'll go ahead and say updated to no store caching. Commit and sync. Okay, great. So now that should actually solve the lookup problem that we've been running with. Now, of course, this isn't necessarily how we solve it all the time for every type of fetch, right? But I want to show you all three options so you can actually try out the different options based off of what that specific thing needs, right? So the case of if you had a button in here, for example, that was actually going to go ahead and call some of these things, it's probably going to work a little bit differently than this. Because as soon as you have a button in here that's going to be a client-side component, you actually probably can't use fetch this way. In fact, you probably shouldn't. So we'll look at that in a little bit as well. But the idea being now we have the ability to fetch this data in a way that I think works out pretty well and pretty nicely. So I'll let this finish building. It did change a little bit, so it might take a little bit longer. Okay, took a minute. But now if we go in here and refresh, every single time it should be doing that request, right? And it's there. It does take a little bit longer to actually do the request, but it's there, it's working, and it's using the correct, actual endpoint and all that. Great. Now we're going to go ahead and render out a React client component inside of a server component. In other words, turn this list element into a React client component. And without changing that much stuff, it's actually really, really cool on how it works. Now, the idea being, of course, is working towards something like this card with image, right? So at some point, you'll have a blog that will look a little bit more like this. So Flowbite gives a really good example of this with all the code that you might end up using. But we're not there yet. We just want to actually render out the React component. So let's go ahead and do that now. Now, if we look back into our blog, up to this point, pretty much everything that we put into our app folder, right? All of these different files are basically rendering out a page of some kind. It's a route that gets rendered. And that's because of page.js inside of the folder itself. Anything that's not related to page.js or route.js will not be rendered. It will not be accessible from a URL. So inside a blog here, I can easily put card.js, and this is where I can render it out. So first off, we need to declare use client because this is a client component. And we're going to go ahead and export the default, and we'll call this a function of, and I'll give it the name of card. And it's going to take in some props here, which I'll pass in title. And then we're going to go ahead and return a div. And in here, we'll go ahead and put our title. Okay. So basically, we'll also say if not title, then we'll just go ahead and say div empty, something like that, right? We'll return back that empty div. Okay. So with this in mind, let's go ahead and use it into our page. We'll come back in here. I'll get rid of some of these comments here. We don't need this use client stuff in here anymore. And I'll go ahead and import card from /card. Great. Now you might want to call this our blog card, something like that, just to give it a more specific name or more robust name for this particular element. And when you import defaults, you can easily do that. Okay, so now what we do is inside of our blog page here, we'll get rid of these console logs. Inside of items, I can just get rid of all this basically. I'll leave that key there because I need that, but I can put blog card and I can cut this out and close it off like that and just say title equals to item.title. But I'll misspell it for a moment so we can say, we can see what empty looks like. But we save that. Now let's bring this back over here. We save that. Everything should still be running. And if we jump back in, we see that it says empty. Great. Put it back in title. Cool. Now that blog post is working. So why is it that we would end up doing something like this? Well, it's so we can do something like this. And that's use state from React. This is a hook that's really nice. So we'll go ahead and say count and set count. And there's going to be use state of, let's start with just 1. And then we'll go ahead and say, count right here. And I want to add a click handler to the title. So we'll do const handle click. And this is an event. Do event.prevent default. It's probably not necessary, but we'll go ahead and do set count plus 1. Okay. So you can't do count plus. If you were attempting to do that, that is a constant. You need to use set count and do set and count plus 1. That won't modify the count itself or mutate it. Great. So now that we've got this, let's go ahead and add this into our H1 with on click, the actual click event. This is how you attach it. This is very, very simple React stuff here. We save that. We refresh in here. If I click hello world many times, that count is incrementing up and up, right? And we can also do this with some more data. So our posts, let's go back into the post route here. I'll go ahead and add in a few more items of data so we can see it in action. We don't really need to change all of that necessarily, but if I refresh in here, now I can see that these actions are working as they should. Okay, great. So the next thing, of course, would be just to commit these things. So we'll go ahead and say React client component added. And I'll commit all of this, say yes, sync those changes, and then we'll look at the result in just a moment. Okay, looks like it was successful. So let's go ahead and take a look. Back into our blog here, we refresh. We should see 3 now, and of course we do. And if I click on them, what do you know? They're working. So we now have that React component in there. And I mean, look how tightly coupled it is. It's really, really cool on how quickly all of this can happen. When it comes to other methods of trying to combine a server with React, it's not as easy. Let's just put it that way. This is really, really easy to do. Now, the card itself, the actual client-side components, can do requests. They can do lookups, right? They don't always have to be on the server side or a server component, right? The lookups being this fetch here. It just has to be done in a different way than what we did already, which we can see in just a little bit. But the idea being, now we have a React component rendered out. It's pretty cool. Now we're going to go ahead and implement a React hook for client-side fetching. That is very similar to this get data function that we have on our blog page, but instead of using fetch, we're going to be using the SWR package. So let's go ahead and add it in with npm add SWR. This is basically the same thing as saying npm install, but this will actually work on Vercel as well. So once we have that, I'm going to go ahead and create a new route here for GitHub. And inside of this, we're going to go ahead and do page.js. Now, this is coming directly from their example, but the idea here is that we are modifying it a little bit for our own use case. And the first thing is by saying use client, right? So we definitely need that. And then we're going to go ahead and import use SWR from SWR, lowercase. Okay. So first and foremost, this hook will only work in the client side. It might work on the back end in the future, but it will pretty much only work in the client side. The next thing is we're going to declare const fetcher equals to URL. And then we're going to go ahead and do fetch URL.then. And it's going to take in a response of res.json. Okay. So we'll see how we use this in a moment, but this is basically a function to do the fetching for us. That's what this is. That's what's happening here, and we'll just pass in a URL. Again, it's not a whole lot different than a standard fetch call, but you declare it there, and then we're going to go ahead and do export default function, and I'm going to call this my GitHub profile. And there's a few things that we use for this hook here, and it's going to be const, and it's the data itself that comes back, the error if there is one, and whether or not it is loading. So for this, we'll go ahead and say use SWR. We're going to go ahead and put in our URL here in a moment, and then we're going to pass in the fetcher function, the callback function that we use to actually do the lookup. Okay, so the first thing that I need to do is get the actual URL that I want. Now, in my case, I'm going to go ahead and grab this URL here. Just go ahead and copy that whole thing, and we'll bring it back in, and I'll do const my GitHub profile, or repo profile rather, and we'll put that in as a string. Now it's a little bit different than this. You'll do API dot and then repos slash, and that's it. That's the only change that you need to do, and then we'll pass this in to use SWR. Then what we're going to do is we're going to return some data here, which is a div, and the first one I'll just do is going to be h1, and this is going to be data.name. Okay, so of course, if there's an error, we want to check that, and we'll say if error, then we're going to go ahead and return an error happened, and then if is loading, then we'll go ahead and return loading. Cool. So there we go. That's how we're going to end up doing it. Let's take a look at this. Go back into our project here, and we'll do /GitHub, because remember, we called it page.js. It does loading, and then it gives me jref.io. Now, there's a few other things that I can grab that I'll just go ahead and copy and paste here as far as the data is concerned, and that's going to be subscriber count, stargazer count, and forks count. We save that, we refresh, and there we go, right? Not a whole lot going on here as far as this repo just yet. Maybe by the time you're watching it, it'll look a little different, but there's all that data, and it's fetching it when it needs to, and it's working correctly. Right? And notice it's happening when I reload the page as well, but it will also cache things pretty well as well. So the next thing, of course, is just to verify this works on Vercel. So we'll go ahead and add this, and we'll go ahead and say added SWR for client fetching. Okay. And we'll go ahead and say yes, and sync those changes. Okay. And then we'll come back to just make sure the deployment went okay. Okay, finished. I'll refresh in here and go over to my GitHub page. And what do you know? There it goes. So this is hopefully the process you start getting into is you make a little change, you deploy it. You make a little change, you deploy it, right? that's something that I really want to emphasize here. But the other part is, of course, this is a effective way and efficient way to do your GET requests. It's not to post and update data, right, in the backend. It's really just to request data. You can request data from the backend as well. That's okay with this, but this is mainly for getting data. Now we're going to start the process of sending data to the backend. This is going to be a client component inside of a server component that will actually handle the form to eventually shorten our URLs and store it into a database. So the idea being that I'm actually going to copy page.js. We'll copy and paste this, and I'll put it into links/page.js, which creates a folder for us. VS Code is really nice. But now we've got this basically the same thing. So I'm going to call this my links page. No big deal. And I'll get rid of that. So we save that. And if we look at our project here and go into links, I should see basically nothing in here. Great. So now what I want to do is create our form. So I'll just call this my create form.js. You can call it whatever you like, but create form is exactly what I intend for this thing to be. Now, what it's going to be is a client component. So we want to use client. And this is so I can actually tie in user interface type things like handle submit. So when you submit a form, I want to prevent whatever default action happens, and I want to handle it myself. That's exactly what I'm doing here. So we're going to go ahead and do export default and function called our links create form. And this is going to return our form here. I'm going to put it into a empty fragment here, which is similar to React.fragment, but of course we don't have to type it out inside of Next.js. And so what I want to do now is I want to create my form. So it's going to be a form in here, and it's really going to have two things. That's going to be our input, and this is going to be a type of text, and the name is going to be simply URL, and that's it. Okay. We could also do a placeholder here and say your URL to shorten or something like that. And then we'll go ahead and put a button here and give it a type of submit. And we'll go ahead and say shorten. Great. Okay, so this is very simple so far. We're going to go ahead and render it out into our page. So I'm going to get rid of this import for the image, and we'll import the links create form from .createForm, just like that. And we'll bring this in here just like that. Great. So we refresh in here. There's our URL to shorten. I'm going to go ahead and grab this one right here, copy it, and paste it in here and hit shorten. Obviously nothing happens, and the default action is a GET request to a different URL, as you see up there. So what I'm also going to do is I want to add in the value just being that value, just so I don't have to copy and paste it over and over again, and I can just run this at any time. That's really the only reason to do this right now. Okay, so I want to handle this data. Now, the first thing that I'm going to do is I'm going to declare a handler. So handle form, and this is going to be an asynchronous function, so I can use asynchronous fetch on the client, which we'll see. So async event, and this is going to be event.prevent default. Okay, so now I'm going to go ahead and come in here and do add on submit. So this is tying into the submit. That is this event right here. It's tying into that. It's being assigned to this handle form, and we're preventing the default here. Okay, so we save that, and let's go ahead and refresh in here. If I hit shorten now, it doesn't actually try to change the URL like it was. Great. So the next thing, of course, is to grab all of this data. Now, there's a lot of different ways on how we can grab this data. The first way would be to get it specifically, like the actual name here. And you can get that with event.target.name and then .value. This value, or this is coming directly to this right here, this name here. But the problem with this, in my opinion, is it's not as flexible as it could be. So to make it flexible, we do const form data equals to new form data, and that's just the event.target. This turns it into something called form data, which you can use in a lot of different ways. But what I actually want is still an object, right? So we're going to go ahead and change this into data, and this is going to be object.fromEntries, and then form data. So this we can actually console log and see what it does. Of course, it's an object now, which means that I can also turn it into JSON data. And it's going to be JSON.stringify of that data, which we could also console log as well. So let's take a look at that, save everything, go back into the project, hit shorten. Of course, it's console logging on the client side, so we need to look at the client console. And let's get rid of this log here. We're getting an error here. You provided a value, of course. So we provided a default value, which should have been default value, not the actual value. So let's change this to default value. Okay, there. Now it's not mad at us. Okay, we're going to get rid of that anyway, but let's just make sure that it's correct. Okay, so we're going to shorten this, and we see two different values. One is an actual JavaScript object, right? So that's an actual object. The other one is a string or JavaScript object notation that we can then submit to our backend. Cool. But it has that same data. And that's just really, really flexible in terms of like if I wanted to have multiple URLs, I don't know why you would do this necessarily, but if I refresh in here and hit shorten, now it has all of those. And that's exactly why I wanted the form to work from form data and entries. So if I add new inputs in here, I can really, really easily. Okay, so now we have all of the data we need, so we just need to formulate the request itself. So this means that we need to update our options here. So the first thing is we want to add in the method of post. The next thing is going to be our headers, and there's going to be content type and application JSON. Right? You always want the content type of application JSON when you're working with your API. And then finally, our body is going to be our JSON data. Okay, so this is slightly different than what we saw before, but nevertheless, it is correct. And then the next thing is going to be our endpoint. Now, in this case, since it's the client side, we can actually use a path like API/links/create or something along those lines. I'll just leave it in as API/links, which means that I need to create that route. So back into our API here, we're going to go ahead and create a new folder called links, and then I'll go ahead and do route.js. Now, we already saw route.js within posts, and we already saw the post method in there as well. So I'm going to go ahead and copy that, and we will paste this in to our route here. And I'll just have post as the function that actually works. And of course, it returns back JSON data. We'll look at this request in a moment, but for now, I'm going to leave it as is. Great. So I've got my form data here. And then the next thing is going to be my response, and that's going to be await fetch the endpoint itself, which again, it's a relative endpoint. And then we're going to go ahead and use our options here. And then we should be able to get our result, which would be result equals to await response.json. And then I'm going to go ahead and console log what that is. Great. Okay. So let's take a look. I hit shorten and hello ABC. Great. So it now shows me exactly that. I was able to create form data and send it to my backend. Right? And if I really wanted to, I could also say results and set results equals to use state of null. Of course, if I want to use state, I need to import it. So import use state from React. Okay, and now when I want to set results, I will go ahead and do set results of the result. And then we will come in here, not the string of null, but rather simply null. And then down in the actual rendering, I'll go ahead and say results and JSON.stringify results. Great. Refresh in here, hit submit, and there they are. Now we've got it all sort of pumping on full cylinders, if you will. Granted, we don't actually have the data on the API side. That's something we'll still look at. I'm not going to do it just yet. But the idea here is you can now reuse this form element in many different ways. And of course, it doesn't have to be post. It can absolutely be a get method as well. But using post, in this case, we are allowed to have other kinds of data. And the idea of using form data too, this right here, is then you can also have inputs like files and stuff like that. You could actually reshape this to use file inputs as well, and even use a different kind of request if you need to. But this is actually, I think, fairly straightforward and also pretty easy to do. The final test that we want to do, of course, is to push this onto our server. So I'm going to go ahead and say added links create form, and we'll go ahead and commit that. Yes, and sync changes. Okay. And then we'll go back into Vercel. Just want to make sure my deployment is working, and I'll come back once it's done. Okay, looks like it built. Okay, let's go into the production version and go into links, hit shorten, and there we go. Hello, ABC. Quite a different spacing there. I think maybe because of the console. Let's bring that console back up. Yeah, there it is. Okay, great. So we now have the ability to do those API requests with post data, which is fantastic. Now, of course, we need to do something with that data in terms of putting it into a database, and we'll work towards that after we understand how to actually even look at that data from the API. Now we're actually going to get the data from the post route for our API links. Now, in this post route, what we could do is we can accept the request that's coming through in the function that comes in by default, and we can grab the data with const data equals to await response, or rather request.json, and then we can echo back that data here. And typically speaking, when it comes to creating data, you'll pass in or respond with a status code of 201. The default, I believe, is going to be 200, but you want to have the correct status code when you are creating that data. And in the case of this form, we are creating data in this API endpoint. Okay, so if I hit shorten, now what's going to happen is it's going to respond back with that data, and it's going to be the correct status code as well. Now, of course, what's happening here, though, is I'm not actually checking whether or not this is the correct content type. So I'm also going to go ahead and come in here and say const content and type with a lowercase c here equals to await and request.headers.get content type. And basically, if the content type is not equal to application JSON, then we're going to return something just slightly different. The status will be 400, and then the message will pass through will just be simply error and invalid request, something like that. And if the content type is anything other than JSON, that's what we should do. Cool. Although it is returning JSON, so perhaps we would want to render something different. But for now, we'll just leave it just like that. So we save it and we come back into our form. Of course, nothing changed here. So let's go ahead and actually make something change in terms of the form itself. So what I want to do now is I'm going to go ahead and copy and paste this form. And I'll just call this form and create HTML form. As in just a pure old HTML form, not a React component. So I'm going to go ahead and get rid of this, and I'm also going to get rid of all of these things here. And then we'll come back, and instead of form on submit, I'll go ahead and say action equals to /API/links, and method being post. Let's get rid of that trailing slash there. Okay, so with this, we'll go ahead and get rid of that. This is another type of create form. So this is the HTML version. So I'm going to go ahead and go back into the page and grab that HTML version. So links create form from create HTML form. It's just slightly different on how it's actually going to be submitting this data. I hit shorten, and then I get this invalid request as we already declared. Pretty cool. So that's just a quick way to just jump through each one. But how do we actually make this a valid request? We absolutely can, and it's something that would be done inside of the post JSON itself. So what you would be doing is, instead of it being JSON, the actual data you'd want, you would come in here and do form data, and this is going to be just slightly different, and we're going to go ahead and await, and this is going to be request, and we want the actual form data itself. And then we'll go ahead and do console log of that form data. Granted, I'll still be getting an invalid request, but I just wanted to show you that just having a standard HTML form is still okay, right? So in this case, it says invalid, but if we look on the server itself, we see that form data right here. It's the same data. We could handle it. We could do all sorts of stuff, but it's just outside the context of something that I really want to do in this case. So I'll get rid of that, and I'll come back into my page and turn it back into what it was originally, and I'll leave this HTML form here just as an example of something that you could do. And I will actually comment this out too using standard HTML form. Because every once in a while, you might not want to use a React component, a React client component to handle all of the form data itself. I tend to like using this so I can be responsive and actually I can manipulate things related to the data that's being sent and shared, which is kind of the point. Cool. Now, before we start the process of storing domains in a database, we need to validate our data. So if I click on shorten here, there's nothing validating this against an actual URL. It's just echoing back this data. I want to actually validate it. Now, the way I'm going to do this is by copying code that I created specifically for this for a regular expression validation. So if you go to gist.github.com/codingforentrepreneurs and locate is valid URL, you'll find this. It's also going to be on the GitHub, the actual code itself, but I'll update it more often here, if anything. Okay, so the idea being that we want to copy this, and we're going to go back into our project, into lib here, and we'll go ahead and create a new file called isValidURL.js and paste this in. It is an asynchronous function, but the idea is you can pass in any sort of URL and then an array of domains that you want to not allow. And you have to put in an array of domains to not allow, and then it's going to go ahead and tell you whether or not it is valid. So back into our route here, we're going to go ahead and use that. So we're going to import isValidURL from the lib folder, as we see here. And then I'll go ahead and say const URL equals to data. And if that data exists, we'll go ahead and look for the URL key itself. And if that exists, we'll go ahead and do data URL. Otherwise, we'll go ahead and say null. And then we'll go ahead and say is valid, or rather, let's say valid URL. And then we'll go ahead and do await and is valid URL of the URL, and then pass in something like, let's do jref.io for right now. And then it's basically the same as this right here, except it's not content type. Instead, it's now, if it's not a valid URL, then we're going to go ahead and pass in a message and say something along the lines of like URL is not valid. And the status code for the application type, the actual invalid data type that's being requested, we'll change that to 415 to have a better status code, where 400 makes a lot more sense for a validation error. Okay, so now when we go back to our page here, we shorten the GitHub one. That one's still working. That's fine. If I do jref.io, get rid of the .com, shorten that, that's not valid. If I do some gibberish, also not valid, right? So great. We now have a way to validate that data right inside of, like right before we would actually want to save it and all that, which is great. Now, the other actual shortening I want to potentially use would be the domain from Vercel. So that's whatever domain this is. And this one, we don't necessarily have to hard code, right? So if you recall, we could use the environment variable of that URL, right? So that's another one that we could absolutely put in here just to make sure that that's working. But of course, locally, using the jref Vercel is probably going to work if I don't have it already in the environment variables. So I can do process.env and then that next Vercel URL. Okay, cool. So now we've got all of those things. And localhost is already not allowed. So localhost 3000. It's really just what domains do we just not want to allow in here. Oh, that's the live version. That's funny. Okay, so we come back in and do localhost 3000, hit shorten, not valid. Great, so we're definitely on the right track as far as having validation done, and we're pretty much ready to start storing this into a database. But of course, we have to do a few integrations to get that going as well. At this time, I would recommend that you just deploy this to Vercel, as I will. I'll go ahead and say added URL validation to links form. And I'm actually not going to show the verification at this point, but it should work just fine. We shouldn't have any issues. If you do, just let us know in the comments. But more than likely, if there are issues, we'll look at them later when we actually start using the database. There's really two things that all web applications have in common. Number one, they're accessible likely through the internet. And number two, they actually store data somewhere. Our application doesn't store data yet, so let's change that now. We're going to be using Neon, which is a serverless Postgres service that allows us to really scale down or scale up to meet the demands of our database, which also means that we only pay for what we use, which is typically how big our database is. Another cool thing about Neon is that we can branch the database. So if you have a bunch of production data that's being created and you don't want to touch the production database, you can actually branch it and then use that branch as a new database, like locally or something like that. It's pretty cool. Now, the other part about this is it's optimized for Vercel, the serverless functions or the edge functions. We're going to be using the edge functions, which are really fast and really cool. And it's really easy as well. So let's start off by signing up for Neon. We'll go ahead and sign in here. Continue with GitHub. In my case, I already did that. And then we're going to go ahead and create a brand new project, which is in this button down here. And I'm going to call mine JRef. Now, the key thing here is this region. We want to select a region that's close to where our edge functions or our functions on Vercel will end up being. Now, if you're not familiar with what I mean by functions, we'll take a look at those soon too. But the idea being is we go back into our project. We go into settings here, and we go down into functions, and we see function region. We want to pick a region and either that are near each other. So in this case, it's already in Washington, D.C., and so what I can do then is on my Neon database, I can change it to North Virginia. That's likely a lot closer. Ohio and North Virginia, there's not that much of a difference likely to Washington, D.C., but the point is we want it to be close. You might already know why. It has to do with speed, otherwise known as latency, between these two things connecting. It's not really about connecting to your users. Your users is going to be more about the actual function region or where your application is deployed. But Vercel is incredibly efficient as far as getting data to you. That's one of the things that Next.js does really, really well as far as actually loading the application itself. So now that we've got this, let's go ahead and create this project here. And the first thing it gives us is a database connection string. Now, if you're already familiar with Postgres, you're like, oh, cool, I could just use this really, really quickly. And that's true. Now, what we're going to be doing, though, is using the Neon client for serverless databases. This client is optimized for Vercel Edge. Okay, so what we're going to do here is we're going to copy this and we're going to bring it into our local env file. So .env.local, we'll call it database URL. We're going to set that equal right there. With this open, I'm also going to jump back into my project here on Vercel and go into my environment variables under the settings and also add it in here as well. Now, there's a huge caveat that you should be aware of that you probably won't want to do when it comes to your production applications, and that is using the same user and the same credentials for local and production. So back into the console here, what I can do is close this out, and I can actually go into roles, and I can create a brand new role. Right here, I'm just using the one single role in two places, but when you actually start using it in production, definitely consider creating another role that could still have permission to the same database, but the idea being that you're not having the same passwords exposed in multiple places. Now, this actual database and the database connection string will be deleted pretty soon for me, right? It might not be for you, but it is something to be aware of. Okay, so we've got a couple things covered. We've got the database string that we need to actually connect to our database. So now it's time to actually install the client to do that connection. So we're going to do a hello world here. So if you go on GitHub for Neon Database /serverless, you will find the client that we're going to end up using. This client is evolving. So if anything major changes, please let us know. But more than likely, this is what's going to work. And a lot of things that have been up before are backward compatible. So we're going to go ahead and install this. Now, I will point out that you don't have to use this on Vercel. You can use it for a lot of different things, including the drop-in replacement for the Node Postgres, which is great. So that means that it actually has support for a lot of ORMs that we'll actually look at a little bit later. But we want to do a hello world type thing here right now. So I'm going to go ahead and install this into my app with pnpm add, and it's going to be at neon database /serverless, just like that. And of course we need pnpm, so it works on Vercel. We hit enter, and this is going to do some installation for us. So what I want to do is inside a lib, I'm going to go ahead and create a db.js, and we're going to go ahead and import a few things. First off, we're going to import neon from the at database serverless, and then we're going to go ahead and declare our SQL client. What you will do is SQL, and then you're going to pass in to neon process.env.database URL, just like that. Okay. And so to actually run SQL commands, we will call just like this. So we do something like select now, and that will get the time that we'd have. So let's just console log this. This probably won't do anything just yet because we haven't imported this file at all or used it anywhere. But if we run pnpm and run dev, I don't think it will actually console log this result just yet. Which is fine. We can totally do it in just a moment. So what I want to do then is, instead of just console logging this, I'm going to go ahead and export an asynchronous function called hello world. Now I'm not exporting a default function on purpose, but I am exporting just this asynchronous function here. And all I want to do here is give this response back what I had originally. So to do this, it needs to be awaited. So that's another reason why this doesn't necessarily work, is that I need to get my DB response in brackets, just like that. And we're going to set it equal to await and SQL select now. There we go. So inside of these backticks is a SQL statement. You can do all kinds of SQL statements here, and that's exactly what it is. And so we're going to return back this DB response. So I need this to actually be on some sort of page. So I'll go into my blog here, and I'm going to import that hello world. Go to import and hello world from our database lib. I'm going to go ahead and use @app like that, just like our Git domain here. And then I want to call this hello world down into the page itself. So I'll go ahead and do db hello equals to await hello world, and I'll go ahead and console log what that is. So console log my db hello to whatever that is. Great. Okay, so back into my project here. I'm going to go ahead and let it run for a moment. It might take a moment for it to fully work, but there we go. That is my database response right there, and it gives me the time, which is exactly what's happening with this select now. That's what's going on in terms of the database itself. So what I could do then is, in my hello world, I can change this to be db now equals to the db response, and we would basically say and db response.now. Then we'll go db response.now. Otherwise, we'll just say it's an empty string, and that's what I'll return. Okay, so now we see that that's a string there, just like that. And one of the questions you might have, is it a date string? So can I actually remove a date from it, right? So let's go ahead and try that with subtracting a new date object here. Save that, and what do we get? We get a value, right? It's probably about 83 seconds or milliseconds actually. So that's kind of cool. But the other thing is, I can actually come back into this hello world here, and I can say db now is db now, and then I can test the latency here. So what I can do is say const start equals to new date, and then const end equals to new date, right? And so the latency then would be, we'll use math.abs, or absolute value, end minus start, and this should be in milliseconds. So we refresh, and here we see that the console log is happening just like that. And then back into our page, what I want to do is I'm going to go ahead and add what this db hello says by putting it into a paragraph tag. I'll do db response, and it's just going to be the json.stringify of the db hello. And that's pretty much where we'll leave it for now. And the next one, we'll actually change this into an edge function, but we can refresh and we can see how fast it actually ends up being, which is really, really fast. And I am in Idaho, so this is actually going across the country into, what did I say, North or Virginia? I think North Virginia is where it's going. So it's really, really fast, even for where I am, which is pretty cool. So now what we need to do is actually deploy this into Vercel. That's something we'll do in the next one by modifying our blog page a little bit. Now, the reason I haven't deployed this to Vercel yet is because we want to declare a couple things inside of our page.js here. Now, whenever we are going to be using a database function of some kind, we want to deploy and change the runtime. So we're going to export a constant called runtime, and we're going to set this to edge. If we don't set it to edge, it's going to default to Node.js, which is probably fine, but edge should be a little bit faster, more efficient, and I believe closer to your end users. The other thing we want to do is we want to export a constant, and this is going to be our preferred region. And what this region will be, we could say auto, we could leave it in as auto, or what we could do is we could actually come into our project here, go into settings, and grab the functions and grab whatever that value is. So in this case, it's IAD1. But you'd grab one of those regions and have that as your preferred region. And I'll do IAD1. Now, of course, the reason for that is because our Neon database is, well, associated to that region, or we selected it based off of that region. So now that we've got that, let's go ahead and say added database support and edge function. So go ahead and commit this, say yes. I'll go ahead and sync these changes. I'll go ahead and say okay. I'll just wait a minute or so to let the deployment finish. And now back into Vercel, I see that it is finished, and there's the database support and edge functions. So if we go back into our project and we click on the project itself, rather deployments itself, and go into that recent deployment and go into our functions here, we can see all of the various functions that we've got. All of these will work as functions, whereas our blog function will actually be an edge function in Washington, D.C., as we see. So the execution duration is going to be 30 seconds, where if we go to like links, we see that it's Node.js. The execution duration is a lot shorter. It's only 10 seconds, right? So we definitely want to use a little bit longer of one if for some reason our query is taking a little bit longer. But we've got blog being an edge function. And if we go in here and take a look at that blog, there it is. The latency is a lot less than it was with me in Idaho. And that's because, of course, it's not making as long as the journey, and also how efficient Vercel is at getting this data out there through a content delivery network as far as connecting to the website itself. So significantly faster than my local lookups. 5 times, or at least 2 times, 3 times, 4 times faster than what I've got locally. So that's pretty cool. And this is also one of those features of using those edge functions as well. So we can use the edge functions anywhere. So anywhere we want to put this runtime as our default, we could totally do that. And I think that's perfectly acceptable, especially when it comes to getting database related things. So whenever we're using Neon, we're going to want to use that edge runtime and this preferred region. I would imagine the auto preferred region probably will work, but just declaring the region that we prefer is ideal. Now we can also add in stuff like revalidate in here, just like what we saw with the fetch itself. We can add in like 10 seconds if we needed to, or something along those lines. I'm not going to do that, but I will say I will at least point you to where you could learn more about it, and that's in the root segment config on how you could go about doing all of these root changes and how fast it works. And it will work on the page as well, as we just saw with that runtime. So whenever you need to change it, this is the way to do it. Now, the other part about this that's important to note is that not everywhere you find documentation related to Next.js will have the app router, right? In many cases, it will maybe not, right? So on Neon's current README for this client, this is using the other version of Next.js, the page router, which is still valid, but it's just slightly different. If you were to use this, it would give you a warning. So let me just show you that. Save that, you refresh in here, and you go back into your project, and let's go ahead and reload that page. What you should see at some point for this one is a warning related to that, and here it is right there, right? And this is only because of app router versus page router, but it is something to note and something to be aware of. Personally, I really like how this one works. It's just pretty straightforward, and there's already a fallback and a default. So yeah, that's pretty cool. We now have our database working on an edge function, and it's really, really fast. So let's keep going. Now what we want to do is start actually creating the database tables we're going to insert data into, where we're going to store our data, and then also retrieve our data, of course. So to do this, we actually need to lay a foundation for what we'll use very soon, which is called an ORM. But in the meantime, I want to actually create this table using pure SQL. So if you don't know SQL, this is going to be a little bit of an introduction to it to you. If you know SQL well, you know that we've already done a SQL command right in here, right? And so you can continue to do that. But what I've found is when working with Next.js specifically, writing invalid SQL commands takes a little bit longer, like even upwards of a few minutes, to give me that error right in Next.js versus right inside of the Neon console, or of course if you have the Postgres client installed, you can always log in there. But in the Neon console, in the SQL editor, this is a really easy way to just jump in and run some commands so we can, get it working correctly before we copy and paste it and bring it into our local project. So what we want to do here is we want to create a brand new table. And the command for this is as simple as create table, and then you can give it some name. So like, let's give it some gibberish name for now, and then I'll use some parentheses in here just like this to add the rows. Okay, so I can go ahead and say ABC and some other gibberish, and I go ahead and try to explain it. I should get a syntax error. I go to analyze it, also syntax error, right? So this same exact error running it inside of Next.js might take a really long time and never work. Of course, if I go to run it, it will also save it over here in my history. Of course, this is not a valid command whatsoever. We've got a bunch of issues here. So what we want to do is we want to create a table if it doesn't exist. Because if we need to execute this again, it's only going to happen if it does not exist. So to do that, we say create table if not exists. But if you accidentally didn't put an S there, or you spelled it incorrectly, again, you get a syntax error if that happens. So we change it to the correct one, and then we give it a table name. In my case, I'm going to call it links. And now what we want to do is design each column that we want to store. Now the column being like the ID, for example, right? So every time you insert a new object or a new data point, a new row, you want it to automatically get a unique ID that increments by 1 each time. So to do that, we do ID, and then it's serial, primary key, and not null. That's it. Now we have a way to have IDs in there. Now we're going to go ahead and add in another field, which this field is going to be simply URL, and it's going to be text, so it could be kind of a varying length. It could be fairly long, and it could be fairly short as well. And I'll go and say not null, right? So as far as my knowledge, the default does not have a data type for URLs. You would put the data type in as text, where the ID, we want it to be serial, so it automatically increments like 1 by 1. Next up, we're going to go ahead and do created at, and we use that underscore there instead of a dash. And I'm going to go ahead and do timestamp default now. Okay. So created at, as in when this gets entered into the database, it's going to automatically set it to now. And that is the same as this select now. It's going to be the same exact value inside from the database. So this is actually how we can create that table. I hit run, and now it should actually create that table for me. So this is now valid SQL. I should be able to use it just fine. And I can also verify that the table exists. But before I verify that, I'm going to bring it on over into my project here, and I'm going to paste it into with backticks around it. So we'll solve that in just a second. I'll go back into my tables in the Neon console, and I see this links table in here just like that. Okay, great. So the next thing is, of course, is we actually want to be able to call this command. So I'll go ahead and copy this hello world here and paste right underneath it. This time I'm not actually going to export it, but I will say configure database as the function name. And then we're going to go ahead and automatically run it. And we'll go ahead and catch the error if there is one. And we'll console log db config error with that error. Okay, great. So the SQL statement is now going to be this. So we can just paste that in here just like that. And this is going to be our response. So I don't need to unpack it at all. I can just do db response and I can get rid of this. And then I can also get rid of the return statement. We don't need one. And I'll just go ahead and console log db response for new table and just pass that on in here just like that. Okay, so at this point, let's go ahead and make sure our project is running. It looks like it still is. And so one of the things you might be wondering is like, when is this actually going to be ran? Well, it should only be ran one time. That is when it's being built or when the server refreshes. So when it restarts, it's going to run it that one time. As we see here, we've got db response for new table and so on, right? So that's going to happen literally every time I save it on my local development, but when I'm in production, it's only going to run with that build. And the reason it even runs in the first place is because this db.js module is being used, and it's being used on the blog page. So here's that blog page that actually is calling that module, and therefore everything in that, or at least this command right here, would end up running in that module as well. So what we have here, though, can be called elsewhere. It doesn't have to be called here, right? We could actually put it in something like the hello world thing, but it's not really that necessary. We could just leave it as is. And so the reason it is even being called in my console is because I'm actually on that page. I'm on the blog page right here. And right now it's saying something went wrong. It's failing to compile all of this because of when it was saved. So this goes back to that caching issue and things that are related to potentially issues that you have while trying to use this Next.js caching, right? And so now if I fix it, hopefully now it's working, but it's certainly possible that it could take some time before it works. And I want to emphasize, this latency that ends up happening is not because of Neon. It's not because of the database. It's because of how caching ends up working and if you have an incorrect SQL statement. So the question, of course, becomes, how do we make correct SQL statements? How are we going to go about doing that? Well, that's what we want to do with the DrizzleORM. So let's take a look at Drizzle. One of the best ways to work with a SQL database using JavaScript is by using an ORM. This is true for many programming languages, but the ORM stands for Object Relation Mapping or Relation Mapper. And what that allows us to do is, instead of writing SQL like this, we can actually go in and use something a bit more like this. Now, they're very, very similar. They basically overlap in quite a bit of in many ways, right? So we've got our ID of primary key in here. We've got a full name, which is basically like that URL. And then we have this phone number in here. So it's not exactly the same, but it's very, very close, right? So DrizzleORM is going to be doing stuff like this. But the thing is, even with that in mind, I found the best way to create or update tables is by using this configuration command right here. So we're still going to be using what we just did, just we're going to be using Drizzle to help us with that process. And so what we want to do here is we're going to create what's called a schema file, which is really just a design of our tables. All of our tables, we're going to put them in one schema file as Drizzle recommends. And we'll basically be like, oh, if we need to store more data, we're going to update that schema file as we see fit. So this is what we're working towards right now. So first thing that we need to do is we need to install Drizzle and DrizzleKit. DrizzleKit will help us make some of the SQL files that we need, also known as migration files. But the idea being that we want to actually go off of, almost off of this. We don't need Postgres in here, but just we do need DrizzleORM and DrizzleKit. So let's go ahead and install that now. I'm going to open up a new terminal here, and we'll do p npm, and we'll go ahead and add Drizzle-ORM. And then we're going to go ahead and in our development environment, p npm, add -D, the Drizzle-kit. And we'll go ahead and hit enter. And there we go. Okay. So our schema file is going to be inside of our lib here. We're going to go ahead and create schema.js. Okay, so again, we want to think of this in terms of how we're going to just declare all of our database files. However, we will continue to use this going forward. So the first things first, we're going to go ahead and import timestamp, and we're going to import text, PG table, and serial. And this is going to be from the DrizzleORM / PG core. Okay. Now what we're going to do is we're going to export const. We're going to give this a table name. So in a lot of examples, you'll see it as like links like this. I tend to append with the schema table to it. So I often do something more like links table like that, just so that I know this is specifically a Postgres table. It's a SQL table that I'm using with Drizzle. And we want to declare that table with PG table and then the name of the table. Now, if you recall, we already have this table, right? It already exists on our database, which we could change in a little bit, and we will. Next, we're going to go ahead and declare all of the columns that we want to support as a JavaScript object. There's that object relation mapper. First off is the ID, and again, we're going to be using serial of the ID, and then dot primary key, and then dot not null. Next up, we're going to go ahead and do our URL again. This is a text item, and again, we're going to name it URL. So the key value pairs are slightly different. I'll explain those in a second. And again, it'll be not null. Then we're going to go ahead and do created at, and this is going to be timestamp, and then created at, and then default now. Okay, so what do we have here? First off, serial right there. We've got our ID. This is the field name in the database, the one that's in the string. The actual key is the one that we can use inside of JavaScript. That's where this created at and created at makes sort of a difference. Now, I think generally speaking, you'd probably want to keep these things the same, but every once in a while you might want to change them, and that's how we actually go about doing that. Just so you're aware of it, that's why I put it there. And we've got that default now still. Not null means that we can't have an empty value in there in the database, and there'll be some checks along with that. Okay, so now we've got our table. That's our first table. So the question, of course, is, well, what do we do with this table? Well, the first thing I want to do is actually create a migration. So almost like assuming that we actually didn't run this command yet, but we want to create what that command could look like with using our Drizzle kit. Now we're going to go ahead and create a SQL statement from JavaScript using DrizzleKit. So this PG table object will be converted into JavaScript for us with this method. It's fairly straightforward, but it's really nice because it gives us valid JavaScript or valid SQL from this JavaScript that hopefully is valid. And then it also will give us a history of these changes that you might be making. So inside of the root of my project here, I'm going to go ahead and do drizzle.config.js, just like that, or rather .json. JS does work as well, but we'll use JSON. And then I'll go ahead and add in a schema, and then we'll also add in out. So out is where we want to store these things. I'll just do it in src/migrations, and then the schema itself is this particular file, which we could copy the relative path to and paste it in just like that. Okay, so that's the config file. Very, very simple. The input, which has an export for this PG table, and hopefully all of that stuff is valid. And then we have where we want to store these things. So we'll go ahead and save it. And to run this, it's as simple as npx drizzle kit generate PG. We hit enter. By default, it will use that config file that we just created. If you didn't have one, you can specify one and all that. And what we see here is it's actually going through all of these columns. Now, if I had an error, let's say not nulled, like that, I think it will tell me that, right? So it validates this stuff for me, and it shows me a pretty good example of what happened as far as the failure is concerned. But if I run it multiple times and go into src/migrations, I only see one item in there. And if we look at that single item, some good news comes out. And of course, it's a SQL file. I can go ahead and copy this, and bring it over into my database here, I'll put in some backticks and paste this in here. What we see is quite literally the exact same statement. Pretty cool. And it's valid. Should work just well, just like this other one. So what we can also do, let's get rid of that statement there. We don't need that anymore. Is we can obviously make changes to a table. So if we were to want to make changes, let's say, for instance, we wanted to put in a varying character or varchar, we could actually come in here and say short is varchar, and we'll call this short, and then we can pass in a value of length, like maybe 50, so we have it 50 long. Notice that I don't have not null on there, and I also don't have a default. If I wanted to make these required, I would say not null and then put a default, the default being all of the items that are already stored in the database. But we save it now, and then I go ahead and generate it with the npx, DrizzleKit generate PG. And then if I scroll down to my migrations, I see this new command here. Okay, so alter table links, add column short, varchar 50. Pretty cool. So let's go ahead and look at our table. So back into the console here, we'll go into our tables and we'll go into links and we'll just open it up a bit. And there is short. Let's go ahead and get rid of that short there. And run it again. And we'll refresh in here. Again, we'll look at our links. Still there. Okay, so yours is likely the reverse of that. I did some testing to see what's going on, but the idea being that this alters the table, this also alters the table, right? So it's basically just a history of what could happen. In your case, yours likely didn't alter the table yet. So let's go ahead and look at that. We'll come in here, and I'll just do await SQL, paste that in there, save it. And what's going to happen, assuming that my server's still running and all that, and I refresh in here on the blog page, what might end up happening is, or what should happen, is this table actually being created for me. I might have to restart the server. I've been doing a bunch of different testing on here, so it's certainly possible that this might fail a little bit on my end. But there it goes. It refreshes, and I come back into my table here, and of course it's already there, right? So yours would now be there as well. But of course, every time I save this now, I'm going to get this column error here, right? So this already exists. So we could put it into a try-catch statement in terms of altering the table, right? Like we want it to be altered, so we could always put it in like this and just take a look at what that error would be. Of course, the error itself, perhaps we don't want it anymore because it's already been changed. So before I go any deeper down that rabbit hole, I will say that DrizzleKit itself can help handle these things for us. But one of the things that I found is it just doesn't work super well with Next.js and the caching that goes on with that, at least at this time. So if you want to use this, there's a lot of different ways on how you might be able to just automatically go based off of these migrations instead of needing to call it directly inside of JavaScript. But that's outside the scope of what we're trying to do here. Instead, what I'm trying to do is really just have this one single table, and that's all I'm going to leave. So really, I'm going to go ahead and get rid of this and not really worry about changing the tables in the future. I'll go ahead and delete the migrations this time, and I'll go back into my schema. This time, I'll bring back that short. We're going to save that, and we're going to do something that we've already done many times, and that is we're going to go ahead and drop this table again. I'm going to run it. We now should no longer have that table in here. Looks like we don't. So I'm going to save that and then open up package.json. I'm going to go ahead and add in migrations. And this is going to be npx drizzle kit generate pg. So whenever I need to generate those actual migrations, I can then run, the npm run migrations. This is definitely how I would end up doing it all the time. Then back into my SRC, I'm going to go grab that migration, grab the entire thing, copy it, bring it into my database here, and we're going to paste it in place, save it, close it off like that. Now, it's certainly possible that I accidentally already created it, but let's go ahead and refresh this page, refresh Neon, and there we go. There's our links, and there's our short, right? So making those changes is certainly possible. We just saw how it's done. It's just outside the context of all the things I want to do here. Realistically, I recommend testing out creating and destroying tables as much as possible until you have a really solid foundation as to the columns you need. You really shouldn't need to add a bunch of columns in the future. If you start finding yourself that you're adding a bunch of columns, it might be best to put it into another table or to maybe re-architecture how you use all your tables in the first place. But just think through these things as much as you possibly can as far as the columns that you need. And when you do figure out all of the data types and stuff like that that you're going to want, go into the documentation, go into column types for Postgres, and look at all the various values that you could have in there and really just play around with it like that. So that is getting our table in there. Now it's time to actually start adding data in there so we can really have something that we can look at. Now let's actually start storing links into our database using Neon and Drizzle. So to do this, we're going to open up db.js. We are going to do an import next to Neon for Neon config. This is an experimental feature, which is neon config.fetch connection cache. We're going to go ahead and say true. This might change over time. If it does, check out the documentation, but I think this is a good one to use when it comes to doing our connections. So I'll go ahead and do import Drizzle, and we're going to do from DrizzleORM / neon-http. Okay, so from here, we'll now declare a DB element for Drizzle of that SQL connection, just like that. So we're going to continue to use this inside of various functions. So the very first function we'll do is export async function, and this will go ahead and we'll just call this add link. We'll pass in a URL here, and we'll go ahead and do, create a constant called new link, and it's going to be equal to URL. Okay, so right now it's going to go ahead and add a link into this new object, and then we're going to return an await db insert, and we want to insert into our table. So let's go ahead and grab that table as well. We're going to import the links table from the schema right there. Come back down into our insert command. We will insert it into this table, and we're going to pass in values. Values can be a single object, like what we have here, or a single dictionary, or it could be a list of them. And we do new link, and then if we do dot returning, we will actually get that value back. So now that we've got this, let's go into our API for creating those links, which is this post header right here. All of the stuff we did to make sure that that's working correctly will now be in use. So we'll go ahead and import that add link from at app libdb. Now we'll go ahead and say const response, or let's go ahead and say db response equals to await add link of the URL. And that's the response I'll now give back to when we submit data. Okay, so let's go into our links here. Let's just make sure that I don't have any errors. I did see one a second ago, but looks like we're okay. So I'm going to just go ahead and submit this, hit shorten, and there we go. So null for short. This is basically showing me, yes, it was created. I could create it again, and what do you know? It does it again. So if we go back in here into our tables now and click on links, we now see those entries coming through. Fantastic. Now, of course, we're not done because we don't have the short part just yet, which we will get to, but I want to get all the data first, and I have that all working. And there's another thing that we need to fix, and that is we don't want to insert the same data over and over. In other words, I want an error to happen if I already have this data in here. That error will then inform how I handle it in the future. Like, I don't want to have the same URL many, many times, potentially. It's kind of a design decision on your end on how you might end up using your own service in this way. So the other thing is, let's go ahead and grab a URL that shouldn't work. We hit that, and we get that message. Great, that's still working as intended. And so at some point we'll get rid of this, default value of a link. But for now, we have a way to actually create data. Congratulations, it's super exciting. Now let's go ahead and list out data. It's actually a lot like add link, but this time we'll go ahead and say get links. So what we want to do here is, instead of saying insert, we're going to go ahead and do from and also dot select. So db select from this links table, and the values, we don't need that, or returning. Returning just means that it will actually return the value that was sent to it. In the case that we saw, it actually sent a list of values because you can insert a list of values, so it's going to return back a list of values. But getting links, on the other hand, we can just do it like this. Now, I can make it a little bit more robust than this, and I can actually put in here like a limit, like the maximum amount that I might want to have in here, which would be 10, let's say, for instance. And we could also do an offset, like the number of pages. So if you need to do pagination, this is essentially what you would end up doing. You would not need this URL, and you would not need that new link. But what you could add in here are maybe the limit and offset you might want to have. So what we would then say, const lookup limit equals to the limit itself, or 0, or rather 10, the default, whatever. And then we'll do const lookup and offset. And again, same sort of thing as to when we want to start it. And there we go. And there we go. So that's how you can do pagination just right off the bat. You might as well have pagination in there just to make sure that it is available to you when you start doing it. Of course, there's more advanced things that you could probably do with this, but let's go ahead and do this get links now. This time what I'm going to do is on the page for links, I'm going to go ahead and create a new component, and I'll just call it table for now, table.js. We're going to go and import that get links from at app lib db, and then we're going to export a default value, and we'll call this just simply, we'll call this our links HTML table, as to not get it confused. And then we'll go ahead and return, for now, I'll just return a div, and we need to call this we'll call it an async function here. Okay, and so we'll return a div. So what I want here is my links response, and we'll do await get links. And I'll just do a JSON.stringify of that link response, and I'll do an and just to check it. Okay, great. So now back into that page here, I'll go ahead and import that links HTML table, and then we'll go ahead and put it underneath the create form itself. So let's go ahead and save that, and we'll refresh on our links here, and there we go. There's my data, right? And so, of course, I can turn this into a table now pretty simply. So we'll go ahead and put a table element here, and then a tBody for the body element, and then we'll go ahead and map through all of the link responses. Okay, so link response and .map, and it's going to be the link itself, and then the index value of that link, and then we'll go ahead and do a row, a table column. The first thing is going to be link.id, and then maybe the next one being link.url. And I'll just leave it like that. We want to return this value, and then we're going to give it a key. In this case, I'll give the key being, link item. I'll pass in link.id and idx, the actual index value here. And that is mostly for pagination. So if we end up doing pagination here, which is something I'm not going to cover at this point, but you could then have it show up. And so with that in mind, we refresh in here, and there are our two links. Fantastic. Really, really simple, nice and easy to do. That's how we get links, and that's also how we display them. And so you could use this in many, many places, right? And so right now, this table is working just on the server side. It's a server-side component. It's a server component. It is not a standard React client-side component, but you could totally have it be one. You would just have to do your lookup slightly different in terms of actually creating a route for it, right? So an asynchronous route similar to what we did here. That's why I wanted to show you both ways. This right here would be the API endpoint to create it, but it's not much different to get it, to list it out. And so I would leave you with that challenge, but I'm just going to show you because it's really, really easy to do. You come back in here, we're going to bring the get links, and now I can do export async function, and it's going to be get now of the request, right? And so we want to get that data, very similar to what we saw here. And we'll go ahead and do const links equals to await get links, and then return next response.json, and what do you know, links, and we can add in a status of 200. And so if we want to check that out, we can come in to API links, hit enter, and there's our links as well, right? And so one of the things you also might be wondering is like, oh, well, what about limiting the data that comes back, right? This is something else that comes up from time to time when you want specific data, not all of the rows, but specific parts of the rows. Now to do that, we would come in here, and I'll go ahead and just copy this function and create another one, and we'll go ahead and do get minimum links. And so in this select element, then you would pass in the values you want. So ID being from the links table.id, and then like our URL, again, links table.url, and maybe you want to change it to timestamp instead of created as, and that's going to be links table, and this is going to be created at, right? So we can also modify how it looks, which is really important in terms of an API itself, because you might want to have it just look just slightly different in here. And so when we use that one now, let's go ahead and change it in our API here. Just come up to get links instead of that. We'll be get minimum links or get API links, something like that. We refresh in here, and it's just slightly modified or majorly modified, depending on how you want to see it. Now, you could do a lot of other things to modify how this response comes back. And when it comes to an API, that's when you're going to want to do it even more so than when you're doing it with just, sort of standard rendered pages, if you will. But the API then would want to be well documented, and there's a lot of other stuff that we're just not going to really talk about. But that's pretty cool. I think it's also really easy to just get that up and going, and now we have these requests that end up working really, really fast. So what I want to do is actually send this to the database now and bring it in, or rather send this into production now. And we'll go ahead and set added get and create, links. And I'll go ahead and commit that, say yes, and we'll go ahead and sync it. I'll let that finish as far as deploying is concerned, and we'll take a look at the production version in a minute. Now over into the production version, if I go to links here, I see that I've got a few already there. If I go to shorten it, I think it should work just fine, and I see that it says ID of 11. So this must mean that I have 11 stored, but only 7 are showing up. And if I keep going, same. Now, if I go into the API, I can see that I have at least 10 in here, but it's not being rendered here. Now, this is because of that caching. There's a lot of different reasons as to why this ends up looking this way. But of course, when everything was being built, that's when it actually did that fetch and was able to grab all this data. But it wasn't a fetch, it was just a database lookup. So we actually want to convert it into being a fetch like we've seen before, and that's something we'll do right now. Now in this table right here for our links, we want to display it slightly differently. First off, I want it to be able to display shortly after I submit a new link, I want it to actually show up on this table. That's pretty common to see. Now, what I'm not going to do is blend these too much, right? I totally could, but I'm not going to do that just yet, or maybe at all. Instead, what I'm going to do is use some of the advantages that SWR has in a client component, which means that we're going to change this from being a server component to being a client component, so it can be a little bit more reactive to things that are happening in the user interface, but then also being updating some validation stuff. So we'll see what that looks like now. First and foremost, inside of the GitHub page, this is the model we want to work off of. So we can go ahead and copy this and bring it on over into our links table here, and we'll just go ahead and paste it in. Now, of course, it's no longer the GitHub profile. Instead, it's going to be the links HTML table, and my GitHub profile should actually now just be endpoint, and we can update that accordingly. Next up is the actual string or the endpoint we're looking for, which is just simply API links, no longer directly from the database itself. And then of course we can actually bring this table in here, and this could be what we return back with. Now, one thing that I still need to change is this data right here. And there we go. And now I can go ahead and get rid of the server component elements in there. And that's pretty much it, right? I now have a client component doing roughly the same thing. Granted, I definitely needed to have this part already done, which I did, but their actual response is the same. They're identical. It's just now it's doing a actual endpoint request, and thus it has the use SWR hook, which is great because then I can pass in another argument in here for when this data needs to refresh. So we can do this refresh interval, and it's going to be so we would say 1,000 for 1 second. So every second this will update on its own, and it will refresh all of this data. So now if I refresh in here, it says 9. If I shorten it again, that's my 10th element here. It just takes a second, literally, to actually update that data, which I think that is plenty of data in there. There are other automatic revalidation things that you can look at with the SWR, and there's something else called mutate, but I found this to be pretty effective in terms of just, checking this new data. The other thing would be to resort this data based off of when it was created. So let's go ahead and take a look at how we would do that just really quickly. So first off, in the route itself, I want to update the limit to 100, and then I'll keep the offset at 0, just to make sure that I can see more data coming through in here. We'll worry about the styling in a little bit later. So now I just want to flip the ordering of it. And of course, it's going to come from this function right here. So jumping back into db.js, right here is where we're going to want to change the ordering. So we can do order by in here. And what we want to do is we need to pass in something called descending. This is a function directly from the DrizzleORM, which we can just type out and it will actually import it for us. VS Code is great. And then we're going to go ahead and do links table dot created at, and that will actually resort these things based off of when they were created. I can shorten it again, and in just a moment, boom, there it is. 11 is showing up, and I do it again, and then 12 is going to show up. So really, I probably don't even need to render the successful page that came out. And if I try to do something that just doesn't make sense in here, it will give me this invalid error, where all of these other ones are seemingly valid. Even though it's not a real domain, it is still a valid formatted URL. So that's pretty cool. Now, the other thing is of this descending, I can always do another field as well. So I could change it to the ID field. Or, of course, I could use ascending, which is just another way that just reverses it. Now, by default, it ascends by 1, or the ID value. It already does that. That's the default. But there are other options that you can have. And personally, I like doing descending by when it was created. This becomes a SQL query itself, right? So you could also write this in SQL if you were on that advanced side. So that's pretty cool. I think this solves a lot of issues that you might have with this kind of data, with adding this kind of data. Now, do we need to refresh constantly? Not always, not necessarily, but when it's something like this, you might actually want it to refresh every second or so, just to make sure that that's working. Pretty cool. Now, if you opened up your console log and you notice the refresh interval just going completely off the chain, that's because it sort of is. We don't want it to refresh every second. We can have it do that, but we don't want it to do that. Instead, what we could do is we could use something called mutate, which means that we can actually trigger something inside of this table that will automatically refresh it. So I'm going to go ahead and get rid of this refresh interval here. And I want to have mutate be able to be called. So mutate. And so the question, of course, is how do I call this and when would I call this? Well, the first thing is we would call it on the create form, the form itself that's going to need to cause that mutation to happen. And now that they're both client applications or client components, we can actually bring them together. So instead of them being rendered on the page together, they're going to be rendered in the table itself, or the table component itself. So I'll go ahead and bring this in here, and then we'll go ahead and do our links HTML at the table, but rather the create form. So let's do that, links create form, and that should bring it in for me right there. Great. Okay, so now it brings it in, and we should just refresh to make sure that we can render it out. Sure enough, it's being rendered. Okay, so how would we trigger this mutate? Well, one approach would be to just say const did submit, and this being an event, or maybe the actual new item in here, and we could go ahead and this method, we could just call mutate. You can make it empty as well. This method itself would then be passed as a prop to our links create form, and then back into the form itself, we can grab that property, and basically inside of this handle form submit, we can just say if that exists, then we'll go ahead and pass in the result, and I'll just pass in the result itself, and you could actually see the resulting JSON itself that comes through. This result actually doesn't matter that much. We could also pass in the response from the backend as well, or the JSON data, either one. The reason this one doesn't really matter that much has to do with the fact that mutate is going to trigger the endpoint again. It's just going to look up that endpoint again. So we don't even need this at all, really. But let's go ahead and come in here and hit shorten, and right away it triggers it. Right away it triggers it. This is a much better approach to what I just showed you. However, refreshing data on a regular basis is still important for all kinds of applications that you might be building. This right here is a little bit more like, hey, if you know how to use React props a little bit, you can move things around. Now, it's not the only way to manage this kind of idea. It's also not the only way to manage this kind of state element, where we're sort of managing the state of where the form is. But it is a really simple and easy way to do it on a page and form like this. So yeah, hopefully you like this one a little bit better. Personally, I do. I'd rather mutate it based off of when an actual event happens versus when time is being passed, especially with serverless components, right? So we don't want this to continuously run if it doesn't have to. That's the point of using a serverless database. That's the point of using serverless edge functions as well. We want it to run when it's efficient to do so. This is quite a bit more efficient. Now what we're going to do is we're going to create short strings, just random ones, that will really represent the destination URL. In many ways, it's actually just an ID for the entry inside of our database. It's not the actual ID, but it's a type of identification for the entry, which we'll use to look up later. So it's really not that big of a deal in terms of how it actually works. So first and foremost, let's go into our library here, and we'll go ahead and call this random short strings.js. And we're going to go ahead and export the default function of random short strings. And what we're going to do here is we're going to turn math.random. This will give us just a bunch of random values, and then we'll go ahead and do toString of some arbitrary length. I'll go ahead and say 36, and then we'll go ahead and do substring, like a short number of it between 2 and 7, or however long you want it to be. Cool. So that's it. That's the function that we want. And from here, we'll go ahead and import this. And the question, of course, would be, where would we import it? What would be the best place? Well, I think in the database functions here, when we go to add the link, this is a really good spot for it. So we'll go ahead and import it now. So import random short strings from random short strings. And we'll come down into our add link here. And I'll do const short equals to random short strings. And then we'll go ahead and do short is short. Now, the important thing about entering this data in is ensuring that it is in the schema, in the links table schema. So we'll go back into that schema, and there it is right here, right? And we want to make sure the length is appropriate. Now, when you start running out of these strings, which could happen if you have millions of entries, you would then need to adjust the size of the substring a little bit to ensure that it's a little bit more random. But that's a problem for scale, something we really don't need to worry about at this scale, right? We would need to get a lot more strings going through. But that's just the general idea. So how everything's set up right now, I really like it because I can jump into the console here, go into SQL Editor, and just drop this table here. and run it, table's gone. I refresh locally, it says an error happened. Of course it happened, the table's gone. Now I can actually shorten this link, and this time I finally get this short URL here, which is great. Now, in some cases, you might want to have the ability to do it many different times, right? So having it done many different times will allow for the possibility of seeing different analytics for that single short link. But of course, what we need to do now is we need to actually set up a way where I can go to that short link and it basically represents the actual URL itself, which would eventually maybe redirect you there, or it would just show you information about whatever you're putting there. So let's go ahead and start that process. Now that we have these short strings here, I want to actually create the URL routing for it. So my domain name / whatever that short string is, we'll go ahead and enter, and we want this to actually go where it needs to. It actually needs to look up the record, but also show and render a page. So the first thing that I want to do is inside of my app here, I can make a new folder, use those brackets, and we'll just call it short. So that's it, right? Now your intuition might be like, oh, it's going to not go to any of the other routes. It actually still does. Next.js does this very intelligently, which is great. So now I'll go ahead and do my page here, so page.js, and we'll go ahead and export a default async function, and we're going to call this short page, and it's going to take in some params, and we'll just go ahead and return h1 short page, something like that. Okay, so now if I go back into my my URL here for that short URL, we've got this short page. Great. And if I went to console log those params, oops, not that param, but the params being passed, we see short coming through. Okay, great. So that means that I can then go const short is equal to these params. Just unpacking that value. Okay, so now that we've got this, we need to actually create a database function to look up this short value. So into db.js, right underneath get links, we're going to go ahead and copy this, paste in here, and what I want to do is call this get short link record, and in here we'll pass in short link. We do not need the limit or offset, so I can get rid of both of those things as well as from the actual lookup itself. But instead what we're going to do is a where call. So where is a way to query this data or like make it like look down even further, right? So narrow down what the query would end up being. So what we want to do here is we're trying to check short link being passed equaling to the database version of links table.short, right? So if we look back at that schema, it's this value right here, whatever this value is, not what the database value is, but the value directly on the schema itself is how we're going to be doing this comparison. So when it comes to doing it in Drizzle, this kind of comparison, we have to import a new ORM feature, which would be EQ. So this is basically going to say, we're going to do EQ, and then we're going to grab our SQL data itself, or the actual schema data. So there's going to be links table .short, and then we're going to go ahead and pass in the short value that's being passed into the argument here, or the short link, rather. Great. And of course, it's just the slug here. So we'll go ahead and do the short slug value. That's what I'll call it, just so it's very clear that it's not the entire link, but rather just the short slug value. Okay, so this will actually return back a list. It will turn back an array for me that I will then have to use in just a moment. Okay, so I grab this, and now what I can do is import it into our page. So import get short link record from, and it's going to be @/app libdb. And so now we'll go ahead and do our record. I'll just call it our record for now. With those brackets like that, we'll go ahead and await it and pass in short. Okay, so with this, I'll go ahead and use a fragment, close off that fragment, and we'll just do a JSON stringify here. So JSON.stringify of that record. And we'll also say if not record, we'll just go ahead and return h1 not found. Okay, So now that we've got that, let's go ahead and refresh in here. What do you know? There's our record. It's the actual data. It's looking good. But remember, if I wanted to change this create at with a timestamp, I want to change the result that's coming through, which might be better for the API itself, but we can come in here and select and do something just like we did here, right? So perhaps you don't want the ID, perhaps you just want the URL and timestamp, in which case you just change it like that, and then the data that's going to come back is just the URL and timestamp. It's kind of up to you on how you go about approaching modifying what the data looks like when it comes back. I'm going to get all of the data because, again, this is not an API that I need to change how it's consumed because the page itself will change. So that's it. And if we go to an actual URL that doesn't exist, we get a not found here because of this H1 that we just did. But this is not the best way to do a not found. We need to actually use the element inside of Next.js for not found. And it's really easy to do, and we can customize it quite a bit. Let's take a look at that. On our short page right here, whenever I actually look up a value that's not in the database, I'm returning just a valid HTML string of not found, which actually gives me a 200 status code. Of course, if you're aware, this should be a 404 status code. Now for the user, it doesn't really matter that much, right? So seeing not found is fine, I guess. But for the browser and to make this actually work the way it should, we need to actually have a 404 error. Now, Next.js already has this built in, so we can actually import the not found function from the Next navigation. And then we can just call this function right here. So I'll just call it, there we go. I'll also do, if not short, I will also call that function before I attempt to look it up in the database. Now, there's a good chance that not short will basically not happen, but if it does, now we have a not found here. So now if I refresh in here, I get something went wrong. Something didn't actually go wrong, but it sure seems like it did. So inside of my app, what I can do now is I can modify the standard 404 page with not found.js, and I can actually export a default, and we'll go ahead and do a function name of not found, and I can return some fragment here. We'll go ahead and do a fragment, and I'll just go ahead and say this was not found, and something like, status 404. We save it, and we got this was not found, status of 404. Cool. Well, the other thing, though, is I can actually copy this and paste it into short and modify this a little bit more. And we can say this is not a valid jref.io link. So now, if it's going to the short link, that's what it ends up doing. So if I go into, let's say, blog / something random, blog will now say hello detail view because of how we did the blog itself, but that again would be just another opportunity to do that. Let's try how about GitHub / some gibberish, and there we go. So this was not found, status 404. Great. So by default, the main 404 will be, whatever. This is not a valid JRef link, but the point is that we can actually modify our not found page in the 404 page, and this is just how we do it. And of course, we could expand on it quite a bit, but it's actually really, really easy to do. But the other part is we absolutely want to not have it say there was an error, but rather just say it's not a valid link. That's it. We now have all of the conditions available to us to actually have a URL shortening service work. So let's go ahead and shorten this, and we get our short here, and I'll go to it. Of course, it should render out that same data, and yes, it does. So now what we need to use is the redirect function. So I want to emphasize here that App Router works slightly different than Page Router. App Router is the modern version, so we're going to stick with that. And if we scroll down here to functions, we see there's a bunch of different functions in here, and we've used a bunch of these already. One of them being the redirect function here is what we're going to be using now. And so we want it to be push, as in we want to redirect this page, but you can actually have it replace the same page itself. So what we'll do now is we'll bring in from Next navigation, which is, I believe, where it's from. Yep. We'll bring in our redirect. So redirect, just like not found. And I'll go ahead and do const URL is equal to the record. And we'll say if not URL, then we'll go ahead and do another not found. Okay, and then we'll go ahead and now say, actually I could probably make this a little bit better. We'll leave it there. Otherwise, we'll go ahead and just do our redirect and bring in our URL, and I can leave it in as push. That's the default. And now we don't need to return anything at all. Okay, so we save that and we go into our short page. It already redirected for me, so let's go ahead and try it again. I'll go ahead and do it from scratch here now and just drop it in to that URL. And what do you know? It redirects exactly where it should. Fantastic. So this is definitely now working. Of course, there's a number of things that we still want to test out, but with this in mind, let's go ahead and push this, and we'll go ahead and say added page redirect. I'll go ahead and commit it and sync those changes. And it's a lot of different changes on my end. Perhaps you have the same. Now, in here, we'll finish this the deployment itself on Vercel, and then we'll come back. Okay, so it's deployed. Let's go ahead and take a look at that production version. In my case, here it is. I can now go ahead and shorten a link, grab that shortened link, go to it, hit enter, and fingers crossed it actually works. What do you know? We now have a production version of everything that we've been working towards. Granted, it took us some time, but we had to learn about all of these little intricate details to get here. We could have just sped through and just went straight to this, but I wanted to make sure that we had some foundation. Now, of course, we are going to be building off of this. This is not where we finish. I do want to have a number of other things polished. One of the things for my actual production app that you will see, it's not actually going to do the redirect because there's a good chance that it'll have abuse happen if that's the case. What we'll see instead is just like hey, this would be redirected here if we had it turned on type of thing. But at this point, we now just need to continue to clean up how everything works, how it looks. Now we're going to go ahead and create unique values in our database. Now, one of the easiest ways to do it is to go into your schema and just type out .unique. Now, this, generally speaking, works fine, but in the case of the URL, we need to do slight other modifications. So what we're going to do is we're actually going to be creating a unique index. Now, the unique index will make sure that it's unique before anything else. So we're going to go ahead and say links, and we're going to set it in here. We're going to go ahead and return a dictionary, and this is going to be our URL index. And we need to import the unique index value here. And this is going to be our URL underscore IDX for index. And then we're going to go ahead and say on. And right now we'll do links.url. So this right here isn't a whole lot different than just saying unique. We'll see why it's going to be different in a moment. But for now, we'll just leave it as is. Now, what I need to do here is I need to close down my server just to make sure it doesn't accidentally do anything. And then I'm going to go ahead and run my migrations, which will give me the SQL command I need to run. So I'll go ahead and copy this. We're going to go ahead and bring it into our database file in the configure database, and we'll do await SQL, and we'll bring this in. Now, this will almost always be right after the create table. It's not going to be unique on the URL itself. Okay, so this index is pretty good so far. Now, if we save this, what we need to do then is go back into our console and drop this table, right? So, of course, we need to drop that table because what this is doing is checking whether or not it exists, and we also want to get rid of everything that's not already unique. So, let's go ahead and run our application again, and we'll come back into our links. And at this time, we should have nothing in there. I should be able to hit shorten and try to do it again, and I should get errors, right? The errors don't show up on my app, but rather inside the console itself, which is good. We'll handle those errors in just a second. But the thing is, I want to make sure that it's unique always. In other words, if I used GitHub with capital UB and hit shorten, this actually creates a brand new entry. Because technically speaking, these are unique values because the characters have been changed. So one of the reasons to use the index is that we can adjust this command right here. Now, for whatever reason, I can't actually figure out how to do it inside of the schema itself. So I'm just going to have to do it on the SQL, which is not really that much different than what we've got here, except of using this, I'm going to use 2 parentheses, then lower all caps, and then another parentheses, and then URL. This will make sure that it lowercases that URL and make sure that it's all unique there. Now, this is an extra step that maybe you don't necessarily need to do, because one of the things you could also do is inside of adding the link itself, you could just lowercase the URL here. But this adds a constraint on the database to make sure that the index is lower too. So we get those errors if we accidentally don't have it in our code somewhere. So with that in mind, let's go ahead and close out our application running, and then we'll go ahead and drop this table once again because I need to change that. And I don't need to run migrations again. I'll go ahead and run the dev here, and we'll refresh. And now if I run shorten, it should shorten. If I do UB, it should attempt to shorten, but it won't shorten again. It will give me an error because it's now lowered. So that's one of the reasons to have a index versus a unique clause, is that I can run different SQL commands right on it, just like this, to make sure that it fits with that. But of course, in the future, it's not going to attempt to make this again. So this old SQL is still generally fine, but it's not going to attempt to try to remake this. So of course, now we need to actually solve the problem of the error happening with this unique index and display that to our user. So what we need to do now is handle the error that's happening inside of this call right here, right? So now that we have that unique index constraint going on in our database, this is obviously going to create an error. Or maybe not obviously, but that's exactly what's happening. So what we're going to do now is we're going to turn this into a try-catch block. So we'll go ahead and do try and catch, and we want this to be the response. And then the next response, one that's not valid, we'd say something like message like, let's do URL is not valid. Please try again. It's a pretty simple one as a catch-all for the error. And then, of course, we would just say let response, and then we would assign this value in each of the try block itself. And then we could just return whatever that is. And there we go. So this sort of handles what we want, right? So it's just not valid. Okay. Well, the other thing is what we could probably do is we could say, well, we can break down this error message a little bit by saying name and message, and we can actually console log what's going on here in terms of name and message. And it's going to be the same thing that we've already seen, which is all of this stuff. So let's go ahead and try that again. Shortened it. And we've got the name here, and then all of this other stuff is the message. Okay, so there's a couple things that we could do with this, right? When we go to add the link, because we are returning the response here, right? We have it returned. What we could do is just return back that link and not necessarily add a new one. That is certainly an option here. We could do a different kind of lookup, as in the similar to this get shortened link. You could totally do that. I'm actually going to handle it slightly different than that. Instead, what I'll do is say if I'm going to pass that message in as a string here, and then we'll go ahead and say includes. Well, what do we want to check that this string would include? In this case, I want to say duplicate key violates unique constraint, right? Maybe the whole thing here, this entire thing, but maybe just duplicate key. It's kind of up to you on that. But basically the idea being, hey, it's going to violate this constraint because it's a duplicate key. And in this case, I can go ahead and say that the response is equal to something like has already been added, right? So let's go ahead and say URL has already been added. Great. And then otherwise, we'll go ahead and use this response, which maybe is the default response, right? So maybe we should say the response is just simply that. And if anything else happens, we can go ahead and change it as need be. Okay, so we go back into shorten. It's already been added. If I do GitHub with 2 B's, I hit shorten. Now it actually works, and it works correctly. And then we don't have any errors existing any longer. Just a quick and easy way to sort of manage that issue that would come up, and we would want to tell our users that there's a problem there. Now, of course, this should also adjust our status code as far as the response is concerned, right? So when we go into creating this, our posts, or rather not our post, but rather a link route, when we go to create this, the response status should change as well. So it's certainly possible that we change our data a little bit to also include what the status code is, the thing that's coming back from our add link here, this response right here. So let's go ahead and do that. I'm going to go ahead and say response status, and this is going to be equal to the database response. Okay, and perhaps I also want to just have data and response status, right? Both of those things coming back, or we'll call this response data. So now we've got this and then our response status. So coming back into our DB lookup here, we can now say our data or response data is that response, and then our response status is going to be, well, most likely 201, but of course we're going to set the default there of response status being 400, like it's not a valid request. And then if it is valid, if there's no errors here, then we'll go ahead and say 201, and there we go. So let's go ahead and try that out now with those new changes as well. Just again, improving how our actual site works and how the messaging comes through. We've got this already added. And if we look inside of our application here, we've got a 400 error coming through, which again, we could validate with, let's change it to 405, just for an example here, and hit shorten, and there, now it's showing 405. Great. But of course, we want to keep it in as 400. That's just one method of handling how that could happen. Now, of course, you might be wondering, well, can I just do that same cat try catch inside of here? And you absolutely could. That would probably simplify your db.js. But I just think if I use add link anywhere else, I would almost rather have both of these things coming through like this. But realistically, I also want the response data to be data and status, not response data, response status. So then back in my route, what I would end up doing then is saying const response data equals to db response dot data. We'll do both things. So db response dot data, and then put that in. Otherwise, we'll put empty and then const response status, the same sort of thing. And if the status is incorrect, then we'll say 500, like it's a server error now, because that status should definitely be in there. And so there we go. That's even better, I think. So we do this now, and there we go. Everything's looking good. We check back in here, and there it is. So this, of course, is happening because of how that list link stuff was working before in terms of how we triggered it, right? That event trigger. Great. So much better way of handling these errors overall. It has multiple checks going on. And again, we could put this into a try block, but I think it's much better to put it directly into the link itself, or when we actually make the modification on the database itself. Now we want to start the process of tracking when someone visits one of the shortened links. That's like one of the main reasons to have a URL shortening service, is you can track when people are actually going to it. And what we're about to do will work regardless of if you have a unique URL or not, to that unique index we just did. So what we want to do is create a brand new table. So let's go ahead and jump over into our schema here. And we're going to basically copy this links table and paste it right below. And we're going to call this our visits table. And it's going to be stored as just simply visits. And then, of course, we need to think about the things we want to keep. I don't need URL or short, although I could keep those things. I will keep ID and created at. Now, what's cool about this is I could absolutely store data this way and start storing things in our visits table when a link is requested or looked at, as we've already seen. Like, you could probably do that now, but we could actually make it a little bit better by actually relating these two tables together. And that's actually what we want to do. So the first thing I'm going to do here is I'm going to import the integer column field, and we want to bring in and come in and say links ID, or rather link ID, and this is going to be that integer and it's going to be link underscore ID. And then I'm going to set it to not null. And then I'll go ahead and do dot relate references. And inside of references here, we're going to reference it to something at the links table dot, or what do we want to reference here? Well, generally speaking, you would reference the primary key of the other table. So you would reference the ID itself, right? So that's why I call it link ID. And just generally speaking too, when I create a table, I usually use the plural, and then each individual row would then be a singular. That's why we've got a link ID. Now, what we want to think about here too is links, a single link has many visits or can have many visits, whereas a visit, a single visit only has one link, right? So it doesn't matter what visit it is, it only has one link. So it has one relationship that way, where the links have many. So we actually need to define this as part of our structure here. So what we're going to do then is we're going to import relations. I can actually just type out relations here, and the DrizzleORM should come up, and it does. So what we want is we're going to go ahead and do export const, and this is going to be our links table relations. Now, the important thing about these relations is you can have many of them. It just depends on how you want to define and design everything. So the first thing is we're going to associate it to our links table just like that with relations. And then we'll go ahead and come in here and we're going to define a callback method that has a couple things we can put in. Many and what. Okay, so this callback method will then return back a object of some kind. Okay, so what we want to do here is we are connecting this links table from the links table down to the visits table, which is this right here. It's that kind of direction. We'll put this one down here. So that means then I would come in here and say something like visits, and then we'll go ahead and do many and pass in the visits table, right? So many is one of the arguments that we could use. And then I can copy this same thing and do the reverse of it. And this one would be then our visits table relations. This time, instead of the links table, we would use the visits table. And then instead of visits, it would be a single link. And then we would say one, and then we want to grab that links table. So one single link. Okay. But of course, when we come to declare one, we need to be a little bit more specific as to which fields are being connected here. So that's done with fields, and it's going to be our visits table dot links ID. So that's the table, or that's the field that we want to connect to the other one, which will be then declared with references, and that's going to be our links table dot ID, which we've already actually declared up here. So this is now how they are all linked together. Right, so with this, we need to go ahead and run pnpm, run migrations, and this will give me a bunch of new things that I need to run. So that's these right here. I'm going to go ahead and copy them and bring them into our database configuration, and we need to do await SQL, paste it in. Now these are actually two statements. Notice it says statement breakpoint. We're going to go ahead and do another one then, await and SQL, and there. Okay, so now we've got these constraints in here. These are foreign key related now, and we are going to be able to take a look. Let's just verify here, and I'll go ahead and shorten it. Already been added. Great. Okay, so what I want to do is in my console, I'm going to go into my SQL editor here, and I'm going to try and drop the links table. We'll go ahead and run it. And now we can't do it, right? So foreign keys also sort of help us along those lines, which means that we need to drop the other table if we were to want to drop the tables, which is the visits table now. And we'll go ahead and run that, and now it drops both tables. And so we refresh in here, shorten again. Now I got that short URL in here that we can then go ahead and use. And we'll do that one in just a little bit. But one of the things I want to now not have going is the automatic redirect. I'm going to go ahead and comment that out. and we'll just return the URL that's coming through, just like that. And we'll save that, and now I can go into that link. And this will become even more important as we want to start storing this data in the next part. All right, so now we want to track and store visits. That is, of course, when somebody goes to this page here that shortens it, we want to track those visits. And so how is it that we're going to do this? First off, in our db.js, what we want to do is we want to import our visits table. So visits table from our schema. And then we're going to go ahead and scroll down right underneath the get short link record. I'm going to put it right underneath here because we're going to save this as save short link record or short link visit. Let's do something like that. And in here, this will be then our short link record ID. Now, that's not great because it's called short link and stuff like that. It's starting to get a little bit confusing. So I'll just call this save link visit, and this will be our link ID. Now, again, the link ID and the link visit make more sense in terms of this visit table, what we're actually trying to save. So the link ID is the field name that we are trying to save. It's not necessarily the name that's stored in the database, but it's the name that we have inside of Drizzle and Next.js. So we want to save it here. Now, we've already seen how to save something, but just as a reminder, we'll go ahead and do insert, and where we're going to insert it, which is the visitors table, or visits table rather. And then we'll go ahead and do values, and then pass in links, or link ID, and link ID. So we could just say link ID value, just so that it's not super confusing between these two things. This, of course, is the key inside of the visits table schema, and there's the value right there. So that's how we would actually go about saving it. So let's go ahead and copy this, and we want to bring it into our page here. And we'll go ahead and import this one. And so, of course, the question becomes, well, how do we go about saving this? Or what should we do to go about saving this? Should we actually save it right here on this short page, or should we save it somewhere else? Let's go ahead and start off with saving it here and see some of the downsides to potentially doing this. So we're going to go ahead and await save link visit. Really, all we need is the actual short records ID, right? So this is the record. We have our URL here, and then we'll go ahead and say ID, which we also want. And we'll go ahead and say if ID, then we'll go ahead and now save that value. Okay, cool. And so we save that, refresh in here. And so what I want to do now is we'll go into this value here, and we'll run it a few times. I refreshed like several times there. Now back into the console, we'll just look at the table itself for these visits. And we got a visit, right? So I've got an ID of 6. We'll explain that later. But right now, it does visit it. It only shows 1, although I wanted many of them, right? And so, of course, this is the downside of doing it this way. When I say I want many of them, I want 1 stored every time I visit this page. Now, this is actually mostly easily solved by going into the API. We're going to make a new folder in here called visits, and then a new file in here for route.js. And hopefully you already see where I'm going with this. And that is, we're going to go ahead and do our export async function for post. It's going to take in a request here. And we're going to go ahead and do const data equals to await request.json. And then we're going to go ahead and grab the link ID from that data. And then we're going to go ahead and do const results equals to await. And what are we doing here? Well, we're going to save that link visit. So save link visit, and we'll pass in that link ID. Geez, VS Code's great. Okay, and then next we'll go ahead and do the next response.json, empty response, and we'll do a status of, we could say 201 in there because it's creating it. And we can verify the result and all that. I will let you do that on your own. So for now, we've got this result visit here. And I'm actually going to go ahead and console log the result so we can see what that is. And we'll say save visit results in the console log so we can see it. Okay, so with that saved, back into our page, what do we do now? Well, this goes back to something else we have already seen, but I'll go ahead and do it again. We'll say async function, and then we're going to go ahead and say trigger visit, and there's going to be the link ID. We're going to pass in that link ID as well. So I'm going to go ahead and give my options here. And the first thing is our method is going to be post. The next thing is our headers. We're going to go ahead and pass in our content type being application JSON. And then our body data is going to be JSON.stringify. And we said link ID. And that's going to be passed in with the link ID argument there. Those are our options now. Next up is our domain. So get domain, like we've seen before. And then finally our endpoint, which is get going to be $domain / and that was API visits. This right here. And then we'll go ahead and return, oops, not Ruthie, but return await fetch endpoint and options. And then down here, instead of save link visit, just trigger visit, and that's it. So now we no longer need that save link visit. We'll save that, and we'll take a look. So we'll go back into that page here. Again, it's no longer doing the redirect. We'll go back into our console for the links or the visits themselves, and now we've got a few more. Let me visit again, and again, and again, and again. Okay, great. So we can also verify this inside of the request itself. So what we're seeing here is the post request is a hit to the cache, but then the actual visit is not. Cool. So this is the post request into the SQL database for the value. That's this right here. This is going to be a post request. And then the actual trigger visit, which is going to be this one, is not going to be cached, or at least it shouldn't be cached. Now we can further verify that it's not going to be cached in a little bit, but the idea here is the reason that this one's not being cached is because Neon is doing that work. It's making sure that, hey, you're actually doing a GET request. You're trying to retrieve data, but it's done through an HTTP post request, which is what's being shown here. But it's still using the cache, which is why it's coming back really fast. So in other words, getting that actual URL value, we want that to be incredibly fast, right? We want that to be cached as much as possible for this particular short string, whereas actually updating our database, we don't want that cached. We want it to be sending it on demand, as we see here. Now, if you get into a situation where it is actually caching, you can pass in cookies into these headers to then make sure that it's definitely not caching because of this fetch. But how it's set up, the route and the actual triggering visit, those things should look pretty good and work pretty well in terms of storing the actual visits. So now what I want to do is I actually want to see these links displayed. I want to see all of this data. I want to see not just obviously the links stored that we've already done, but also all of the related data in terms of the visits themselves. Now we're going to do relational queries inside of our database lookup for this API data here. Now, if you actually look in the documentation, you see that it says db.query.users. This, of course, is different than what we have, which is simply db.select. We declare the different fields that we want to select and then where it's from, like what actual table it's from. And so in order to use that db.query method, we need to change things just ever so slightly, or import a few new things. So the first thing I'm going to do is import all as schema from /schema, and I'll pass this in to my Drizzle declaration here. I'm also going to go ahead and import SQL as SQLD, as in SQL Drizzle. The only reason being is Neon and Drizzle use the same sort of designation for how to use this SQL magic command, and they actually do conflict with each other in only minor cases, and that's probably not going to last for much longer. Nevertheless, we are going to declare SQLD just like this. And so this will help us with our request links that we're trying to get here. So I'm going to go ahead and copy this get min links here, and I'll keep get min links, and then I'll say and visits. And then we're going to bring this on in to the actual route for it. So the API links route, we're going to just change it out just like that. And if we refresh in here, we do get an error, and we'll look at this in just a second. Now, the reason for this error has to do with the fact that I have a little typo. So my visits table has .link ID. I put visits table .links ID. This should just be one S there, and we refresh and things go back to normal. Okay, great. So back into the actual querying itself, we're going to just change this to being basically the same, but using db query. So we'll go ahead and return await db.query.link links table, and then .find many, and we'll pass in some arguments here. Very similar arguments to what we saw down here, which is limit. We can pass in the lookup limit. Offset, we can pass in the offset or lookup offset. We could also pass in the order by, and there's going to be an array that we pass in, and it's the same thing as we just did. So it's like we can just copy and paste that one right in there. Okay, so we save that, and let's take a look. We refresh in here, and now we have some of that data coming through. Great. It's all of the data right now, so we can change all of the data right now if we needed to, in the sense that we could come in here and do columns, and we would say something like ID, true, URL, true, or actually, let's get rid of the ID. Let's just do URL, and let's say, for instance, like short, true. Okay, and perhaps we'd want our timestamp in here as well, so I'll go ahead and keep that in, or I'll do created at for now, and say true. Okay, so we refresh, and there we go. So same data, roughly speaking, but I can now enrich it with my relation data. So I can actually say with, and now we can use the related table ID here, and we can just say true. So what's this related thing here? I'm actually going to change this ordering up here. Where did this come from? Where does visits come from? Well, going back into our schema, it's this table relation right here. So remember, we're looking it up through the links table. So then we're doing the relation from any given link to its visits right there. And that's exactly what's happening in this query. So if we save that and refresh, we now see all of this data coming through, which is pretty nice. And then what's cool about this as well is we can take this one step further as well. And we could just do created at and saying true, right? So maybe we just need the time. That's all we really need is when it actually occurred. So we can save that, and we can refresh in here. And let's make sure that that's all good. Oh, haha, silly. It needs to have columns as well. So columns and then created at. So just like the one before, and we refresh, and there it goes. Okay, great. Now we could also most likely do limit and lookup limit, or let's just do a limit of 5. Now that actually is going to be on the important side for related data, because your related data, especially with visiting things, it could start to get really, really big, and this could be a really expensive computation because it might take a really long time. So more than likely, you're not going to necessarily be doing it this way very often, but in some cases you will, and so that's why we need to know about it. Now, there is one more thing that I want to look at, and that is by enriching this data a little bit by adding in something called extras. And so what I want to do here is I want to pass in a count of something. What is it that I'm trying to count? I'm actually trying to count the number of visits for any given link. So to do this, it takes SQL-D, and then in here we're going to pass in count, which is built in to SQL, and I can use $visits table .id, and then we set .as and count. We can save that, refresh in here, and now I've got the visits count that's actually happening for any given short. And so if I go to localhost and the short string there, go to it a couple times, refresh in here. Uh-oh. Do we have a problem here? I'm coming through, nothing. So if I go into my Neon console and go to the visits, I've got, what, 6 in here? More. So the way this is being looked up isn't necessarily going to show me everything. Let's get rid of that limit there. And now we refresh. And what do you know? The count is there. So it's not looking up everything. It's looking up what's coming through with the query itself. Now, to make it look up everything, it starts to get a little bit more complicated, and it starts to get outside the context of this particular lookup or this find many. What you might actually consider doing if you actually want to have a up-to-date count of some kind is actually adding a new field in your links table that gets updated through some sort of cron job or regular scheduled job that really just queries this table, let's say every 30 minutes or something, and it actually updates the links table itself. Because realistically, we shouldn't have to count everything on a query all the time. That starts to get expensive because it's doing the math literally every time. It's going to count how many items are in some related table every single time. Not incredibly efficient, but it's possible. You totally could do it, but it's just things that you need to think about as you start to scale, and also in terms of how serverless works in general. We don't want to have these long queries going. We want to have short, concise ones going every so often. But it is really nice that we now have this related data, and we can see all of the events that are associated to anyone actually coming to any given URL, which I think is pretty cool. Now we're going to go ahead and create user sessions with a package called Jose and cookies in Next.js. So if you're familiar with the concept of cookies, but it's a way to pass around data on your application so that the user can have hopefully a really good experience on your app, right? But the problem is we don't want to pass in sensitive user data. In this case, the sensitive data is just going to be simply the user ID. Now, whenever you use cookies, there's a potential for someone tampering with it. And so we want to address that by encrypting these things. So if somebody tries to tamper the cookie, it's encrypted so that then the encryption will fail and require the user to re-log in, and thus creating some security within our application. So to do this, we are going to jump into our project here, and we're going to close this out. I want to import a couple things, or actually install a couple things. That's going to be Jose, so pnpm install Jose. And then we will also run pnpm install -d tsx and hit enter as well. TSX will allow us to create a command line element, which we'll use to generate some things related to our secrets. Now, before we go any further, going to the GitHub repo for Jose is a good idea, because what you can do is you can just scroll down to the encrypted JSON Web Tokens section and go to encryption, because this is the first thing that we want to do. I'm going to go ahead and copy this and bring it back into my project in the library, and we'll call this sessions.js. And I'll paste this in here. Okay, so this is what we're going to want to work towards, and that is encrypting our data. So this right here is an example of our data. So to get to this point, we need to do a few imports. First off, we're going to import everything as Jose from Jose. And then I also want to create an exportable function. So export the constant of encode user session. And this is going to be an asynchronous session because we see a wait here. And then we'll go ahead and pass in what data we want to pass in. In my case, I'll just pass in the user ID because really that's all I'll need for this one. Okay, and then I'll paste this stuff in here. Okay, so the user ID is what we're going to encode here. So I'm going to just change this to being, I'll just leave it as simple as just user and then pass that in. So that's the encoding that we want to go ahead and do. Now the next few things we need to extract out of our encode user session for a good reason, which I'll show you in a second. But at the very end, we're going to go ahead and return the token of JWT. So if we go back into Jose and go back to decryption, we're going to go ahead and see how to decrypt this same thing. So go ahead and copy this, and then we'll go ahead and do export const decrypt user session, or decode. You could call it decode just to make it less ominous, I guess. And we'll go ahead and say equals to async again. This time it's going to be a JWT token that we pass in here. and then we're going to go ahead and return some data. So I'll paste in everything that I just had. Okay. So one thing we noticed that's the same is the secret itself, right? In both places, this is the same. But of course, if we expose this secret, that means that, well, this is no longer a secure JWT token at all because this is exposed. So of course, you might be wondering, what do we do? Well, we put it into our environment variables. So in this case, I'll call it my Jose session key, and I'll put it into string right here, and I'll go ahead and copy this. Okay, so the length of this actually does matter, as you would see if you made it too long. So this secret is going to be reused in both of these functions here, so I'll go ahead and cut it out and paste it here, and just get rid of this one. And of course, this decoding process would be now process.env and then the Jose session key. Okay, it's in both places. All right. So obviously this key right here is not one we will want to use in production just yet. But I will say, if you change this key, then the JWT token that is associated to it will no longer work. In other words, the payload won't be undone at all. So the next couple things that I want to do is set issuer and set audience. I want to actually take those out as well. So I'll go ahead and say issuer equals to, and we'll take this out, paste here, and then const audience equals to this right here. And these things have to be the same as well. And then the time, so I'll do const expires at, and we've got 2 hours here. I'm going to actually change it to just 10 seconds for a moment. So we'll go ahead and do expires at, like that. Okay, so now we've got quite a bit better in terms of our JWT token. And of course, we can reuse all that data down here. So down here, we'll just go ahead and change this to issuer and audience to audience. Okay, so uniform resource name, I'm going to go ahead and do jref.io and jref.io. So obviously, both of those things could also be environment variables because they also help with the signing process. So the more things you abstract out that aren't directly inside of the code is probably a good idea for security reasons. But I'm going to keep it in there for simplicity, and also so you can easily recreate this on your own. The other idea is maybe the algorithm itself also being protected. Perhaps we put those in environment variables as well. Okay, great. So this JWT token is not the one we're going to use with decoding, but instead we're going to do something a little bit more like this. Okay, so at this point, what I want to do is I actually want to test this out, right? I want to test out getting that payload. So I'm going to go ahead and create a new function. And this is going to be an asynchronous function, and I'll just call this, verify session. And we're going to go ahead and create. First off, I'll say user ID equals to the string of 1, and I want to grab my JWT token equals to await, and we're going to await this encoded user session with that user ID, and then const and payload, or we'll actually return the payload here. So let's return payload like that. Okay, I don't necessarily need that protected header, although it could be one other thing that you verify. But I'll go ahead and say payload equals to await this user decode session from that JWT token, and the payload itself is this data right here, right? So that also means that I could say user is equal to this payload. And now I can console log the user, the payload, and then the fact if user ID is equal to the user itself. Great. And then I'll go ahead and verify the section with this, and we'll console log verify, and then we'll do a catch error console log error. Okay, so we'll save that and open up the terminal, and then we'll run npx tsx, and then grab the relative path to this session, hit enter, and we've got expected string but found Jose as an error. Oh, it looks like I didn't put a string around here. Oops. Okay, now we'll run it again, and we got invalid arg type. Okay, so This might be a little bit more complicated to figure out. The idea is TSX, well, doesn't necessarily read .env local. So there's many different ways on how we could go about changing or fixing this problem. So I can copy this and paste it directly in here. And this is just what I'll do for simplicity purposes, just to verify that these things are working with a lot of the defaults. So let's go ahead and run it. And sure enough, it is. We've got user one. Here's all that payload. That's everything that's coming back to us when it expires, all of that, and then whether or not it's verified. Great. So what I want to do then is I want to also update how I decode this session. Now the reason being is if I just change this to gibberish, like as in an invalid token, and try to run it again, I get this invalid error, right? And also if I change it to where, let's do 2 tokens, so one's going to be correct and one's going to be incorrect, so token 1 and 2, and this one is going to be just simply like that. So this is the invalid one and the one that we're going to try to actually validate. So jot token here, right? So let's go ahead and try this out and run it again. And now we've got invalid. I mean, it's a real token, but it's invalid in terms of the other part. And then if we make it an especially invalid token with just adding another character to it, as in somebody tampered with it, and we run it again, now we get another error coming through here. So generally the idea is the decoding part is the part that we'll need to change slightly. And so what that means is we'll actually put a try catch statement in here, and I'll go ahead and bring in this right here. Otherwise, we'll just go ahead and return null. Now, if you remember, the payload itself will have the user value in there as a key. So I can actually come in here and say user is equal to that payload, and then I'll return back the user. So if the user is not in that payload, then I can also know that this value is incorrect. So now I can just say user as well. We don't need that entire payload at this time. And then I can run this, and I get payload is not defined. Oh, yes. So we need to get rid of that. Let's try it again. And sure enough, I get null and false. And then, of course, if I changed it to being the correct one, as in user ID, save that and refresh, null and false. So that's not a good sign. Let's go ahead and, oh yeah, that extra A in there is what caused that. So now I get 1 and true. Everything's looking a lot better as far as the session is concerned. Now, I'm actually not going to need to verify this session very often. More likely what I'll need to do is handle a null error, as in no user ID itself, which will likely be, hey, go log in somewhere. Now, there are all sorts of errors here and how you could handle the messaging and all that. I'll leave that to you. But at this point, we now have a way to verify this user session, and I'll leave that in there by comment it out. And then I'll also get rid of this session key here and bring this back into being, process.env, just like that. Okay, great. So now we're at a point where we can start putting this into cookies to see how that all plays out for our user data, which is something we'll do in just a moment. So still in our sessions module, we're going to go ahead and create 2 methods here to create or set the user session and then also to get it. So we'll go ahead and do export const set session user, and it's going to be an asynchronous function, and it's going to pass in the user ID, and then we're going to go ahead and grab that. So new session value equals to await, and this is encode user session of that user ID. Of course, that's the name of this method up here. And then we'll go ahead and use cookies. So to use the cookies, we'll go ahead and import the cookies function. And this is going to be from next/headers. And then we'll go ahead and come down here, set this session, and we'll do cookies.set. And we'll just call this our session ID with this new session value. Now, do keep in mind that this needs to happen in routes.js, basically. So wherever you have routes, this is where you would call this. So call in routes.js. Great. So that's setting the session value. Now we're going to go ahead and also export const, and we'll go ahead and get session user. And this again will be another asynchronous value here. And I don't need to call, or I don't need to pass anything in here because we're going to be using get for the cookies. So we'll do const cookie session value, and that's going to be equal to cookies.get. And what do you know? It's the same value as this right here, and that's going to be session ID. And then we use dot value to get the actual value that's stored there. And then we'll go ahead and say if it's not anything, we're going to just return null, or just return. And if it is something, then we'll go ahead and say extracted user ID equals to await. And of course, we are going to be awaiting to decode that session. And make sure we pass it in here. And then again, if it is not extracted, then we'll once again return null. And then finally, we'll go ahead and return that extracted user ID. Great. So we have a way to set it, and we have a way to get it. So what I want to do then is I'm going to go ahead and do p-npm. And we'll just run our dev project here, and we'll take a look at it. And so I want to go somewhere where I know for sure it's going to be doing a database lookup, as well as it's going to actually render some data out. So as far as this is concerned, I will go into my links, into the page itself. And just remember, we've got this links table HTML, which is coming through because of a fetch lookup with use SWR, which of course is in my API. So it's in routes.ts. Like I said, this has to happen. It has to be in routes.ts. Ideally, it's going to be in a post method after you actually authenticate. That's when you're going to set the user session. But for now, I'm just going to keep it in a get method because we're just kind of testing things out here. So I'll go ahead and import the set session user from the session itself. And then I'll go ahead and do const. Or actually, I don't need it. I can just do await. And then I'll just pass in a user ID of some kind. 1. Let's use the actual integer of 1 and see what that does. Okay, so we set the user session here. So if I refresh in here and I inspect the element here, what I might see is inside of network, or rather application, under cookies, we see session ID here. So I'm going to go ahead and delete both of these things here, refresh, and I see that session ID. It's a brand new one from one I just had. Okay, great. Now I want to just verify this. So back into my main page, I'm going to go ahead and verify it here. So this one, we'll go ahead and import our get session user. And I need to change this function to an asynchronous function. So I'll go ahead and say const user equals to await and get session user. And then I'll go ahead and console log this. Console log user. Okay. So going back into links and then go into my home page, and what I will see is what? If I refresh again, what? Again, what? But eventually, it's not going to be 1 anymore. It's going to be null. So in other words, the session is no longer valid. So that means that I actually don't have a user any longer, which we could even further verify by putting in something like user and div of user. And so if we save that, we see nothing, right? And then if we go back into links, and this should actually recreate that session, and we come back, now we see user 1. And you might be wondering, hey, why is this going away? The actual session value is not going away, but the user value is. Well, that has everything to do with the fact that in our session, when we went to create it, we gave it an expiration. The session actually expired here. So that would mean that the user would have to log back in and do all of that, which is cool. That is something that we still have yet to do, but what we have now verified is we can have a session for user, and we can also get that user ID. So the things that we can think about here is, do we want to put the user ID directly in when we go to create something? So let's see, save, is that what we called it? No, add link. We could probably put that data in here for that user ID. We could probably grab what that is. So let's try that out. And so I'll say user equals to, and is going to be get session user. Okay, so let's just make sure it's doing the correct import here. It looks like it is. And so again, I'll go ahead, now I'll just go ahead and console log the user itself. So add link and links are all at the same place. So if I go into links here, it should refresh that session. Basically, every time I refresh this page, if I hit shorten, it shouldn't console log here necessarily. But if I come in here and scroll up, I realize it's a bad request because of the links itself. But I get, oh, I did not await it. So let's go ahead and await our user session and try that again. And I'll just go ahead and run that. Still a bad request, that's fine. And we got null here. Probably because of all the seconds that wasted. Let's go ahead and shorten it again and scroll down, and there's my user ID of 1. Cool. So it's definitely working, and we could use it directly in when we go to add the link itself in the database method itself. But of course, that also means that perhaps we should have things to handle when there's permission errors and stuff like that. But of course, before I can do really any of that routing, the login, and all that, I really just need a user table, which is not something we have just yet. So let's go ahead and create that user table and get all of the relations and all those things done correctly. We now have all of the conditions necessary to create our users table, to create users. So what we want to do here is we are going to copy so much of this links table that we might as well just copy and paste it already and change the places where it needs to be to users table. And here, here, and here. And then the actual store table will be users. And then we want to change a few things here. First off, the short itself should be our username. And the reason is we want to limit how long usernames would end up being. 50 characters for a username is massive, but we'll leave it in there as 50. And I'll say not null. The URL itself, maybe that's going to now be email and then email. And we can allow that to be null, username and username. And then pretty much everything else is kind of arbitrary, right? So we could add other fields if we wanted to, like first name, last name, and so on. But I'm going to just leave it pretty simple like this and let you modify it how you see fit. Next, of course, is we still want a unique index for this username. So we'll go ahead and do users here. And there's going to be our username index and username underscore IDX. And it's going to be on users dot username. Great. So unique usernames now. Great. Fantastic. So the user tables relations, we don't need visits, right? We need its parent. We need the parents of the visits, which is the links. And so we can bring this in here and just say links. Cool. So with that in mind, we also need to do something similar that we did to visits, but now to the link table. And that is going to be user ID. And we could use basically the same thing as this links ID thing here and just change it slightly for user ID. The integer being user ID, references directly to the user table. Now, this part's rather important to make sure that it is a foreign key relation so that when I attempt to add a user ID that doesn't exist in the user table, an error happens, which I think is cool and important. So the final thing to wrap this up is inside of my links table relations, I need to add a new one, which of course is going to be our user ID. Or rather our user, just like what we had here. And we'll just go ahead and, instead of it being user ID, just simply user. This time it's not links table, but rather the visits table or the user table. And the reference is to the user table. And this one is to the user ID, just like that. Wow. So now we have relations in many different ways. Once we actually migrate everything, we will have it. First off, our user table is connected to our links table, which is connected to our visits table. But the links table, well, we might actually not have a user. So let's go ahead and leave this as null. Let's allow it to be null because, perhaps we want to allow just random people to add links in here as well. One other thing that I want to get rid of in my links table is I actually don't want to have one single URL, especially because I'm adding in the links themselves for users. I want to allow the users to add as many links for the same thing as possible because we're just looking for that short URL itself. So that's it. Now that we've got this, let's go ahead and run our migrations with pnpm run migrations. And of course, as you remember, that's just simply calling npx generate from DrizzleKit. And so that's going to create these migrations for me. So what I actually want to do is delete all of that, because I've changed the structure quite a bit. So I'm deleting all of those migrations, going into my SQL editor here. I'm going to drop all of these tables. In fact, I might even drop every table, really, inside of my database. If I had any other tables in here, you would want to drop all of them, or maybe even just create a brand new database altogether. But the idea being that we're now sort of starting from scratch. And so now I'm going to run these migrations again, and so that I only really have one migrations file in here, because this is now what I want to run. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and copy this, go back into my database here, and I'm going to get rid of all of these statements here because we no longer want those, and I'll just go ahead and do SQL backticks. Okay. Now, the important part of this, as you may recall, is to break up each statement. So whenever you see a statement breakpoint, you'll put SQL and a backtick. And then close off the backticks, of course, and then SQL and a backtick. And we can actually put them on the same level as well. And there we go. And then SQL backtick. And back up. Get rid of the SQL breakpoint. And then SQL backtick. Down to here. Again, SQL backtick. And there we go. Okay, so I think I completed that tedious process. And there we go. That should be everything. So the reason I did this is so that I don't have any additional alter tables that just aren't necessary. So that when I go to run it again, pm run dev, that my databases and everything should be all aligned. So let's refresh in one of the pages here, and I'll take a look. Looks like everything was okay. Refresh again, and yeah, okay, good. So we aren't having any issues. Let's go ahead and shorten this URL. Sure enough, it shortens. And if I go and take a look at it, or actually visit it, and then go to API links, I see the link coming through, one visit. Great, everything's working so far with that. Let's go ahead and just change the response a little bit. So I'll scroll down here, and I'll go ahead and put my user ID being true. Save that, refresh in here, and I've got null. Great. Okay. So one of the things you might be tempted to do is, based off of when we talked about add link, you might come in here and say user const user equals to await, and this was get session user, and then basically saying if there is a user, we'll go ahead and do new link, and we'll put user underscore ID in here just like that. Now this should be the database value, right? Because we're inserting this into the database, but it might be not that. So we'll try it out in just a second. And I also want to console log this as well. Console log what is coming through on that new link. Okay. And so back into my links here, I'm just going to grab a random value to see if I can shorten it. We'll hit shorten, and I get not valid. Okay, so why is it not valid? Well, let's go ahead and console log the name and message that's happening, or the actual error itself. So we'll save that again. We'll attempt to shorten it, and it says cannot read property of undefined name. So let me I just want to refresh something here. I'll run it again, and I'll paste that same link in, shorten it, and again, not valid. So we're still getting undefined name. Okay, so why is that? Well, let's change this to user ID like it is in the user table. Save that. And we are getting the user ID coming through, but maybe it's not the valid one. Let's go back into our terminal, and we'll refresh in here. Again, just paste in a link of some kind. Still not valid. And with the dev running, now we see the error that I was going after, which is key user ID equals to 1 is not present on table users. Okay, so what we learned are several things here. Number one, when we insert the values themselves, they have to match or correspond to the key values or the declared values here from any given table, right? So that's what's happening with that. That's why it was named or declared this. But then when we try to insert it in, since it has a foreign key, it looks in that other table to see if it even exists, and it does not exist, so it causes an error saying, hey, you can't do this, right? Because we don't have any users in our database yet, because we still need to make that part. We haven't done that yet. We just made the table. That's it. But it is interesting to see that this is the case. This is what's happening here. So yeah, that's pretty cool. That's actually a nice feature of this in terms of when we are trying to add in our user that maybe there's going to be issues related to it, as we saw just now. Pretty cool. So now, of course, we need to actually start registering users and all that. But before we can get there, we need to talk about how to store our users' passwords, which we never even created a field for. So we'll have to do that as well. Now, in a real project that had users as a part of it, as a part of its core, I would actually create this user table first, and I would spend a lot of time thinking about all of the fields that should be in there. The glaring one that's missing is password, right? So we actually absolutely want to have a password field in here, and I'm even going to give it a character length of 75. So a password with 75 characters is massive, but it's likely going to be pretty secure itself. I'm actually coming back to this from the future, which after we create this field, we need to run those migrations. So first off, I'm going to do is delete this migrations folder here, and then I'll run my npm run migrations so that I can come back into those migrations files right here and grab this one single thing, bring it on over into my DB schema for the users themselves right here. We'll go and add that in, and then we'll go back into the Neon console, drop everything, and then we'll run our server again, and then just load right back into links. And then that way we have all of that data in there. So then in our database, when we go back and look at the user itself, we see that password is definitely in there. Great. One of the key things about a password field is to never store raw data. You never want to store a raw password itself in your database for a number of reasons. One of them, it's likely to be hacked. Instead, what we're going to do is we're going to hash the password using a salt key. So that's what we want to go towards, right? And this process is done with a lot of different authentication, but especially with storing passwords. So to do this, we need to actually create another key, or key in the first place, right? So if we think back to even our session data, this key is not very good, the one we currently have for the session data. So let's solve that one first in conjunction with the password one. So I'll go into my app here. I'm going to make a new folder called CLI. And inside of here, we're going to call this generate secret, or let's just call it generate key.sh. And I want to import crypto from node crypto. Okay. And so I want to export the function. We'll call this the default function actually. And we'll call this generate key. And we just want to return crypto dot random bytes. We'll do 16 and then 2 string hex. Okay, so we'll just console log this out to generate that key, save it, and then we're going to go ahead and copy the relative path here, and then in our package.json, we'll come into our scripts, and we'll go ahead and generate key, and this will be npx tsx of that file. Save it, and now we can run npm run generate key, hit enter, and this should give us a new key. And we'll do it twice in this case. So the first one, I'm actually going to go into my Jose session key. I'm going to go ahead and change this one. So with this change, this is no longer a valid key for this session, not this secret at least. So what we need to do is, instead of this one, we would say const secret equals to new text encoder dot encode and then process dot env dot, and it's going to be the same key. This should now work as well. If it doesn't work, then you might have to do a different method, but this should actually encode the secrets now based off of that value. Now, if you did it too big, if you did it at like 32 random bytes, it's going to be too large for the Jose session key. So the next one is going to be we'll call this our salt key, and we'll pass that in as well. So the salt key is going to be generated for our passwords. So inside a lib, we'll go ahead and do password utils.js. Okay. So the first one is we're going to declare the salt key value, and it's going to be process.env.salt key. Yep. And then we'll go ahead and we'll basically just go ahead and say that's the key. Otherwise, we'll use just simply salt. Salt is not a great backup. The other key is much better, but as far as the length of this key, it's a lot more generous than how the JSON sessions work with Jose. We're also going to go ahead and declare our hash iterations, and I'm going to do 10,000. Okay, so next up, still from crypto, we're going to import the pbkdf to sync, and that's a capital S from node crypto. And now we're going to go ahead and create a function called export function hash password. And this is going to take in the raw password string. And we're going to go ahead and declare our key here being pbkdf to sync. That's going to be our raw password string, the salt key, and then our hash iterations, 64 and SHA 512, not 612, but 512. And then we'll go ahead and return key.toString hex. Great. So that will hash the password. This is what we'll use to store the password into our database. Next up, we'll go ahead and create something called is matching password. So again, we'll go ahead and do our entered, or let's say, for instance, our raw password. Let's change this to entered raw password, and then our stored hash. Okay, so it's very similar still, but now what we want to do is we want to create the same thing, but this time we'll just call this our hash and entered password this time. So again, same exact method as how we're going to end up storing it. And then we want to just verify that the stored hash is equal to the new one, or the verify hash. And that's pretty much it. So what we're going to do then is I'll go ahead and create another function that we'll just call. I'm not going to leave this going for very long, but we'll go ahead and do our function and then verify password working. And I'll do const pw equals to abc123. And we'll do const hash equals to, or let's do pw hash equals to the hashed password of pw. And then we'll do is valid, and we'll do the matching password from pw and the pw hash. Okay, and then we'll just go ahead and call this. All right, let's copy the path here. I'm not going to keep this very long. Instead, what I'll do is just run npx tsx, that file itself, and we didn't console log if it's valid, of course. So console log is valid. And we'll run it again, and we've got false. Okay, so let's go ahead and verify this. There's a problem here, and that is that we did not do .toString of the hex like we did above. Let's try that again, and now it's true. Okay, great. So the other thing is, if we wanted to make it invalid, let's go ahead and try this again. And this time I'll do ABC123 and hash 2, right? So just a different password that we will then compare the hashes to, and we run that, and that's false. So what's happening here, when you end up doing this on your database level, when we actually do the login and authentication and all that, we are going to allow the user to enter their password and their username. The username will find the database entry, and then once we have the database entry, we will compare what they entered to the hash that we store on our database. And that's what the point of that is right there. So that's our password utilities here. I do want to just verify that our session key is also working. So let's go back into our sessions here, and I should be able to verify it by going back into my home page and seeing one, as in user one, because of going to links and then coming back. So yeah, our sessions should still be working, and we're definitely a lot closer to being able to actually log in with a user based off of all of this data. Register and log in, of course. Now we're going to create our register and login pages. They're both very, very similar to what we did with the links create form and the original links page. So inside of our app here, we're going to go ahead and create, we'll call it register/page.js. And then I will also create login/page.js. Okay. So the first thing is page.js in register. I'll go ahead and copy the links one. And then I'll also copy the form itself, the create form. And this is going to be called my register form. And I'll even rename this to register form as well, registerform.js. But everything in here is almost exactly what I want. The API is going to the wrong place. This should be probably auth and /register at some point. We don't have that just yet. And then we will update our actual fields here. So we want to get rid of this default value. We definitely don't want that anywhere at this point, but we'll leave it in for now. We're going to go ahead and say username, and then maybe email, and then maybe our password. And we also might want to have something to confirm a password. So we'll go ahead and say do confirm our password and confirm. Okay. So email is of type email. And the placeholder should be your email, not your URL. So email, pick a username, and so on, right? And so the type for password is password, and true with confirming it, your password, and confirm your password. Great. Okay, so now that we've got this, we'll go ahead and do register. It won't have any results yet, so we'll leave that as is. But the idea being, we now have a register form on this register page. So we'll do register form from dot register form, and we'll render this out. It is not going to look great, but we can still take a look at it. Let's make sure our server is running again. So pm run dev, and I refresh in here. And the reason I do the register one first is because the login one is basically the same thing, almost identically the same thing. So I'll go ahead and copy and paste it, and then copy and paste that. I didn't really need that original page, and I'll rename this to page, and then just simply login form. And update the inputs, maybe. We'll go ahead and change this to login form. And then the only things that we need in here are password and username. Okay, so your username and your password. This will just be login. Okay, so page should go login form from login form, and then this one should be register form. Okay, so we got our register and login. Both of these things are not great looking, really, because they aren't good forms as far as how they're rendered, which we will still fix, but for now, we are after testing to make sure that they are working correctly. So the first thing I want to do is I really just want to verify the data that's coming through, and I'll just do it with register for now in terms of console logging that data. So I'll pick a username, pick an email, pick a password, two whatever passwords. I'll go ahead and inspect the element into the console, and I see this object here, and there's our data. So we've got a username, email, a password, and a password. Okay, so if you're already familiar with React.js, what you could be doing is you could actually verify these passwords inside of the actual function itself, the functional component itself, we can actually verify those things here. So we could say const verify password and have an event that comes in here for when it changes. And we can put these things on change. I'm not actually going to implement it, but I will console log event.target.value so you can see what's happening here with this, so that your user interface could then start actually verifying the passwords right inside of the user interface versus just on the back end. But I'll leave that for you some other time. It is nice to have those event handlers in there. It can also improve the user experience quite a bit. But the reason I'm leaving them out is because we absolutely want to make sure that we're verifying those things on the back end. We want to make sure that the back end will not let invalid passwords or not matching passwords come through. And of course, if we try to submit this data, we can see the response in there as well. So console log the response. Let's see what that looks like, and go back into register, and we'll do, some invalid stuff here. Hit register, inspect. We see in console, we get a response here, and we get a 404 not found because that URL is not configured yet, of course, right? So there's no real way to show this just yet. So errors and all that sort of stuff we will still need to render out. But that's the login and register page. Now we just need to start implementing the actual functionality for it. And of course, registration takes in that hash password into consideration, which is something we'll do very soon. All right, so if we go to our links page and try to shorten a link, of course, we get this not valid error with whatever URL we're on, assuming we just refreshed because of that, user does not exist error. So what we want to do now is actually make it possible for that user to actually exist. So to do this, we're going to go ahead and copy a lot of this links route. So I'll just go ahead and copy this and paste it into the API. And what I'll call this is register, but I'll also put it into another folder called auth. So really just auth, register, and those are the routes. We do not need a GET request in there, and we also probably won't need to set the session yet, but we will have all of this other data. And so if you actually think about it, the data itself is going to be from the form that's coming through. So if we console log this data, we will be able to see that. And right now, we'll just go ahead and say it's an invalid URL, which we'll just leave in as false. But I really just want to see the register data, right? That's what I want to look at. So going back into our page for register, I think I already had that API endpoint. We'll verify that in a second, but I'll go ahead and put a username in here, put an email in, and then put actually .com because the browser will validate it, and then put some whatever passwords, hit register. I'll go ahead and inspect the element here into my console. I get a 500 error, which is fine. And then I get these responses here, and then there's the object right there. And so if we go back into our actual server side, we see the register data right here. Great. So we've got the 500 error. It has to do with the fact that I just removed a bunch of things like URL from that response. But here's the data that's actually coming through. So the toSave data, if you will, is in here as well, which I'll leave in here as, we'll call this our toSave data. And it's going to be our username, which is data.username. And then it's going to be our password, which is data.password. And then if we have an email, which we'll say if data.email, then we'll go ahead and add this in as well. So toSave data email equals to data.email, because that was an optional value anyway. Cool. So that's going to be our toSave data. So the next thing is, of course, whether or not it's valid data. So is valid data would be related to data.username. We want to make sure we have data.username and data.password. And that's it. If we have those things, great. If not, we'll say username and password are required. Just like that. Or something like that, right? So username spelled correctly. So we can make this a little bit better, though. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to say username and password, and also password confirm, okay, is equal to data. Now, again, that if that valid data, we can get rid of data dot. there is another validation that we would want, and I'll go ahead and copy this and paste it right above. And that is data password is not equal to password confirm. Then we would come in here and say passwords must match. Please try again. Simple enough. We'll get rid of this isValidData method again. And there we go. So we save that. Now the first thing it'll test is, that password is verified. We hit register. Passwords must match. Yes, we are on the right track. Now again, we would want to probably put this in our user interface as well, because we don't need to hit the backend if we don't need to hit the backend. This is a very easy thing to test on whether or not it is hitting the backend. But of course, at the very end of the day, we want to make sure that it is correct. So I'll go ahead and do 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, hit register. And so I get this server error again, which is fine, but it's not the 400 error again. So the thing about this is, as well, is we probably want to have a method for verifying a good password. I'm not going to worry about that method just yet. That will be something I'll leave for you. But for now, we have some validation inside of our post method here altogether. So after we finish all that validation, then we can actually start to add this data in, which is going to be where? Well, of course, just like add link, it's going to be in our DB. So let's go ahead and go into add link. It's going to be very similar to this add link function. I'll go ahead and copy it, paste in here. This is going to be called register user. And this is going to be our new user data. Okay, so there's a lot of things in here we just simply don't need. And we'll go ahead and say to insert data equals to new user data. And this, or rather, this is going to be first off our password, or rather our username. And this is going to be our new user data dot username. And then our password. What is our password going to be? Do you remember? It's going to be hash password. So we come in here and do hash password. So I type out hash password for the automatic import and new user data dot password. And then yet again, we'll go ahead and say if new user data dot email. Then we'll go ahead and put that to insert data of email equaling to new user data dot email. Great, so now we've got our data here. We don't need any of this stuff. We don't need the new link there. We do have a response here that we probably will want, as in like failed to register. Please try again. Okay, so now links table is no longer links table, but rather users table. We can use schema dot because we imported schema dot, but I'd rather have users table right there. So we'll come back down to that and users table, and then our new user data, still returning everything like that. Duplicate key might also happen as well. But what we want here is actually the username. So once again, I'll go ahead and do const username equals to the new user data and just update this where I need to. I could probably do it with other data points as well. And we'll say username is take it. Great. So in register user, this might be another place to just verify that the username's available perhaps. But more than likely, you'll want the verification to happen on the post request when it actually is trying to happen, where the DB function itself is more about inserting it. The only reason I do the hash at the DB function level is to make sure that that is always going to be hashed, no matter what. Okay, so now we've got this register user function here. So let's go ahead and import it in. We'll import register user here. And then we've got our validated data, to save data, all that. Now we'll go ahead and register that user with this to save data. And hopefully we get everything back correctly. So we'll go ahead and save this. I don't need these things in here any longer. And we'll save it, refresh in here. And let's attempt to log in, and we'll do something like this. Not a real password or a real username. Let's try 123 and 123, hit register. And what do you know? We have a user. It did bring back this password, which is peculiar. That's not at all what we want, but we'll look at that in just a second. In the database, we should look inside the console here and there is our user, and it is storing that raw password. That's not good at all. So we absolutely have an issue somewhere in here. So let's go ahead and just verify everything. First off, we've got our true save data goes to our register user. Let's go back into our register user and take a look at that. New save data, new user data, to insert data. There it is. We didn't use the to insert data. We used the new user data. So there's the issue right there. Save that. And we'll go ahead and refresh into, first off, I'm going to go ahead and drop my database tables. And then we'll go back into register here. We might actually have to go into links to make sure it works and just refresh a couple times. Register should probably work too, but let's go ahead and try that again. So Justin Mitchell, and then another email that just simply doesn't exist. ABC123, ABC123. Hit register and fail to register. Try again. Too long for character type, varying 75. Okay, so cool issue, cool problem that just came up, and it has everything to do with the fact that we hashed our password, right? So what we actually want to do back to our schema for this password is not have that at 75, but rather just change it to being text. So we'll just change it to text, and just like that, not null, again, everything's fine. And so what we can do again is just delete these migrations, and I'll go ahead and run my migration. So p npm run migrations. And of course, that's going to change that a little bit, only just the definition for that table, which is really simple. It's just text, not null. And so back into db.js, we will navigate up here and just change that to being text, not null. Save it again, go back into our database, drop everything, and we'll go back into register. We need to make sure everything's running. So p npm run dev. And now it should actually work. Let's see. Let's see if it works now. So we'll go into register, Justin Mitchell, and ABC123, ABC123, register. And the moment of truth is fantastic. So we get it back. It did register. If we look into our console, into our table, into our user here, we see that raw or that string of password. This is something we'll have to verify with the next login, which is great. And then as far as the data that comes back from registration, I actually don't want to bring any data back. So as far as a registered user, I could bring data back, but I really just want to bring one piece of it back. So let's go ahead and just bring back only part of it. So instead of returning here, or we'll leave returning in, and we'll just change the response a little bit to something different so that it is only a few items here. And we'll go ahead and say let db response equal to that. And then the response itself is going to be username and db response dot username, and then created at being db response dot created at. That's it. We also might want to bring the ID in, db response dot ID, potentially. So we save that, and we'll try it again with it. Let's try it with the same user and see what happens. First, ABC123, ABC123, register, and Justin Mitchell's taken. Great news. Let's change it to Justin Mitchell 2, register, and I don't have any indication on whether or not it's loading, but there we go. And it looks like it didn't give me that data back that I wanted. The response turned in, oh yeah, because it wasn't an array, potentially, and the response being an array now. Let's just double check what that response is. So we have that data coming through. So ABC at ABC, 123, 123, register, and we're getting an empty data coming through here. So it is returning. So that is the DB response. Yes, we need 0. Try that again with ABC2, hit register, and failed to register. Cannot read undefined of 0. Okay, so let's go ahead, DB response data equals to DB response and 0. Let's try this one. And here we go. Run that again. There we go. All the data we actually want in this response and for this user. It's fantastic. We now can register users. The next step, of course, is to log users in. Now it's time to create our login page. This one is going to be slightly different than our register page in the sense that it needs to do a lookup request on the database. It needs to get back that entry, and then it needs to verify the raw password with the hashed password. So those are a number of steps that we want to do. So we want to verify each step individually as much as possible. So I'm going to go ahead and copy the register path from the API path and just call this login. And then we'll go into our route here. And I'm actually going to go ahead and comment out a lot of things up until we'll just get the data first. So let's go ahead and actually get and validate some of the data here. So first off, we don't need the password data here, and I don't need to confirm anything. I just need to make sure I'm getting the raw data coming through. So we go ahead and console log username and password. Okay, and then the response itself, I'll just go ahead and give it an empty response back with a 200 status code. Great. Okay, really simple username and password coming through. So of course, how do we get this data? That is coming directly from our login form, and this should just be simply auth/login. And then we just want to make sure that our form names are the same, username and password, and sure enough, they are. Okay, great. So let's run our project, npm run dev, and we'll jump over into our login screen here. And let's see it running. There we go. So I'll do ABC and 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. We'll hit login, and we get ABC 1, 2, 3. Okay, great. So that part was successful. So what we want to do is we want to get my user DB record, right? And so how are we going to go about doing that? For now, I'll just leave it as an empty dictionary. But the idea being, of course, is from the database itself. So inside of db.js, under register user, we'll go ahead and export async function. And I'll call this get user by username. Maybe function here. Okay. And so we'll pass in the username. And then what we want to return, of course, is await db.select.from, and there's going to be the users table, and then we'll go ahead and where it's equal users table. Let's do users table dot username, and then we're going to pass in the username. Great. So get user by username. Back into our route, instead of register user, we'll have get user by username, and then we'll go ahead and say const user record is, we'll go ahead and do await and username. And now we'll go ahead and grab our user record here. We'll save that, and let's refresh in here, ABC 1, 2, 3. Now it's possible I don't actually have a user record for that, but I do. So there's my user record, and notice that it's coming back with multiple items here, right? So what I want here is db response, and then the const of user record being db response of 0. And then now what I want is say the stored hash. So const stored user hash equals to user record dot password. And as you recall, the stored user hash is how we're going to go ahead and verify the raw password right here is matching password. So we'll go ahead and say const is valid password request equals to is matching password. We'll have that automatically import just like that. And then we'll go ahead and pass in the entered raw password, which was this right here. And then our stored hash. And then we'll go ahead and say if is valid password request. We'll go ahead and say console log welcome to the jungle. Okay, so we'll refresh in here, ABC 1, 2, 3. This is probably invalid. It is the correct one, so that's the correct password. So let's go ahead and try it with something different just to verify that, yeah, Okay, cool. So the second request didn't come through, but the first one did. So this is now a valid password. So all of this other stuff we probably don't need. Okay. Now we could totally return back some sort of JSON web token back with it, an encrypted token back with it, or we could just set it. We could set that user session now. So with this in mind, we have the user record. So we'll go ahead and say user record ID equals to user record.id. And then we can do a wait, set user session, and that user record ID. Okay. And this, of course, is if it's valid, but if it's not valid, I want to just say something like, I don't know, basically invalid creds. Please try again. Okay, so otherwise it's going to set that record. So ABC 123, boom, I logged in. Looks like everything went okay because it just rendered an empty dictionary there. And then I can come back in here and I see my record of 4. That's the fourth ID. That is the user ID, the valid user ID. So the way I would actually go about handling this is in my login form is basically if my response is valid, then I'll go ahead and redirect it to the home page. So let's go ahead and do that with console log response. I just want to see what the response is. So we'll go back into /login here and ABC123, log in, inspect the element here, go into the console response, and I got a status code right there. So basically, if the response.status equals to 200, then I'm going to redirect from the navigation to the home page. Now let's hope that we can just use the raw string like that. I believe I can, but let's go ahead and try it out with logging in, and I get the next redirect. We've got an error here that's not actually allowing me to do that. So it's probably because of how that navigation works. Might not work on the client. So what we're going to do then instead is window.location.href equals to /. Let's see if that works. There's definitely better ways to redirect things in the front end of React. But there we go. Log in. It logs me in. Fantastic. So response is correct. I do not need the results really, right? So that's the other thing is I definitely don't need the results in here showing up. I might want to have it load and stuff like that, but these are things that you would implement with the front end React. I'll get rid of that redirect. That's almost certainly like a server-side function itself. But there we are. We now have a way to log in. So if we go into links here, I believe this comes from, at this point, already comes from the other one. So we got that create form that goes into the API. That API goes into our route here, which calls, well, we've got our set user session. We no longer want that. So I'm going to have to come back and re-log in actually to reset my user session. But the idea being that in here, we should have our add link. So going back into our DB, and we've got add link in here. Where'd it go? Maybe above. Add link there. And there's our user ID from the session. So let's go ahead and try this out. Again, we'll log in. And we'll do ABC123. Logged in. Fourth user. Let's go ahead and add a link in here. Shorten. And there is user ID of 4. There's that shortened URL. We can navigate to it and take a look. And then we go to API links. And what do you know? So we've got 4 is in there. And this could also be verified inside of the Neon console. And there's user ID 4 showing that up. And now we have login, register, and all that, and associating users to their actual data. Super, super exciting. Now we're going to go ahead and narrow our results based off of the user that's logged in. So the first thing that I want to do is update the links that I can see, which is this get min links and visits. So we're going to go ahead and say const, and we'll say session user equals to await and get session user. And so with that, we can actually come down here and say where and this will be EQ. And then what does it equal? Well, you might be tempted to say, oh, well, user table dot ID is equal to that session user. But that's actually incorrect because we're narrowing down the links table, not the user table. So I'd grab the links table and then come in here and say links table dot user ID, and then through that session user. And then that is actually how I would go ahead and narrow those things down, which we can verify. So let's go into our project here and let's actually log in. And I'll give a user of ABC 1, 2, 3, and go into my links here. And what I see is 3 links in here. And I'm actually going to add a few more. Remember, we got rid of that unique clause, so there's several different links that are basically the same. And I'll go ahead and log in again. We still need a logout function. We will do that in a little bit. But right now we've got ABC123, and here's just another user that I have. And I'll go ahead and take a look at my links here, and I only have 1 link. So it's actually really just that simple. You just say where the user ID is equal to that. And this also works on the other one, right? So you just do .where and EQ, again, links table .user ID, and then the session user, which we would then bring up like this. And there you go. So yet again, we could just change wherever we need to that as well. So that's a really quick and easy way to just narrow those results down as we see fit, right? And of course, we can expand on these things to have multiple pages to make sure that we can iterate through over everything. That's not something I'm going to do at this time, but that is how we can at least narrow down a session user based off of the data they might have. It's pretty cool. All right, so now we just need a way to log out. It's actually very similar to log in, except for a few slight variations. So first and foremost, we need to go into our session, and I'm going to go ahead and export a const called end session for user. And again, it's going to be an asynchronous call here, and it's really just going to be cookies.delete and session ID, or the value, the name of the cookie. Okay, so now that we've got that, we're going to go ahead and jump into our auth. I'm going to go ahead and copy the login method here, paste it, and change it to being logout, and then go into the route itself. And instead of set session user, we're going to go ahead and end session for user. I'll go ahead and get rid of basically everything else, change the status to simply 204, and then I'll just go ahead and await the end session for user. And that's it. Okay, so the reason we have to do it in an API route like this is because we're modifying the cookies. That's true for creating the cookies, and it's true for modifying them as well. So back into this route, how do we actually call this route, of course? Well, we're going to go ahead and again copy the login page, and we'll call this our logout page now. And this time it's not going to be a login form, but rather a logout form. And so we'll just change all of these values accordingly. And the logout form really is all about, are you sure you want to log out? That's it. There's nothing more to it than that, right? And then calling auth logout. Like that. Okay. So then if the status is 204, then we'll go ahead and return to the login page. Probably don't need anything else in here. And then I'll go ahead and get rid of this and just basically say, like a div saying, are you sure you want to log out? Yes, continue. Okay. And then if we wanted to go back, I'll just do link. So link is built into Next.js itself, and I'll do href, going back just to the home page. No, go home. Something like that. Okay, and we don't need the set state anymore. And let's take a look. So into our logout page, maybe I need to run it. So npm run dev. Go into our logout page here. Now, a big part of the reason you would have it wait. So if I say no, go home, it should go home and it should be fine. Go back into logout, say yes and continue. And looks like maybe I have a server error somewhere here. Yes, cookies.delete is not a function. Oh, of course. It is going to be cookies. Gotta initialize that. Okay, so back into logout. Yes, and continue. And it looks like we have another issue here. Invalid response status code 204. Okay, so it's not letting me say a 204. I'm not exactly sure why, but I'll just go ahead and say a 200. 204 means empty content. That's essentially what that means. So let's go ahead and try this again. We'll first go into login, and I'll do ABC123. And then we've got our user ID here. And then I'll go ahead and go into log out. Yes, and continue. And looks like we have another error. Let's take a look. Oh yeah, no, the error is not actually there, but rather it was here. Okay, so we go back into our home page. That user's gone. Oh, we got another error here. Yes, so we actually don't have a value. So in this case, the value is null. So we have to update that. So let's go back into our session here. And we'll go ahead and say, if that's null, then return null. Then we just do .value here. Okay. There we go. Surprised that didn't come up earlier, but it did now. So we'll go ahead and log in. 1, 2, 3. There's our user. And we'll go and take a look at our links here. There's our links. And if I log out, I should be able to log out. And sure enough, there we go. Great. So we've got the logout function working. Now we just need to improve the navigation overall and maybe some of the user interface of it all. But overall, we've got a lot of things going in terms of how our application works. We can log in, we can register, we can log out. Key things for user authentication. And then, of course, we can associate data. Now we just need to make it look a lot better. Now, if you're anything like me, you probably already attempted to deploy this application and ran into some issues. And so if we actually look at the deployments and we read through, we see that reading from Node crypto is not handled by plugins. So in other words, built-in Node.js features aren't necessarily available yet. I have an inkling that this might change in the future, but in the meantime, since it hasn't changed yet and I haven't seen any announcements to it changing, we have to modify how we handle a few of our hashing passwords as well as our command line interface right here. The command line one is super easy. You just change it from crypto, import crypto from crypto, basically, and that solves that problem. We also might want to export the const runtime equaling to Node.js. Now, the other thing about this in particular is, well, it doesn't actually matter that much that we have this feature. So we could totally delete it altogether. I'm also going to change this to an await here. And the reason for that is because of how this version of crypto, the web API version of crypto, requires this to be an asynchronous function, but it's essentially the same. And so then what we're going to do here in the generate key, we'll just go ahead and do then x and console log x. And we don't need to take, this whole thing doesn't need to be in a console log, just the part that we go to generate this. So then we should be able to run our generate key function here, and this should work just fine. And there's a new key for us that we could use whenever. Okay, cool. So now that we've got this, let's go ahead and go back into our password utilities. How do we actually fix this KDF to sync function, which is actually going to be PBKDF2, just the regular 2, no sync involved whatsoever. And so I've actually created another gist for this one. So gist.github.com/coding4entrepreneurs. You can look for the Next.js-PBKDF2, and this is going to be what we'll end up using. Now, a big part of the reason to put this into a gist is so we can improve it. And so inside of my lib here, I will go ahead and add pbkdf2.js and paste this in here. And there's our new function. And so back into our password utilities, instead of doing this, we're going to go ahead and import the default one from the file itself. And we'll get rid of this node crypto here. And there we go. Okay, great. And so the next thing is we actually don't need this toString method here any longer. And we also are going to be calling no longer sync, but just everything else. So otherwise, it's basically the same. I will also change the runtime here, and this is going to be simply Edge. This should work on Edge, no problem. If you have any issues with it working on Edge, just let me know. But the idea being that we now have this just modified for Vercel. So there's a couple other things that I want to do before we actually push this, which would be to remove all console logs. Just anywhere we have console log with the exception of generate key. Maybe error functions is fine, but the user itself, we don't need to console log that. And we also don't need to console log requests. You just want to go through and just get rid of as many of these console logs as possible. These were really meant to just kind of show us what's going on with things, but we definitely don't need them, especially when we expose secrets. I think there's a part where I actually do expose some secrets in here, which of course we want to get rid of altogether. Cool. And if you need to, you can always go back and change and update things and console log things as you see fit, but it's important to get rid of them just so we don't have any leaked data in here whatsoever. This verify session we can probably get rid of, and verified password also get rid of. The big one is in the register form. We want to get rid of that console log as well, because that was logging out the actual password that was signed up with. And there we go. I think we're pretty good on the console logs now. And let's go ahead and close everything out. I will commit it and do prepare for prod. And we'll commit this, yes. And then I'll go ahead and sync these changes. And then I will let Vercel finish with the deployment. So let's go back into our project here. And also into our Neon console. I want to drop all of these tables because I made some changes to how we actually hash the password. They're slight changes, but they're changes nonetheless. And it's not going to be hashed exactly the same as before. It's very close, but it's not exactly the same. So there's a likelihood that that won't be working correctly. So we just want to drop those tables, and then we'll let this actual deployment finish. All right, so now it looks like our deployment was successful, at least as far as actually pushing it. Let's actually see if the website is working correctly. So we'll go on there, and first thing I need to do is, of course, register. I'm going to pick some random username that's not real and a bad password. We'll go ahead and hit register, and we've got created at. Perfect. So it actually is working, and let's go ahead and log in now, again with our user and that password. And what we got is invalid creds. So it looks like maybe we have an issue with the actual password, unless, of course, I actually registered it incorrectly. So let's go ahead and try again, and I'll do CFE2. Oh yeah, at cfe.com, and we'll register it. There we go. So this time, fingers crossed it works. CFE2. Okay, so it failed again. So hey there, jumping in from the future. One of the things that for sure failed with our project was the fact that our environment variables do not have the Jose session key and the salt key. So be sure to add those things right now, and then we'll take a look at the other reason. So back into PDKDF2, we actually see that this is an asynchronous function, and my password utilities are just simply functions. So of course that's a problem. We need to change these to asynchronous functions. So this is await, and then async await, and then wherever we hash this password, or whoops, not that, but rather await here. And so we need to check where we hash and where we match these passwords. So hash password, of course, is right here. Already an async function, thankfully. So we'll go ahead and do await to hash it. And then the next one would be to matching. And let's go ahead and check this one. And it's already an async function as well. So again, await. Really simple issues that we just needed to fix. And so added async to hashing methods. Commit. Yes. Sync changes. Okay. And we'll go ahead and let this deployment work as well. In the meantime, I'll also drop these tables again because, again, when we actually registered the user, it was incorrect. Now, in the long run, what you would actually probably want to have happen is the ability for the user to reset their password by sending an email. That's just outside the context of what we're doing here. That email would then give them a new route that they would confirm their email and then be able to modify their password there, which would then use that latest version of whatever the hashing function that you're working with. Now, of course, you're not going to want to change that all the time because it's a bad user experience, but that's not something we're going to worry about here. It's much more about just getting this working correctly and as securely as possible at this point. Let's go ahead and check the deployment now, and it's already ready. Great. So let's go ahead and register again. CFE at cfe.com, some whatever password, and we'll go ahead and register. Created. Great. We log in. Now, actually, before we log in, what we could do too is just look at the table for that user and see that it looks like a hash password. The other one probably was like promise in here. It probably didn't actually have a hash password like that. So now we'll go ahead and try it out. And successful. Okay, great. And it even tries to log me in because I redirect or save the login credentials and all that. Fantastic. Okay, so we solved the major issues here. Now, of course, we need to actually make it look quite a bit better than what we currently have. So let's go ahead and take a look at that now. Now we're going to go ahead and integrate Flowbite into our application. Now, Flowbite has a package called Flowbite-React, which also has support for Next.js. But the thing about Flowbite is you can actually really easily make your site look a lot better by using a number of the components that are in here without integrating Next.js or anything like that. So if you actually scroll down and went to, say, like badge, for example, a badge, these are examples of those badges. What you can do is you can just copy the classes here just like this and then come back into your project, and we'll go ahead and just grab some sort of element here. Let's go ahead and go to our login form and down into our button here. We'll go ahead and do class name, like a standard React class name. We save that, and then we go back into our local project and just do login, and you see that it actually changes. And that, of course, is because of Tailwind CSS. So the reason that you use Flowbite is it gives you a ton of examples like this. But as soon as you want to use different kinds of components, let's say, for instance, the navbar component, which is something we want, and you break this down into different sizes, you still need this toggle to happen on your project. And that happens through JavaScript, which is why we'll end up using, Flowbite-React. But as far as a reference is concerned for all sorts of Tailwind, UI elements that you can just copy and paste, Flowbite is fantastic for that. But as soon as you want some of the more advanced things, like even like a modal, and you want to toggle that, right, you need to do this with JavaScript, which requires additional, extra features that just Tailwind by itself doesn't have. Okay, so with this in mind, let's go ahead and implement Flowbite-React. Now we've got all of these items here that we're going to be adding in. We already have some of them because of Next.js, but we'll go into our project and we will run npm add, and then we'll just add all 4 or 5 of those, and then we'll just go ahead and let that do its thing. And what we'll see, of course, is in package.json, a lot of those things being added like Flowbite and Flowbite-React. Granted, you could put these in manually and it'll probably work just fine, but we're going to skip that. Next up, of course, is their exports that they have here in post-CSS config. I would imagine these are already there, but let's go ahead and verify post-CSS config, already there. Fantastic. Again, Next.js is great. Tailwind config, this is something we will definitely need to add, at least the Flowbite-related stuff. So I'll go ahead and copy these into the Tailwind configuration. And so we already have some in here, right, as you see there. So I'm going to go ahead and go one by one, and that's going to be this one first. And we want to bring in the node modules Flowbite, so it actually can use Tailwind to look for classes that are inside of that module. Same with all of our components, as we see here. We've got app, everything in app, components, and pages. So if you used the page router, you would still be able to render out all of the Tailwind classes if you weren't already familiar with Tailwind. Next, of course, is the plugin itself. So go ahead and grab that into plugins and just paste it in there, and then go. Next up is adding in these components here. I think these are already here. If we go into global CSS, and yes, sure enough, they are already there. That is a standard Tailwind item. This is kind of, I think, assuming that you don't already have Tailwind installed. And now we can actually start using the Flowbite-React. Let's actually see their example here, and I'll go ahead and put it into the login form once again. So I'll go ahead and import alert from Flowbite-React, and I'll go ahead and add in that alert there. And we'll just go ahead and make it a button or an alert after the form itself. And so we come back in here, and there's our alert. Now we can actually make this a little bit better and use it if there's a warning, right? So basically, we'll go ahead and say const and message equals to result. And then basically I want to actually, let's go ahead and console log the result first, and we'll just see what that result actually looks like with the message, because it might be an array. So if we put in some gibberish here and we console logged it, so let's go ahead and look at the console, and we'll see that we get a 500 error. Oh, that's not good. Let's see why. I'm going to go ahead and just refresh this whole thing and go back into the login page here. Again, some gibberish, and again, a 500 error. Okay, so not exactly sure why. Cannot read undefined of ID. So let's go into the route itself. Yes, right here. So we didn't actually independently the login issues. So let's go ahead and do something like this and basically say if not response. There we go. And then the user record, I think that would also be another one that's a valid item. Basically, if not user record, and then if not ID and password, right? So stuff we did with the register, but we just didn't do it here. So if not this, and the stored hash, then again, and let's try this out. Hit login. Very good. Okay, username and password are required. Invalid message, but nevertheless, it does send back a message. Cool. So this is why we go through this stuff, is to see if there is a message. So then we've got message and this is going to be warning. And now we can go ahead and just do message here. Just like that. Save it. And we'll go ahead and get rid of that console log there. And this message is actually incorrect. We have to do const message and set message. And we'll go ahead and do use state of an empty, or we'll just go ahead and say null. And down here, this is where I will set the message and say if result dot message. Then we'll go ahead and do set message result dot message. Great. And so now that should actually work, because we're using React here, and there's a client element here. Okay, cool. So now we can do some gibberish, hit login. Username and password are required. This is obviously not the correct message. We no longer need to render out this results here any longer. Instead, it will now render out the message as need be. Cool. So this exact same thing we could do in our register page, or register form rather. So let's go ahead and bring it in. And again, we'll go ahead and do const message and set message. And then we'll go ahead and use state of null. And again, the response, if response.message, then we'll go ahead and set the message of the response.message. Actually, it should be results.message again. So result. There we go. And instead of this, we'll go ahead and copy the login again. Copy that. And right there. There we go. So we've got our message. And we no longer probably need to even render out the results, but we'll leave it in there just in case we do at some point. Okay, great. So with this in mind, the actual message I just want to change a little bit and say maybe invalid user or something along those lines. So not response, or invalid credentials. I'll just say invalid creds for now, just to make it simple. And we come in here. replace all of those. Oh yeah, so we got invalid creds, please try again down there. And so here we go, log in, and invalid creds. Perfect. Okay, so that's exactly what we wanted. Register. Let's go ahead and use the same username we just did. And this one should also say some sort of error here. We've got a bad request coming through. So it looks like it didn't even get to that message here. So let's go ahead and console log what that is, because it should be the same, but maybe it's not. So we'll save that and we'll run it again. And now we've got an array coming back. So I actually made a mistake with how I did the issue with either one, right? So we can look at it either way. So go back into our register route here. So the message itself, a lot of the messages are just like that, right? But then when I actually had an issue with the database issue, which would be this right here, that's the problem that actually came through, I believe. Now, of course, this just takes some intuition to go through this, but also remembering back to everything we just did, which I've been doing nonstop for the last few days, whereas you might be like, oh, how would you possibly know that? Well, let's just go back into the DB and see our message response here, right? So we've got this one, register user. It is inside of an array, just to make it the same as the other response, the actual returning value when we query the database, which I actually don't want. I want to make it the same sort of single object message coming back all around. So let's go ahead and look at the URL as well. Same thing. This just will simplify how I can return any given message. And so I just want to check if there's any other brackets here. And it looks like we're good. Okay, great. So back in here to our register, we're going to go ahead and try that again. Hit register. And now CFE is taken. Great. So we would almost want to say like it's not available or something like that. Of course, those messages can change, but now it's actually working exactly the way we want, and we have a much better rendered out message altogether. So from here on out, the Flowbite integration is just going to be a matter of going into Flowbite-React and finding various things related to it, and then actually implementing these components, right? So all of the components are here. Not all of these are necessarily needing to be inside of Flowbite-React. You don't have to use this button. You can just use the CSS class that's available for that button, right? Now, using the button itself just saves time from writing all of these things out, right? So you don't have to write all those things out. And when we want to customize these things, if you were to go that route, this is a lot easier to customize because you already have some of these colors defined and things that you can customize with Flowbite-React specifically that's not necessarily available in the standard Flowbite itself. Now we're going to go ahead and implement Flowbite-React to update our user interface quite a bit. First off, we're going to change the navigation, and then we'll add a few other elements. This block is going to be a little bit on the longer side, mostly because of all of the sort of nitty-gritty things we need to do. But overall, our actual functionality is pretty much complete. Now it's just a matter of improving the user interface little by little until it looks and functions exactly the way we want. So let's go ahead and jump into the Flowbite-React or flowbite-react.com and go into the docs and into components. I'm going to start with my nav bar here. So I want the nav bar with drop down, so go ahead and click on that one, and we'll go ahead and copy this code. So in our project, we'll go ahead and make a new folder called UI, and inside of that folder, we'll go ahead and do navbar.js, and then I'll paste this in here. So go ahead and copy this import into our layout. Layout is where we can change all of these things, as you may have seen. And yes, you can actually use these layouts inside of any given app route as well to change things if you need to, which is really cool, but something outside the context of where we're at now. So what I want to do is import this navbar with dropdown from ./UI/navbar. Now I'm actually going to call this navbar for user. So let's just rename that to navbar for user right here. Okay, great. So we save this, and then I'll go ahead and render out above the children here, but still in the body element. We'll go ahead and render out this navbar for user. And if we refresh into our project here, we've got avatar is not defined. So in the navbar itself, we've got an element in here called avatar. So we'll go ahead and bring that in just like that. And of course, that's not defined because of something with the documentation that was just overlooked. But here we go. So we now have a few elements here that are really nice. Now the first thing is the image itself, right? We actually want to change this to be ICO. We save that and then refresh, and there is our actual fave icon that's in here. Now actually rendering images this way is not preferred. Instead, what's preferred is to use the image class. So if we type out image directly from Next.js, and then we actually put all of these things into that and close that out, this is the preferred method for rendering out images. But of course, it's asking for a width and height property. So we just want to add those things in, and I'll go ahead and say 40 and height being 40. I don't think that's probably a little too high, but the CSS class should actually adjust it as we need to. So whenever you see images, even if it's Flowbite or anything else, any other package, just use the image class from Next.js. This will optimize it quite a bit more, and it'll give you warnings when things are not working correctly. And that's also true for something like this avatar here. It's probably fine using that avatar, but I'm actually going to not use that avatar. Instead, I'm just going to come in here and use that image itself again, and just like that, and then we'll refresh in here, and there's our new avatar. Now, of course, the avatar itself, if you wanted the styles for it, you'd come into Flowbite.com, so just standard Flowbite, and then you would look for the one that you might want, right? So if you scroll down, you got a bordered one, you've got different placeholder icons, you've got all sorts of classes in here that you can absolutely use, right? And then rounded is just simply, well, we just come in here and do rounded, and that is a Tailwind CSS class. The height, we can actually change this to, like, let's say 3 and small being 4, something like that. And then we refresh in here. It looks quite a bit weird, so we'll go ahead and do width being 3 as well, and then SM width being 3 as well, or 4. I'm not actually sure if this particular image will be great for an avatar, but nonetheless, we can see that we can use that image feature for all of our images, which is, I think, rather important. Okay, so the next thing is our actual links themselves. So we've got our navbar brand here, and we've got an href to Flowbite. We don't want that. We just want it to go to the home page, so it actually comes to our home page here. And then, this right here looks a little bit more like a logged in user. So I want to actually get rid of some things related to it. One of them being, maybe you want to have more details on your user, how we actually cache the user and all that. You could totally add those details here if you were so inclined. I only have the user ID itself, but like I said, we could actually have all sorts of other things in here. I'm actually going to get rid of a bunch of things related to this and just say maybe we'll get rid of the dashboard header there, and we'll go ahead and leave just that item of dashboard, and maybe we'll put in links as well, and then sign out. Okay, so that's going to be our nav bar. So let's take a look, and there's those things. Now, to make them links, what we do is the built-in link element from Next.js as well, and we use href. In this case, the dashboard is just going to be actually the home page, and then we would want to do this same thing with the sign out method, and we'll call it log out because that's what we called it at the URL, just like that. And then maybe instead of settings, we use something like links. And links. Great. So the main thing for this is just to improve the navigation altogether. And let's go back in here and say links. It took us to the wrong URL because I capitalized this on accident. Let's change that. And links. And there we go. Okay, cool. And so the next thing, of course, is changing that part of the nav bar, which is not a whole lot different. And here we can just do that and maybe links. And I'll go ahead and get rid of this and change that to that. And there we go. So perhaps this is all I want on my homepage. Perhaps not. It's really up to you on how you play around with what you want here. In some cases, you might have to actually change the element to not be directly with Flowbite-React. Some cases you will want Flowbite-React itself. Okay, but this is for the user. Let's go ahead and copy this entire function and change it for adnon or anonymous. For anon, just like that. So in this case, I actually do not want the dropdown anymore, so I'll go ahead and get rid of that dropdown altogether. And then I will keep links in there. I'll add another one called sign up. And then another one called login. So register and login. Save that. And we got the export default again. This should be just simply export function. And of course, it's not showing up. This user's not actually logged in. So how do we adjust that? Well, it's going to be in layout.js, certainly not in the client itself. As you may recall, the actual server components can use something like get user session, or get session user rather. And if you recall, this is an asynchronous function, so we need to change the root layout to an asynchronous function as well so we can have this user. And really, we want to just check if they're logged in. So logged in is equal to user is not equal to null. Basically, that's what the session user should do. It's either going to return back the user or return back null. And then if they are logged in, then we'll go ahead and say navbar is equal to, well, logged in is navbar for user, otherwise navbar for anon. And we can actually initialize these elements here, just like this. And then we just come down in here and render it out like that. Okay, so now if we save in here, we've got our anonymous navbar. We can log in and we do CFE, I hit login. This should redirect me, and what do you know, my navbar changes. Now, there are React hooks and all sorts of context things that you might want to use here, potentially if you were going to do this on the client side. But I think overall, since this is a server component, this works actually really well because we're able to grab those cookies and do this really, really seamlessly and easily for our project. Okay, cool. So naturally what we want to do is we want to actually update our links here, right? So I want to be able to see the links themselves, and I want to see a bunch of other things related to this. So let's log back in. And I think I have a problem with, perhaps I have a problem with the actual length of time that I've got a user session here. Let's shorten that. And if I refresh, there's that link. Okay, great. Let's go back into our login element for when we actually save the login. We've got our set session user, and that's going to be where 10 seconds is way too short. And I definitely changed this at some point, but we're going to change it back to being 2 hours. But notice that it does log the user out, right? And it automatically does it for us, and we don't really have to do a whole lot. So I'm going to go ahead and log in now, and now I should be able to see all my links and stuff like that. So the real last thing that I want to adjust here is, well, that navbar link is not wanting to work. There it goes. Okay, so the last real thing I want to change here, there we go, is going to be how we render out these forms. So into React, Flowbite-React, we can see there's a bunch of different options for rendering out any given form. So this is what I want to do. I'm going to go ahead and grab this. Actually, let's go ahead and grab the entire example here. And the first one we're going to change is our links create form. I'll paste this in here. And we want to change a number of elements related to this. First off, the button of submit. That sounds good. We'll change that one. And of course, I'm going to go ahead and call this shorten and keep it in as a capital S. We want to get rid of that default value. We no longer need that default value. And then I'll scroll back up, and let's make sure that this is not a default function itself. I'm going to go ahead and copy the form classes. These are directly from where we would look on flowbite.com. Or you could also find these on Tailwind as well. Okay, so that just updates that class a little bit. Next up is going to be the label and the input, both of which I definitely want to have. I'll go ahead and paste this in here. Label HTML4, this is going to be URL, and then this will be URL down here. And the ID, we can also use URL, and then your URL to shorten, and it's required, just like that. And now I can get rid of this element here, and just leave the button. That's all we really need now. I should not need this results thing anymore in the form itself. That was mostly just to see what actually happened. And then, of course, the use client is already declared, so I can get rid of that. And I'll now get rid of this default form here. We will come back to that default form again, but for now, I'll just leave it just like this. So we save that, And let's go ahead and take a look at our links now. Of course, it says your email. That's not correct. So let's change that to something else, to being like enter a link to shorten. And there we go. So now I have the ability to shorten any kind of link. Let's go ahead and just grab a random one, hit shorten, and what happened? Let's go ahead and look into our inspect element here. And we've got a server response error. So we actually do want to see what that response would end up being. Perhaps it's not a valid response of some kind. So let's go ahead and take a look here. And I think it's going to be the message thing that we just didn't set here. So we'll go ahead and do message and set message. And this is going to be use state of null. Basically, if result.message, then we'll go ahead and set that message. And result.message. And now we'll go ahead and do our alert, which I can just type out and it will automatically import it for me. And this alert, I actually don't remember what the color was. We used warning. So we'll come back in here, color to warning, and we'll do message. And of course, it's going to be message and then we can save that. There we go. So we refresh in here. Let's go ahead and grab any sort of URL. I'll hit shorten. Null is not valid, so it's not actually submitting the URL here. So perhaps we've got an issue, and that's it right here. So this type is actually text, and the name is URL. So it's submitting a null value, which is just showed me that, perhaps I did the input incorrectly. Now it's the correct input, and there we go. So we now have the ability to shorten it right there, just like that. Simple enough, and a nice and easy way to just show that shortened. Next, of course, would be our table itself. Right? So we'll jump back into the docs and into table, and then we'll just navigate down and we'll just get this default table here. I'll copy this in, and inside of table.js here, I'll go ahead and paste it in. Okay. And of course, this is not what we're going to export. I'm actually going to go ahead and copy this entire thing here. And we will get rid of this default table call here. And so this is actually where I want the table itself. And that's going to be right here. So granted, I don't need all of the rows. So one of the things that you can do here is you can toggle down each row so that we only really need one row that we are going to iterate over. And that's the point of this right here. So go ahead and put the data iteration here. And then we'll go ahead and open it up a little bit, and we'll go ahead and do maybe our link.id. And we also want to return this value here. And then we'll also put a key index in here as well, which will be simply our link $IDX. I think we did that same thing before. We've got our link ID. Let's go ahead and do our link URL, and maybe I'll go ahead and do my jref.io and then slash link.short, and get rid of this table cell and this one. We don't need all those. Okay, so we've got our table rows in here now. And what I want to do then is I've got an error with my table body. So perhaps I have an issue with some of my cells here. Let's take a look if they're all closed by just closing them. Okay, and then is our row closed? Yes. So perhaps we need to do a fragment here around the data. And it looks like perhaps that's not going to necessarily work. So I'm just going to go ahead and put in a T-body element instead of the table body. I'll just do T-body and T-body. See if this causes any issues with it. And we're still getting a problem with that. We'll have to solve that in a second. But let's go ahead and close this out and change the table itself. The head cell, this is going to be ID. This is going to be URL. And then short link. And then I'll go ahead and get rid of these head cells here. Okay, so let's go ahead and tab this in. We've got T-body and T-body. And then our actual data class is not wanting to work. I see why. We need a parentheses right there, and we need another curly bracket. There we go. And so I could probably bring back the original table.body class, just like that. Okay, so now hopefully we've got a little bit better of a form itself as well as a table for our links. Okay, so let me just see here. Oh, I got use client in 2 places. Of course, we don't want to have that. And then I'll go ahead and import the table at the top. And there we go. This looks so much better. Now, this link itself, the reason I don't actually want it clicked or clickable is I don't want to accidentally click it. The ID is not necessarily rendering, which let's go ahead and see why. This should be link.id. It's possible that I actually don't send the ID back with this lookup, which is the likely scenario here. So I'll go ahead and change that into my DB. I think we called it getmin links, this one right here. And sure enough, I don't have ID in there, so I'll go ahead and say true. I could also put created at and all that. But there we go. So we have this ability. Fantastic. This looks so much better, in my opinion, as far as the shortened links are concerned. There's still a good gap in between here that we don't necessarily need to have, but it's kind of cool that we can do it. Notice that that's not valid. Cool. What about cfp.sh? There we go. There's our shortened link that we can copy and go to. It's not in production just yet, which it will be soon as far as jhref.io. But we're now much better as far as how that looks. So the last few things are going to be, of course, when we go to log out. Let's go ahead and log out. Are you sure you want to log out? We've got this issue of these buttons here. So let's go ahead and update that in our logout page for the logout form. So this time I'm going to go ahead and just do we'll bring in our button, Flowbite-React, and the type being submit. And then I'll do color equals to primary. We'll save that. And primary is not it. Maybe default. We'll look at what the colors are in just a second. So let's go back into our buttons here. And we've got color, gray, light. So default is just empty. Let's go ahead and get rid of default and save that. And take a look at it. There we go. So yes, continue. And then no, go home. So the link itself, can we actually link buttons? So let's do href, do a quick search for href. It doesn't look like the button links itself, which is peculiar a little bit. So I'll just leave the link in here. And instead what I'll do is go into the CSS classes for buttons. And now I'll navigate down into, let's just do light for the other one, which would be maybe the second one. We'll do alternative actually. And I'll just go ahead and copy this whole thing, bring it on over, and we'll do class name equals to that whole thing. Save that. Come back in. No, go home. Okay, so the buttons don't really look that great. So I'll go ahead and add a margin here. And there's going to be margin bottom. Let's do like, I don't know, 10. And we'll save that. Great. And our form itself, let's go ahead and go back into those forms again. And I'll go ahead and add this class right here to our form. Save that, and we'll come back in here. It looks a little better. It's still not necessarily great. Margin 10 is probably too much. Let's do 2, and there. Just slightly better overall. The button class is still kind of big. So let's actually change this to just simply button. And let's put the href on there and see what happens. So I'll do color, and we'll leave this in as maybe alternative or secondary. Let's look at the buttons again for the different colors. We'll leave it in as gray and button. Okay, so no go home. And let's click on no go home, and it actually does. Okay, so href ends up working on there. It's just not in the documentation, which is cool. So I don't actually have to change anything. But now it looks, I think, a little bit better as far as logout. So we'll go ahead and say yes and continue. And of course, the login page we need to update. So let's go into the login form itself and change this one. So back into our Flowbite-React, we'll go into our forms here. What do you know? The first element is a login form. So go ahead and copy that And we'll paste this in here. We're going to get rid of that client element there. And we probably won't use this whole thing necessarily, which is interesting because all of this is mostly still using just standard Flowbite, like that form element there. So we'll go ahead and do one by one. I'm going to cut this out and bring it down here, of course. And then the actual input itself. Perhaps we want the label, perhaps we don't. I'm going to leave the labels in here, so I'll go ahead and copy the first few inputs for the password as well as the username element here. And we'll bring this down. I'm going to put it at the top. The first input should actually be username, not email, because we did not do that. The type is text. The name, of course, is going to be username. And we'll go ahead and say your username. And this should be username and then your username. Okay, password, it's not password1, but rather just password. And then name is password. Okay, and so those things should now be solved. And we'll go ahead and do our button. And we'll do a type of submit and log in. Hopefully that imported. Let's see, it looks like it did. Okay, we'll get rid of this login button. And we'll come back up and get rid of this whole element here. We no longer need that one. Okay, and cut those things out. Let's look back at our login page. Much better. Okay, and then we will put our placeholder for a password. And we'll just do a bunch of stars. Great. So let's try it out. CFE, log in, and there we go. And it gives a second. There we go. So naturally, we might want to show it loading and stuff like that, but I'll leave that for another time. And then the next and final one would be our sign up here. And this is going to be very similar to our login. So I'll go ahead and copy the form itself and go back into our register form. And we're going to go ahead and paste this form in. Okay, so of course I need to bring in label from Flowbite-React. I need to bring in text input from Flowbite-React. I need to bring in button from Flowbite-React. Great. Next, of course, we need an email and we need two passwords. One's being password confirmed. So your password, I'll go ahead and copy this same block here and paste it below. And it's going to be, the name is password confirm. And this is going to be password 2 as far as the ID is concerned. And confirm your password as the label. The username is pick a username. And we'll go ahead and copy this one as well, which will be, let's see, this element to this element, I believe. Yes, I think I missed one on the further one, so this needs another div around it. There we go. And we've got that password. We've got that password. We've got two usernames. This should be now email and your email. And just use email, email, and email, and then your email. Okay, and we refresh in here, and what do you know? Looks a lot better than it did. And then I'll just go ahead and add this handle submit. Oh, it's already there. Great. Let's go ahead and get rid of that. Save that, and we'll go ahead and do abc@gmail.com. abc login. Actually, that should say register. Okay, and I think the user was registered. Go into our login, and we'll do ABC and ABC. And sure enough, they were. Great. So we can log out now. And continue. There we go. So we now have a way to sign up and register. And then what I really want here is if the results actually are successful, then I want to go ahead and redirect them. So I'll go ahead and do console log response. I just want to see what that response is. So abc2@gmail.com. Hit register. Let's go ahead and see what that response is. in our console here, and we got a response of 200. So then we'll go ahead and say if response.status equals to 201, then we'll do window.href, or rather window.location.href equals to /login. And so this is a client element, which is why I'm doing it this way. So let's try another username in here. I've got pick a username. Let's change that. There we go. And we'll do ABC123 all throughout. Register, and boom. Cool. Not a very good password as it shows you. And we go ahead and log in, and there we go. So I can do some links here, and let's go ahead and grab a link of some kind, shorten it, and there we go. Fantastic. Okay, so yes, there's a lot of things that we can improve still, and we'll talk about that in a little bit. But for now, what I want to do is deploy this, and I also want to see a custom domain in here. So we'll go ahead and improve. We'll put out improve UI. We'll commit that, yes, and then we'll go ahead and sync those changes. I can't imagine any major issues happening because we only just changed some things about how it's laid out. And so that actually might complete the code itself, unless, of course, we have some major changes that we need to address. But at this point, pretty good place to be in terms of how this looks and what we can do as far as changing things and just rendering out just general pages altogether. It's pretty exciting. And let's go ahead and take a look at the custom domain on Vercel. Now we're going to go ahead and put a custom domain on Vercel. So go into your project, into settings, under domains, and we're going to use jref.io. We'll go ahead and hit add. Now I don't want www.jref.io. Instead, I just want the plain root domain here. Now the reason for that is so my URL is as short as possible. I'll go ahead and add that. And then, of course, if somebody does go to www. Then I'll go ahead and redirect that to jref.io. I'll go ahead and add that. Okay. So what we see here, if we look at any of these, we've got this permanent redirect here as a redirect for it. Now, once we actually prove that we own this domain, then it will start to work correctly, and then we'll reassign things a little bit. Because right now, it's just a Vercel version that's working correctly with no redirect. But once we actually verify everything and all that, then we will actually redirect that to where it needs to go. Now, in my case, I'm going to leave it as a permanent redirect because that's what it's going to be, so that caching ends up happening where it redirects to the correct place. But I'm not going to do that just yet because I need to verify the domain. So to do this, you log into wherever you purchase a domain name and wherever you're hosting that domain name. Usually, or oftentimes, if you're new to this, it's going to be where you purchased it is where it's going to be hosted. You can also transfer this or host it elsewhere. Both things are options themselves, but the idea here is Vercel needs to know that you actually own this domain so you can verify it. Now, in your case, you can't actually verify jref.io because I own that domain and you won't have access to changing the records, right? So you'll need a domain name that you actually own in order for this part to work. So I'm actually going to go ahead and verify it now and then look at the next step, and I'll come back when that happens. All right, so after I configured it and did some refreshing here, my actual domains are configured correctly, and I'm actually routed to them correctly as well. I'll show you one of the things that you also need to add to make sure it's routed correctly and you get this same response, and that is if you go into Learn More to the Vercel and maybe click on Custom Domains itself, what you're going to want to do is scroll down a bit and use the IP address 76.76.21.21. You're going to do an A record after you verify the domain. So after you do that verification process, you create an A record for each one of these to that IP address of 76.76.21.21. Once you do that, then your domain names will be working correctly as we see here. The final thing would be to change the the Vercel version of it to then redirect to the jref.io. And again, I'll do a permanent redirect and save that. And now I've got my project deployed and ready to go. And I should be able to log in here and see a shortened URL and see all of the various links in here. And then finally, the last and biggest step that we will have is being able to see an individual link itself. And it failed. Now, there's a few reasons why. Number one, we actually need to change our domain name as well. So I did a quick stop and added an API for the URL that was coming through. This is what we should see, but it's not what we're seeing. Instead, we're seeing the Vercel domain. So we need to adjust our local project to do that accordingly. And of course, you can pretty easily create this URL route here. It's this right here. That's all it is. Not a big deal. And what I did was I went into our domain, so get domain. I just changed it to public URL. And so then inside of Vercel, I went into my project settings, into my environment variables, and I went ahead and added that public URL for my actual public URL, especially now that it actually exists. The next thing that I did was I actually changed my page.js to have a different runtime, and then also to have this try block in here for triggering visits. All of that seemed to solve all of the issues that I had with the shortened URL, and I think at this point you probably have enough experience to make all of that happen. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to do cfe.sh/github, and I'm going to go ahead and grab that shortened URL, bring it in here, paste it, hit shorten. There's my shortened URL now. I should be able to go to it and see this. Granted, I already pushed that code, it already built, it already went to production, and now it's actually working as it should. And then I can also verify that I'm getting the actual stored links. So inside of my tables here, inside of visits on Neon, I can navigate down and there is that recent link here. And if I go to it one more time, and one more time, I should be able to see all of that data come through in the table as well. Just do a quick refresh and then scroll down and there's that same one going through. Okay, great. So now it's actually officially working fully end to end. We have a way to actually add some links to do that shortening URL. Hey, thanks so much for watching. Hopefully you got a lot out of this one. Now I want to leave you with a couple challenges. Number one, how do you implement a feature to ensure that your users are creating good passwords? Then, number two, how do you allow them to reset those passwords? And that is sending them an email with a special link. That link could then be confirmed, and then you change the password there. That's exactly what I would want you to do from here. Now, of course, if you want to see other projects built with Next.js, please let me know in the comments so we can get that happening. Now, a big part of this is thanks to Neon. Neon sponsored this project, but of course, we covered a lot of things beyond just a database to make this thing happen. So thanks again for watching, and I look forward to seeing you next time.